streaming through the digital night. Jim Bustle, he's guiding the light, unveiling mysteries of the unknown, UFOs and the alien zone. He's a man on a mission, exploring ancient secrets, it's his addiction. Debating, discussing with his loyal crew. Cosmic conversations, unveiling the truth.
Dudes, what's up? Let me just turn this music down a slight bit. So much bass. Almost got it. That's probably good right there. Welcome back, everybody. Hope everybody's doing well. A couple people that are in here right now. Rabbit, CFG Blip, what's up, guys? Hopefully everybody had a good weekend. Yes, dudes. Galen TV might be by later. He is currently apocalyptically hungover, so yeah, no digital night. Fuck, my disappointment is immeasurable. My days ruined, brother. I'm sorry. Yeah, I thought I'd hit it with the R&B, you know, it's a little bit something different, but fuck, I'll have to upload that AI song onto YouTube. People, you want to listen to it, yeah. I'll change it back tomorrow. I promise. But yeah, this evening we're gonna go over a couple things, I guess. Galen TV may come around later if he recovers. He'll probably tell people about what happened if he decides to. I'm not gonna say anything. Volcanos, floods, and comets, a prophecy. A lot of memeing going on the last couple days online on Twitter, other places. A lot of shit going on, a lot of natural disaster stuff happening, unfortunately, within the States. And I'll kind of go over this in a little bit, but people were concerned in Japan because a psychic... I see this is not fixed. A psychic had predicted that there was going to be an earthquake. Thank God it didn't happen. So hopefully it still doesn't happen. But anyway, the other meme, Atlantis ruins found, which is very interesting. I'm going to go over that. Some archaeologists actually off the coast, I think of Bermuda, maybe somewhere around there. And in the modern UFO myth, there's a video from Jesse Michaels I might kind of comment on. So yeah, let's just get into it. Fuck it. Jesus Christ. Here we are. Actually, that's not what I was going to go first. I saw this. I posted this in the Discord. I took this picture today. What a fucking meme. Yeah, my prediction of rain in England did, however, pan out. Who's the real psychic, brother? You have that precognitive ability. You should sell it online. If you throw enough darts at the dartboard, you know, what's the percentage that we need to get to convince people? Is it 10%, 5%? Good enough, maybe. Talk to Christ. This guy was towing around this trailer, and we were in Walmart, unfortunately. And I said, my God, this is an opportunity here. I said, this is like perfect. This just encapsulates the whole movement, really. Be ready for his return, Jesus Christ. Godly teaching for godly living. This motherfucker's trying to compete with my stream schedule here. Live stream Sundays at 5 p.m. EST at godly.tv. Ask me for a Bible, it's free. I was curious who this guy was. I had the kind of apocalyptic meme in the chat, so I thought, fuck, I should probably just pull this up. He's coming. He's gonna come. He's gonna come. What is this? Godly.tv. I don't know who the fuck is this guy. Welcome to Godly.tv. That's truth. Get your Bible, listen, and be blessed. We are not broadcasting at this time. Brother, what the fuck? You're supposed to be 5 p.m. EST would be 6 p.m., wouldn't it? Right. The most recent recording. We are not broadcasting at this time. Who the fuck is he? He's locally. Oh, he's all over the fucking place, so I guess. Okay.
Hallelujah. Someone can say a great thing. Amen. I'm not talking about a mediocre God. I'm talking about a great God. Great is the Lord and greatly to be praised. Praise God. Hallelujah. Thank God, amen, for the joy of the Lord, which is our strength. This is a live stream coming from central Newfoundland, and I want to what is being created here in the presence of God. Amen. My brothers and sisters have come into this place like the Bible says you enter into his courts with what? Sadness.
Is this just him commenting, or are they got a bot in here fucking?
Amen. That's the way you go to the mall. Amen. Praise his holy name.
Interesting. I find these people to be genuinely interesting. Psychologically interesting. Interesting. Well, anyway, listen, he's doing his thing. He's got his trailer. Maybe he's a good guy. I don't fucking know. I'm not gonna like roast him or anything, obviously. Just thought it was just a fucking meme, you know? Just needed to pick up some goods. Walmart's, my God, you can get vegetables there now. You can get underwear. You can get Switch 2s. You can get magic cards. It's unbelievable. Anyway, moving on. Speaking of things that are actually holy, things that actually make you, you know, question the universe, things that are actually ontologically interesting. Look at this. Now, this obviously isn't what the human eye sees. You got a joke off it. Worth it, brother. Fuck, there you go. Yeah. Does religion not do awe anymore? Not like this, man.
This is what the night sky.
Oh, we don't need the music. Look at this. Look at that. That's what's actually up there. Obviously, they've enhanced this. So, human eyes wouldn't see this, but maybe alien eyes would see things like this. But this is the night sky, and they've enhanced it. It's not slightly, not a whole lot. People were kind of roasting him in the comments. This is not what we actually see, but it's not far off, actually. Pretty fucking nuts, man. Like, that's what's up over our heads every night. At all times, really. That's what's up over our heads at all times. I mean, how perspective shifting would that be if people could see that every single night? Probably massively. You definitely would probably stress less against, you know, about your daily memes. It'd be a friendly reminder to just like relax once in a while. Like, my God, look how vast everything is, you know. So light pollution makes me sad. Haven't seen the stars in years. Same, man. Same. Not to like any degree. I mean, no one's seen stars like this, except maybe aliens. But like, you know, just crazy. I just fuck. Somewhere out in the universe, there's probably beings that they maybe with their eyes are be more light sensitive. I guess they would probably see things like this. So, God. Electromagnetic frequency shifting. If we could see a broader spectrum of frequency. Yes, exactly, CFG. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe soon. Maybe we'll edit ourselves so that we can. I think that'd be really fucking cool. Anyway, I thought I'd just bring that up because I saw it this morning. I was like, man. But yeah, it is an obvious. But what did they enhance it slightly? Exposure techniques. Anyway. There's an actual image. Is that from Mars? I think it might. No, that might be fucking generated. You can never trust anything nowadays, for Christ's sake. Anyway. This is the other thing. So this is what people have been talking about. I brought it up a couple times on here. A lot of people have, obviously. It's really interesting. It's not very often that we get interstellar objects coming into our neighborhood. But one is slowly approaching from another solar system. And they're monitoring it. So there's been a lot of talk about this. People like on Twitter who are like on the UFO side of Twitter were retweeting and bringing up Jeremy Corbell's video. People didn't really understand what that was all about. I think we got to the bottom of it. Many people did, but that Jeremy, during his TMZ special, TMZ had cut it to sound like Jeremy was saying this was something that was going to happen. It was supposedly a hypothetical. And they did that, obviously, to bring the views in so people would watch the finale of the series or the episodes or whatever. But people are saying, oh my God, this is what Jeremy Corbell was saying, an object's approaching from their solar. They're going to tell us an object's approaching. No. This is something that I think everybody's confirmed independently. So, and something I think we just spotted anyway. So, I mean, maybe there is some kind of conspiracy around this. I somehow I doubt it, though. I think you get a lot of independent amateur astronomers too, I think, pick up on this. So anyway, but yeah, and it's heading towards us. The last one. This is important because there was one in 2019, but there was one a little bit early on, I think in 2017, and that was the Oumuamua. So that was what kind of thrust Avi Loeb into international fame, the Harvard astronomer, who's been talking, and he was recently just at one of the hearings with Lou Elizondo and co, because he's interested in this idea of UAPs and genuinely looking for alien life. And Oumuamua, he thinks, still to this day, could have been some kind of alien object. Hypothetically, it could have been, right? We didn't know with complete conviction it was. It was just shaped very strangely. I don't know if we have a rough idea what this thing looks like, but I don't know. Well, we'll find out if it's just as interesting as it slowly comes into the inner solar system. But anyway, very cool, very interesting shit, you know. The harmless object is currently near Jupiter, hundreds of miles. Oh, so it's really come in here quickly, huh? Fuck, I thought it was out a ways. Jesus, it's really making progress. Moving towards Mars, but it should get no closer to the sun than that, according to scientists. So it's going to intersect between Mars orbit and the Earth's. And on a chart of the solar system, that looks dangerously close, but obviously things are much farther away than we think they are. So there's a lot of space for it to kind of move in between. But the first confirmed interstellar visitor was in 2017 with Oumuamua, and that's obviously the first time we were able to detect these things. Hawaiian for Scout, in honor of the observatory in Hawaii that discovered it. It classified at first as an asteroid. The elongated Oumuamua has since showed signs of being a comet, but that is still debated. Yeah. It's unfortunate that the Dark Knight satellite isn't true. Cool story, though. CFG. Yes, it is. Yeah. Well, yeah. For the most part, I don't think it's true. Yeah. I think you probably watched some of the deep dives on it, too, on YouTube. I've seen them, too, over the years. I read the stories about it before that, like years earlier. The rumors of it. But, I mean, who knows? Who knows? It's interesting. I mean, that is really, you could try and argue one of the potential counters against this advanced ancient civilization that some people think existed here in the past, right? Depending upon how advanced they were, you think maybe you would have thought, depending if they were like our level of advancement or beyond, they would have taken advantage of stuff like this and thrown stuff into orbit. Now, there's a bunch of shit that could have happened that could have knocked it out of orbit too, hypothetically. But, you know, that was one of the theories that had floated around, I know, that some people that thought it wasn't even necessarily alien. But there's that whole Anunnaki thing I meme on here occasionally, which is the ancient astronaut, like ancient, you could say ancient alien, but it's not always that. Sometimes it's just previous advanced civilizations here. And then it was remnants of their shit, kind of like the Antarctica conspiracy theories that they found pyramids down there, and whistleblowers, Linda Moulton Howe's guys that came forward, the, operators that were down in some pyramid down there. It's all like Anunnaki shit. I don't fucking know. Interesting memes, though. Very interesting memes, nonetheless. This is also, something, unfortunately, that happened, which is very sad. Which is the floods in Texas. I don't know if some of you guys are in Texas or girls are in Texas, but live updates, desperate search for missing in Texas floods as death toll rises to 70. That's pretty crazy. 11 girls from a summer camp along the Guadalupe River in Texas Hill Country are among those unaccounted for. Forecasters warned of more rain and possible flash flooding in hard-hit areas on Sunday. So very sad. Crazy shit. You just never know, when some fucked up shit is going to happen and you're going to be swept away and drown, which is fucked. Yeah. Absolutely fucked. Anyway, people were, I saw this after I heard about this. Holy shit, man. Look at that. Oh, fuck. People were blaming Trump again. It usually doesn't really matter. Just you're always going to blame Trump. Is it justified? Officials in Texas are casting blame on the National Weather Service for failing to forecast catastrophic flooding that has killed 24 people, now 70 people. It was among the government agencies targeted by the Trump administration in its efforts to gut the federal bureaucracy, losing approximately 600 staffers after the COTSI agency, which is already understaffed, began to prepare to offer degraded forecasting services, facing severe shortages of meteorologists, according to an internal document obtained by the New York Times in April. The original forecast that we received Wednesday from the National Weather Service predicted 3 to 6 inches of rain in the Concho Valley and 48 inches in the Hill Country, said Texas Emergency Management. The amount of rain that fell at this specific location was never in any of those forecasts. It dumped more than 10 inches of rain. Holy shit. The catastrophic flooding has happened because these guys dumped more rain than what was forecasted. The flooding has killed at least 27 people. It's now up to 70 people, unfortunately. Speaking to reporters on Air Force One, Trump called the catastrophe shocking and terrible. Anyway, you'd have to dig deeper into this and find out what the fuck actually happened. But, I mean, I don't know how many people work there. So I don't know like how many 600 is proportionally and how much staff is there and how many of those people were involved in forecasting. But that's definitely not good if that's fucking true. The Daily Beast is like a very, which is where this originates from, like kind of very left leaning. They usually don't treat Trump well. But anyway, I mean, hope we're after the objective truth here, I hope. What the fuck is this website? Anyway, thought I'd just bring this up because of weather events and all that fun stuff. And, you know, apocalyptic predictions, which is this is that one. This is this part here now. Some of these apocalyptic predictions. So again, we've gone over this ad nauseum now. I made a YouTube video of it that 30 people watched. Fuck yeah. Shin Modaki volcano erupts. This happened on Thursday. This is an image of it, I believe. I tried to figure this out. I think this is an actual image of it. Which is fucking insane. I think this is real. It's so hard to tell now with AI and whatnot on Twitter, but anyway, crazy. Obviously, people were talking about this. It was supposed to be on Friday afternoon, technically, our time here in like the West. There was this famous psychic. She has been nicknamed now Baba Manga, from Baba Vanga, the Eastern European psychic, but they called her Baba Manga because she was a manga artist who had these precognitive dreams about a massive earthquake that devastates Japan in March of 2011. And then she made another prediction that she had, I guess to clarify her stance, because what's floating around is she predicted it was going to happen on Friday. She had a dream on the 5th of July at 4:15 a.m. or something that in July, and she didn't even know when, but she just said maybe it's when the dream happens. Years ago, that there was going to be a worse one that hits the whole Pacific more generally, and that will devastate southern Japan. So everybody, a lot of Japanese people were sketched the fuck out about all this, and thankfully nothing happened. But it is, you know, still, now this area of the world's always geologically active, which is the first thing to know, right? It was interesting that on Thursday night, this fucking happened, and there was this massive eruption, and people were like, oh, great, you know. That pic probably got bought by so many news agencies. It's everywhere, man, on Twitter. I saw so many people were using it. Don't know if it's even real. I mean, I'm assuming it is, but it's so fucking hard to tell. I have no idea. But anyway, so I've just been kind of occasionally, I've just been running into this on my Twitter feed over the weekend. If I happen to scroll through it, I just see people talking about this. And I just saw that Bones had posted this just a couple seconds ago. This was posted yesterday. This is another content creator here who talks about, she covers this stuff constantly. I don't know if she's a background in this or not, or if she just enjoys talking about, you know, she's kind of an amateur when it comes to earthquakes, kind of like Dutch Sense, but like Dutch Sense is a content creator. Oh my fuck, he's been on YouTube he's one of like the YouTube OGs actually, but he's not a huge creator in comparison to some of the other people, but he doesn't have a formal training in any of the earthquake stuff, but he follows it all, makes videos about it. He was streaming on Twitch for a while. I've just run into him over the years. Not personally run into him, but run into his content over the years and watched it, and I don't fucking know. He was all into HARP for a while, then he was into fracking, and I just always thought it was a little bit fucking like, you know. Anyway, this is another content creator that kind of follows this stuff on YouTube, and I've seen some of her videos about Campoli Flaggeri, which is the earthquake that's in Italy. The volcano that's in Italy. People are really concerned about. Pamela, what's up, man? Welcome. So anyway, she is talking about what we talked about on Thursday. Now, again, I try as much as I possibly can to stay in my fucking lane with things because there is just literally so much to know. And I'm very much aware of what I don't know. And so when interpreting things like geologic activity in certain areas, is it objectively concerning? I don't know, right? I mean, I've offhand followed this because one of my hobbies over the years when looking into schizo things is to try and think critically about them, where maybe sometimes purveyors of this stuff will not. And I kind of went around, not like to say I would debunk these people by any means, but I would just try to get to the bottom of things and what's objectively true or what's actually going on, right? And so, offhand, I followed these claims of future apocalypse, massive earth changes, blah, 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 earthquakes, tsunamis, pole shifts, all that shit. And so over the years, I've just looked around at these. So I'm vaguely aware of like trends in areas of the world that are geologically active because traditionally sometimes they will be used by people trying to make content to be like, oh fuck, it's going down. You see all the earthquakes in Indonesia? It's like, brother, go back fucking 15 years on this site, which you can do, and you'll see how many fucking earthquakes there's been consistently. Unless it's like an 8 to 9.0, it's not like that significant. Although in some areas, like if a 7.0 happened in fucking Mississippi, that would probably be fucking bad. But anyway, so I swallowed a lot of the slop, right? I was pretty boring, brother. Oh, fuck. Well, listen, we're here. We're ready to fucking go. Bones, what's up, man? I'm talking about the video you just posted. Yeah, so anyway, I've digested and swallowed a lot of the slop, and I've regurgitated it many times and re-swallowed it, so you guys don't have to. But it can be grade A slop. Now, this, I'm not a fucking geologist. There's some people in here who've come through before, like Egg, who actually are. So, I mean, if anyone watching this is, please share with me your wisdom. I think this, and I think it's been noted by other people as I've kind of perused around and seen, could be potentially concerning because this is a bit of an anomaly. So I asked ChatGPT this, and it kind of gave me an answer. But earthquake swarming, you could see in here though too. Look in here. But I think people are watching this in Japan. Actually, is it the meteorology agency that deals with this stuff? That deals with geologic activity. Anyway, there was an article that someone had shared on Twitter over the weekend that they were concerned about what's going on here. So naturally, there's going to be YouTube videos about it, and I already brought this up on fucking Thursday. I should have made a video about it. Anyway, hopefully nothing happens. So it is just one of those kind of serendipitous things where there's a psychic who says there's going to be this giant fucking earthquake and tsunami's going to hit the southern islands of Japan. And then there's all this earthquake activity here and a massive volcano goes off in the southern islands. And it's like, fuck. What is it? We having enhanced interrogation slop, waterboarding slop boarding. Brother, yeah, straight out of the bucket. Yeah. Did you hear they got more proof of massive meteorite impacts? We're in Australia 3-something million years ago, and that's the oldest one we know of. Well, that's interesting. No, I did not, actually. It's very interesting, though. We've been talking with friend neighbors about this all day. Oh, really? Have you really? Yeah. People are still going on about it, man. Yeah. Obviously, I guess people had interpreted... I don't know if this is really correct, because the lady, Baba Manga, right? Baba Manga did say, initially, that the last time she had that earthquake dream about Japan, it was on like March 11th or something. And she had this projection into the future into 2011. So the day that she had that dream was the day that it actually happened. So she thought maybe that's what's going to happen this time. It didn't. So I'm hoping it's again, like just people taking shots in the dark and shit. Right. And anyway, still concerning. This area has been geologically active for a while. Obviously, Japan has a fuckload of earthquakes. The one that had happened in 2011 was absolutely kind of an anomaly, and there's only been a couple of those that have happened in the last 100 years. The other one was down here that was in the Indonesian quake, where what the fuck was the country? It's more specifically hit again in the area. Anyway, was it Sumatra that hit? Anyway, so that's fucking not good. So. I'm curious what she's gonna say. I'm just curious, I don't know who she is, what her qualifications. I don't know. I just content creator. On the pulse of Silky. Okay. All right. Well, whatever. Fuck what. Whatever. I mean, people just memeing.
Something very concerning and very unusual is going on in Japan with over 1,100 earthquakes in just little over 2 weeks. What is going on, guys? Listen to this before we speak even further, because this is a bummer.
This level of seismic activity, with tremors shaking the area over such an extended period, indicates an unusual external force is being applied. The current activity is likely volcanic in nature and related to something like magma activity.
So,
now, no way she said the exact date and country. See, if you mean she did, yeah. Back in the day, you mean? Yes, yeah. It was printed in her book. Oh yeah. So in 1999, she was, I think, by trade a manga artist, and she had released a manga called Future Predictions or something, blah, blah, blah. But she in 1999 had wrote in that, what the fuck you call it? Episode or whatever the fuck, that in March 2011, there would be a terrible earthquake in Japan. Is it Rio? Is that her name? I forget what her name is. Yeah, we could pull it up. Yeah, she was a manga artist. It was in a manga. But the manga was technically, it wasn't really. It was a collection of events that she had forecasted, or precognitive events that she had. And she did call that. Yeah. No, sorry. She didn't say March 11th. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. I'm misquoting her again. She said March 2011. I was getting to March 11th, 2011. She said March 2011, sorry, is what she had said. I don't think she called it that close to the day. Sorry. Like, this is how things get fucking twisted. And I'll keep all this slop straight. Yeah. Well, they're calling her Baba Manga instead of Baba Vanga. Yeah. List of prophecies of Ryo Tatsuki's Japan's Baba Vanga, a famous death, a virus, and more. Yeah. So is the news for her July 5th earthquake and tsunami prediction for Japan. What other predictions did she make? She dreamt about the death of a celebrity and also saw a disease taking over the world. Let's see. The manga writer had predicted in a book that Japan would witness a major earthquake and a devastating tsunami on this day. It'd be worse than the magnitude 9 quake that hit Tohoku in 2011, which killed nearly 20,000 people. The prophecy had triggered panic among the Japanese and those who had planned on visiting the country during this time. Japan's meteorological agency brushed aside such concerns and said that it was all unscientific and a hoax. Tatsuki's 1990 book titled Watashi, there you go, Gi Mitra Mari, The Future I Saw, predicted an event on July 5th and many more. I don't think it initially did. It was a later version. It was kind of an amended version later on where she provided this July 5th prediction. Initially, it was only the event that in March of 2011. Yeah. The 2011 earthquake, yeah. So, sorry, try and slow down here. At the time of the devastating Great East Japan earthquake slammed Tohoku, Tatsuki's book wasn't popular. It was only in 2020 that it went viral for apparently predicting a disaster in Japan in 2011. Its front page carried the prediction, and soon TV channels and their media sources picked it up. The Japanese watched in awe as the book was splashed everywhere. How could a book written in 1999 predict a disaster in 2011? I dreamt of a great disaster. The waters of the Pacific south of the Japanese archipelago will rise, a passage in the book reads. And she did call the month. Now, again, with this kind of stuff, like, I think, when will people, Crimsix, what's up, man? When will people, like, obviously people are going to be skeptical about this, I think, as you should be with any of this kind of psychic phenomena. There's different people at different thresholds, right? If somebody were to call on the day, on the hour that something happens, will you attribute that to coincidence? I mean, me and Gail and TV have talked about this here before. There are people who will literally attribute everything to coincidence, no matter how precisely it predicts things and how many times it would. So at the end of the day, it's like, is this worth your time? Should you take this seriously? I don't fucking know. I would say that's interdasting, personally. Extremely interdasting, yeah. Even if it's coincidence, that's cool. Yeah. The virus too, and I guess this is what she really went viral for. I didn't realize that. She wrote in the manga that a virus would cause global devastation in 2020. Around 2020, an unknown virus will appear, reaching its peak in April. A line in the book reads, the virus did not peak in April of the same year, but in 2021. So that's interesting. Sylvia Brown. I don't think I've ever pulled her up here. I don't really want to, obviously. Is another psychic who, like, we're talking like grade A fucking horse slop psychic here. But she did in one of her books have some forecast about 2020 and some unknown virus too. I remember that just after COVID started like blowing up, that someone had found one of the passages out of her books. Yeah. So I don't know. And now, depending on how we look at this, right? Well, firstly, time is a bit of an illusion. So how we experience time isn't really objectively what time is, I guess. Now, I'm not qualified to speak on this too in depth, but you can talk to drunk physics if he comes around again about time crystals and shit, but kind of like modern day theoretical physics. So that we might have precognitive events isn't something that's completely out of the conversation or out of any possibility, right? And that also gets into the nature of consciousness and what are we actually, and is part of us not necessarily subject to time like we are, and then what's that interaction like? You can create a bit of a woo model as to how maybe this could kind of make sense. So it's not, but the problem with it, here's my problem with fucking psychic stuff. You speak Russian. Yeah, you can look up original Baba Vanga. That'd be fucking sick, actually, man. Yeah. You know, the accuracy rate is obviously something that people like to struggle with. And I don't know if it's clearly not something, it's not a science. And so can you do this for a living is really what it gets down to. And I think that definitely affects people's accuracy rating, track record, reputation, where they try and like, you know, turn it into something to make money at. I don't know if you can do that. So I don't know. I really genuinely don't know, but you just kind of follow it. It's kind of fun. That's kind of it. Now, would you make predictions based on this? Yeah, she says that in 2030, it will come back. Yeah, it will vanish, but then reappear around 10 years later. Put the entire world in a lockdown. Yeah, if it's coming true. Freddie Mercury's death. She saw Freddie Mercury's death. The Great Hanshin earthquake, or the Kobe earthquake in 1995. Interesting. Japan disaster. A vision about a major disaster in Japan 2025, which would be much more terrible than the 2011 event. The ocean floor between Japan and the Philippines will crack. Huge wave will rise in all directions. Tsunamis will devastate the Pacific Rim countries. The tsunami 3 times higher than the Great East Japan will strike. Interesting. I thought she had mentioned that as well. We kind of read over a little bit the other day of her speculating on the vision. And this is the only interesting thing I would say is that I think she thought it may have been an earthquake that blows up under the water that causes the tsunami and the earthquake.
Such an extended period indicates an unusual external force is being applied. The current activity is likely volcanic in nature.
Fuck. Not good, huh? Fuck. Interesting. This is it here, right? So, yeah, I saw that floating. I haven't seen the video, but I saw that there were accredited people that were looking at this saying, "Oh," and so there you go. So I saw this, and I'm a fucking idiot when it comes to this stuff. And I said, "Oh, that looks a little bit anomalous." And then there you go. I guess it turns out that it was. But you always have to check these things because, again, I'm an idiot when it comes to this. And I don't trust myself, but here on this instance, it turns out, and now we're obviously only seeing, this is why, because I've listened to people, obviously more credited to myself speaking about this, why I thought this may be concerning, because internationally, like places like the USGS and the Canadian earthquake monitoring system, they won't have any finer tuned data other than anything over like a 4.0. And so when you see a bunch of swarms like this at like 4 and 5 and 5.5 and 4.9, indicators that there's something happening geologically usually are smaller quake swarms. And so you were only seeing a small snippet of all the activity that's going on. And as they'd mentioned, there's like over 1,000 that have happened here. And so they're watching this very closely. Anyway. Yeah. Fuck me. You don't have to. I like the stories, and guessing so close is pretty sick. I have to first read through the whole wiki to figure out what's the original and what isn't, and then find PDFs. Shouldn't be too hard. There are no written records of her alleged predictions, but her followers frequently attribute predictions to her. Many of the people who were close to her have stated that she never made some of the predictions attributed to her. Fuck. That doesn't even surprise me. It's like Nostradamus too, man, right? Like, there are like people who make a living interpreting these quatrains, and that too is like, it's probably just slop, you know, but again, who knows? I talk about this all the time. I mean, I'm someone who's genuinely interested in the nature of consciousness, arguments around it, metaphysics, asking questions about reality. I don't have any answers about any of the stuff, obviously, but I think to completely disregard it would be a bit naive, and there'd be a bit of hubris there. I think you would just kind of, it's unfortunately one of those things you just kind of agnostically watch, and then if people keep calling a bunch of fucking hits on something, like what for me, like if you get like 5 good ones in a row, I'm probably gonna take the 6th one fucking pretty seriously. Like, I may even up and move out of the way if the 6th one has anything to do with my neck of the woods. That would probably be where I'd start. Like the first one I'd be like, second one I'd be like, oh. Third one I'd be like, oh. And the fourth one, we'll see 5. The 4th one I'd be like, oh fuck. And probably on the 5th one, let's say, I would be like, okay, we're fucking, because it's betting, right? It's betting odds. That's how I would look at it. It's betting odds. So like, what are the odds here you're betting? And so if they've gotten 4 bang on, what are we at here now for like an odds? The odds would be up to like, I don't know, fairly high for me, where I'd be putting money down at that point, right? And so that's about how I would treat this personally. Yeah. Oh, thank you, man. Yeah, all the references are slop. Fuck. Well, thank you for trying, brother. Oh, here's our earthquakes. They're tracking all this shit, huh? Oh, there's the one in Chile. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, it's another really geologically active area. Oh, right here. Ryoku Islands, Japan earthquake. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Are they talking about this? Too many earthquakes in the adjacent sea of Tokara Island. Yeah, interesting. Interesting. Yeah. What are they saying about this? I mean, obviously, people in Japan, people living in southern Japan, again, like, we might not take it this seriously. If I was living on one of these islands or on the southern portion of the continent, I would, or the island, I should say, I would probably be following this a little bit closer. Prediction in July, massive fucking tsunami from undersea volcano earthquake. Concerns now concerning quake swarm that might be pertaining to massive volcano that could definitely cause a tsunami hitting the southern islands. I'd probably be following this every day, but I don't live there, so I'm not. But we've been talking about this for the last couple days, so, you know, it is what it is. Yeah. Too many. Who are you to say too many for Tokara? Perhaps Tokara wants lots of earthquakes. Oh my God, people, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. It's objectively too many because of the data we've collected in the past in the area. That's how simple it is. People memeing on this stuff. Like, oh, you're such a funny guy. Anyway. Oh, fuck. Yeah. How many people live in Japan, Rabbit? That's a good question, actually. A lot. I'm pretty sure. Jesus. 123 million people. Fuck, that's more than I thought it was going to be, actually. So, roughly 3 times more people than who live in Canada. So, three times the amount of people that live in Canada, roughly, live on that little island right here. So, here we are. Here, right? There's us, all the way up here, actually. Although nobody lives north of like fucking this parallel, like right here. And then here is 3 times the amount of people right here. God damn. Yeah. That's a good question, actually. Well, like, for instance, this is a question for ChatGPT. How many people in Japan, and also give us a concentration of population in the cities. There you go. Yeah, that's a lot. So, I mean, just hypothetically, if there is a massive fucking underwater sea volcanic explosion, ask them, what's the southern island called? These are all the different provinces, obviously. Actually, shit, I do know somebody that lives in Hiroshima. I don't know where he's at, but, I mean, they would probably be pretty much negated if the wave went that way, but, guy used to cut my hair. Moved to Hiroshima. Bad timing, possibly. Analyzing. 123 million, which we got. 37 million in Greater Tokyo. That's fucking insane, man. Like, where am I at here? Here's Tokyo, okay? There's 37 fucking million people that live in here. Okay, here's the province I live in New Brunswick, which is probably much larger. There's about 1 million people that live here. There's 37 times the amount of people living in a city than in the entirety of this whole fucking province where I live. Oh, it's way bigger than fucking Tokyo, man. Holy fuck. That's crazy. Oh, next one is Osaka. Yeah. Yokohama. Sapporo, that's in the northern part of the interesting. Honshu Island carries 81% of Japan's population, which is Northern Island. And so what's the southern island called? But anyway, there's a lot of fucking people there too. So there's still quite a few people living here. Yeah, that's not good. Anyway, I mean, what else is he saying here? That was Buddy, so this is objectively concerning. That's good to know. Now,
always had like earthquake swarms, but none of them since recording takes place has looked like this. So look at this graphic here. You see the red line. This is what we're currently seeing. This is the cumulative energy that goes up, goes up, goes up, goes up. And April 2021, December 2021, September 2023, after just a few days, the curve went flat. Nothing more. But here with that red line, we see a steady increase in earthquakes and it's ongoing. So this is a huge difference with the number of earthquakes 3 times as high, even more. So this is what we're facing here. And that's why this is of so much concern. Of course, there's this manga prediction that like 25 years ago predicted a disaster at the exact same spot. But we won't go into that. I've covered this in my previous video. Here, we want to look at...
No, I don't think... Anyway, not that it really fucking matters, but it was an amended version. So it wasn't 25 years. 25 years ago, she made the prediction about the 2011 quake. After 2011 happened, she had another dream, which was about a future disaster in July of 2025. And then that was put into this amended version where they added that in. So no, it has not gone back that far. But not that it really fucking matters.
Volcanic. What is the setup here, and what could we expect from that massive earthquake swarm? Is this kind of a mystery phenomenon that we have seen at Santorini? And I think it is, and I'll explain to you why. The big question that everyone's been asking for the last 2 weeks, is there something brewing beneath the Tokara Islands? And what is brewing beneath the Tokara Islands? So imagine you're living on a tiny volcanic island in the middle of the Pacific, only reachable twice a week by a ferry. That takes 12 hours to get there. So then, without a warning,
bitch.
The ground beneath your feet starts to shake and it starts to shake.
Where we're getting our news from now is fucking hustle, bitch. Dear Christ. Imagine showing someone like 50 years ago, like where in 2025 we'll get our breaking news from. It's like, oh yeah, I get all my breaking news from Hustle Bitch. Oh. Anyway, again, yeah, it's not him. He didn't just pull this out of his asshole. Like this obviously came from the Japan. What are they called? The NHK? It's their official news agency. But there were some accredited people that raised alarms over this. So yeah, this is okay, brother. Yeah, government warns of imminent 9+ megaquake. No, they fucking didn't, you dickhead. Japan has been rocked by 900 plus earthquakes in just 10 days across the Tokara Islands. Now the government says a risk of magnitude 9 plus megaquake in the Nankai Trough is as high as 82%. It could kill nearly 300,000 people. No, that was not what they said. I think all that I saw to the official reporting was that they were just concerned about it because it's an anomaly. This isn't fear porn. Yes, it is, you fucking idiot. Oh my God, man. Like, what kind of fucking post like that? This isn't fear porn. What a fucking idiot. I'm sorry, I looked further into Baba Vanga. It's just a fun story. There's one written account, a biography basically, that criticizes the predictions attributed to her. Everything else seems to be from people unrelated to her. Yeah, I'm not an expert on her either, brother. Yeah, is that the case? I know she did live and she did make some predictions, but I thought it was kind of similar to Nostradamus, where they're heavily influenced by people's own interpretations. Yeah. Future history classes in school are going to be wild for citations. Yeah. Media, what's up? Every 100 years, last one 1946. I don't think people can math. Fuck. Fault line stabs for 100 200 years, the last one 1946. Well, yeah, that'd be 2046, wouldn't it be? My conclusion, Wiki plus DeepSeek. Okay, interesting. Yeah, she did exist. I know that much. And I know she did make predictions, but yeah, how many and how accurately were they? I mean, I don't think she was like completely like on the nail with a lot of them. But there were like interesting ones, like Nostradamus had talked about, like iron birds that people fly in, and like iron like fish that men would swim out of the sea in. And I mean, you know, but even that, like the Greeks, other civilizations had hypothesized about flying in submarines. And so it's like you're in that age where you're doing stuff like this. There's this kind of creeping up towards an industrial revolution happening. You could maybe hypothetically kind of, if you're a futurist, which maybe Nostradamus was, kind of look out and be like, yeah, I could see people using that to maybe build stuff. Like, I don't fucking know. One of the most credible Baba Vanga prediction sources. Oh, interesting. That was its conclusion. We can pull that up here in a second too in ChatGPT and see what it says. The response plans will only reduce SNAS by 20%. This guy's just, all these fucking Twitter content creators, man, they're just like parasites sometimes, where they just like look for clicks and anything to get some more engagements, even if it freaks people the fuck out. It's complete horseshit. Let's just look for this quickly. Hold on. Did the Japanese, what the fuck? What did he say again? Hold on, this fucking video. Government warn of a concerning quake swarm recently. It's July 6th today. That's a possible magnitude 9 plus earthquake could happen. 80% plus chance. I know that there'd be no way that they would ever fucking know that. So I just already know this is fucking just pure slop out of some imbecile's fucking, account. So, but it doesn't mean it's not concerning. But man, like what? How fucking irresponsible. I'll have to find him and just mute him on fucking. I've never even seen him before. Fucking idiot. Some of his sources are Huffington Post and Vice News. It's not bad. Did the world end in 2012? How about 2020? Brother, how about 2030? How about 2027? That's a popular fucking meme answer, isn't it? Yeah. I listen, unless this is like breaking. When she posted this yesterday, that I've been looking at stuff on over the weekend pertaining to this stuff. So, they're not ready. How would you be ready for something like that? You wouldn't be ready for it. There'd be nothing you could fucking do. That'd be bad enough that all the earthquake proofing on their buildings would all be fucked. They'd all be fucked. It would all be fucked. There'd be nothing they could do if there was a megaquake. A megaquake would be like beyond what happened in 2011. Like it would be, yeah. That happened off the coast too. So it's not 2027 though, or is it, brother? What day is it? What day is it actually? Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, here we go. I pulled up all the relevant news. 1,000 plus tremors, a few M-class shocks, small scale evacuations. Warned more quakes likely, but no megaquake forecast. I knew that. Government Earthquake Research Committee raised a long-term 30-year probability of a magnitude 8 to 9 in the Nankai Tro to 80%. Oh, maybe I might have apologized to the gentleman. This is actually true. I don't know if I trust that, though. In January 2025, not tied to the current swarm. Okay, well, there you go. So, again, that's still pretty much just as bad in that he's trying to correlate these things two together. So they said there could be an 8 to 9 in this area. In January 2025, they made this call. And then we get the old Ryo Tatsuki comic rekindled on social media. So, yeah. Okay. There you go. Okay. Well, then that's pretty much still just as bad. So, yeah. All right. Well, that makes sense. So, nonsense. Anyway, what else is he saying here? They did evacuate people, though? That's interesting. Island evacuated. That was just yesterday. That was on Saturday. Or that was on Friday. Is that fucking true? Yeah, that's slightly concerning, though. Get a bunch of lighters and fishnets in the first flight to wherever. Brother. Carrying evacuees from Akuseki Island. Yeah, that's a little more concerning, isn't it? Because of the swarm, was it? Where's it? Post, please cite the articles that you use here. Okay. Island evacuated following 1,000 earthquakes in just 2 weeks. Evacuated Japan. The Washington Times. Here we go. Everybody's fucking. Holy fuck. It's causing earthquake panic. Well, no, I guess there is actually something. Authorities urge evacuation of Akusekijima over 1,000 earthquakes rattle Tokura Islands. This is slightly more concerning. A quake of the same magnitude was also recorded July 2nd. Home to around 90 people. Jesus, not a lot. The area's experienced 1,000 earthquakes, prompting local authorities to advise residents to leave the island due to heightened seismic activity. I mean, we all know, right, that if something was going to happen, and people in the government obviously have access to better data tools than the general public has access to, they wouldn't make this obvious. They'd probably do something like this, just kind of say, it's time to go. It's time to go. Why don't you guys come over to the Southern Island for a little bit? Just be like, why? Oh, no reason. Just look, a lot of quakes lately, huh? A lot quick lately, but meanwhile, on their fucking sensors, they're like, oh, fuck, they're watching the magma fucking pool right up to the surface, like, this is gonna fucking blow. That's a little more concerning, I think. Based on the Prime Minister's instructions, we are fully committed to disaster response. That includes assessing damage and conducting life-saving rescue operations. Okay. So they've been following this very closely. Okay. It's the highest number of quakes since 1995. Wow. 30 years. Wow. Well, we'll just watch this, I guess. And internet, can you please just internet? Over one. Oh, not that bad. Next line, 1,000. Oh, fuck. Yeah, okay. Oh, well, this guy... Japan updates megaquake preparedness plan following revised risk for Nankai Trow earthquakes. After a government panel raised the 30-year probability of a major event to up to 82%. This is back in January, but okay, well, maybe this guy wasn't off base. Maybe I spoke too soon, too harshly on him. He's still farming fucking for engagement with something like this, which, although we're talking about it here, but I won't clip this. We'll just have a conversation about it. Currently acknowledging the current preparedness measures are insufficient. 75 to 82%. Okay, well, yeah, there you go. Fuck. Well. Okay, what else? Maybe you should watch through the rest of this. I'll go through it. Yeah, they're canceling their trips. We already talked about the meme. I guess that is that where she specifically stated though? Like, I think she said anywhere from southern Japan down into Indonesia. Okay. Yeah, right there. Okay, she's going through all the data. Oh, well, this is fairly well presented though. Good for her. I mean, this is, you know, I'm glad she put all this information in one video. There you go. Like, yeah, very nice. Okay. All right. Well, so that was fun. Will just be an ongoing meme here, where we'll follow and try to keep up to date with what's happening here. Listen, nothing could happen. The only thing that's concerning to me is that the Prime Minister of the Japanese government urged the local residents of the island here to evacuate concerning this, which would imply potentially there are maybe some more indicators that something is going to happen that they're not disclosing to the general public, probably to prevent panic. So that's probably the only concerning thing, aside from the psychics saying there's gonna be a big boom. So DG, what's up, man? God damn it. If you live in Japan, buckle up. Anyway, maybe moving on from this. The prophecy was not for the 5th. Her dream was on the 5th and could happen at any time. Any time the month of July. She also stated it would be a volcanic eruption that causes earthquakes, tsunami, and creates new landmass. Her second book said it was any time in July. First book said the 5th. Yes, that is exactly correct. She revised it after the fact. That ChatGPT found that, which is interesting. She revised it after the fact. She claimed that, I think it was either the publisher or someone that worked with them made that, but she had stated because of her last prediction in March that the day it had happened to be when it happened, that she thought maybe that would happen again. But anyway, there isn't a lot of sense in continuing to just ramble on about this for another fucking hour, so I'll just leave it there maybe. If you're here to the Solway Spaceman conspiracy theory in Cumbria, England, Chicken Boy, I have not, brother. What is that about? I've never heard of it. Solway Spaceman conspiracy. No. Japan is not doing great with the natural disasters. Japan's heading for population collapse too, brother. Yeah, it's not fucking good. Yeah. It's huge. England's the oldest empire in the world. I've never seen it before. What is it? Solway Spaceman conspiracy? What is, if anyone's hiding graves, you think it'd be them, huh? God damn. Never heard of this before. Oh, maybe I have seen this. Well, on the day trip of his daughter, the images developed later showed a mysterious figure in the background that appeared to resemble a spaceman. Oh no, I have not seen this. That does seem quite strange, doesn't it? What do people claim? Pareidolia or something? I would say looking at it, it's not a spaceman. It looks like a man with his hands. It's the back of a man standing looking over the horizon. He's got his arm behind like his lower back. He looks like a sailor, actually, is what he looks like. Look at his, look at the hat. Look at the shirt he's got on. Looks like a sailor. Ghost picture, probably. Oddly enough. Solway Spaceman is some OG stuff. I never even heard of it. Yeah, you live 5 minutes away. Fuck yeah. You get a chance to watch the new Y-Files. I have not seen it actually, media, no. Yeah. The balding grandpa that's on a hat. Sideways our hair top is bald. Let me zoom in on it. Let's zoom. Oh, fuck, I hate... Hold on. I can open this up in its own image here. Oh my god, I'm still not gonna be able to zoom on this for Christ's sake. Or maybe I'll be able to. Hold on. Oh, Christ, help me. There it is right there. Yeah. Interesting, huh? Looks like a hat to me. Interesting. It's like Simpsons predictions. Fuck, well, is that what's going on? Yeah. The figure wasn't there when the photo was taken. There's a shorts video clip on YouTube which explains it very good. Do you have the link? Chicken Boy, I'll pull it up. Yeah, it was the same day a failed rocket launch happened. Oh, interesting. You can see the slight hairline where the hair bald meets. That could be it. It could be a cap too, though. Like 1940s British sailors. right? Like, that's what I'm thinking of right here. Like these lads here, right? That's exactly what it reminded me of, like that cap, right? With the full white garb on right there, right? Because I think on the back of those sailor outfits, did they not have? I oddly enough, a couple of years ago, my buddy's bachelor party, we went down to Halifax, Nova Scotia, and we were day drinking and ended up in this boat, and there happened to be a couple warships in from the States, and there was a bunch of sailors on the boat, and they were dressed almost exactly like this too, actually. They had the same kind of garb on, and so that's why it just reminded me of like a sailor kind of looking out over the water, potentially. That looks like a man. Maybe it's pareidolia, who knows? Yeah, we'll have to look it up and see. Yeah, people from NASA even said it was one of their suits. Really? It might look like a man, but it's clearly reflecting, swamp gas reflecting off weather balloon, brother. Fuck yeah. Mag Groening's more psychic than Ryo Tatsuki. Who was Mag? Oh, the guy who did write The Simpsons. Yeah. Maybe he does have some precognitive abilities. Yeah.
Would you believe me if I told you that this picture right here kicked off a 50-year mystery that we still don't have an answer to? In 1964, Jim Templeton was on an outing with his 5-year-old daughter Elizabeth when he took this photo. Later on, when he went to get the film processed, the chemist pointed out that the photo had been ruined by someone or something in the background. Up until the day that he died, Jim Templeton swore that no one else had been present in that moment. He even took the picture to the police, who dismissed him and said that it was nothing out of the ordinary. But it kicked off a worldwide media frenzy, with Kodak even offering a reward for anyone that could prove that the picture was fake. No one ever did. People theorized that it was a spirit, an astronaut, an alien, but nothing was ever confirmed. But in what might be the strangest turn of events, just days after the Soloway spaceman photo was taken, a missile test in southern Australia was cancelled after the technicians in charge reported seeing 2 men on the firing range. Once the global media had picked up the Soloway spaceman photo, the technicians from the missile test in Australia swore that was the same figure they saw on the firing range. Would you believe me if I told you that this picture
Where did this take place? It was in England, though, right?
Picture right here kicked off a 50-year mystery.
It was in England, though, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Explain it perfect for an American. I'm Canadian, brother. Close, though. Yeah. It's 100% a spaceman from the 60s in Cumbria. Okay, interesting. I'll be getting lottery winner YouTube recommendations. My manifestations soon to come. You gotta keep buying those tickets, brother. Have faith. Interesting. Yeah, who knows, man? I mean, I genuinely don't know. It's clearly been a mystery. I mean, it looks like, I could see how people would look at it and think maybe it looks like a spaceman, but I don't know. This is the first thing that came to my own mind. You know, whatever my opinion's objectively worth on this, probably not a lot. But it looks like a sailor looking out over the water in an outfit with a hat on. I don't, like, there's been tons of photos like this, though, of people capturing spirits in photos. My own partner, actually, at her work, she had sent me, they'd lost power one day, and she sent me a photo. And I swear to fuck, I stole my phone, actually. It looked like somebody going up the stairs in the photo. And there was no one there. And like, it's fairly common, actually, that people have had these kinds of captures or occurrences or seen things like this. And so, who the fuck knows? I mean, maybe it's, I don't know if we know how this would make sense, right? Would it be a spirit? Could it just be someone's energy imprinted in the area, potentially? And who knows how all that works? I mean, we really don't know. Maybe we do leave a mark on the areas that we're in to some degree, and we don't really understand how that makes sense because we're far too primitive to. But yeah, it's something you just wouldn't see back in the 60s. Probably not, no. But I mean, the only thing I could think of would be, for instance, let's say it is like a ghost, if you're going to try to make that argument. That would have been a couple decades after, like, a lot of people died during the war. You know, tons of people. And there would have been tons of people whose last moments, you know, on their homeland would have been just like that, where they got shipped out to sea and they all died. Like, there was what, 50 million people that died, like, in actual combat. And so there would have been a lot of people who probably had one of their last moments, you know, at home would have been right there looking out over the water. And then next thing, they're blown into a million fucking pieces out in some other country. So who knows? I know there have been other stories of people who have gone to like graveyards or even areas where there was a lot of fighting all over the planet, like Japan, Europe, everywhere there was war going on, right, during the Second World War. who have had seen spirits. There's a place in Japan where supposedly people can like hear some kind of a countdown go off. It's even fairly common. I don't think it was ever caught it on video or anything, but that like locals have heard this, and it's some kind of echo from something that happened during the war. Anyway, I've heard these stories. I don't know how true they all are, but like could be double exposure on a single piece of film in the middle. Yeah, okay, yeah. It's interesting, yeah. We don't even have rocket launches here, I don't think. Well, no, that's why I'd be thinking maybe it's something other than a spaceman, brother. Maybe it's something. If we look at it really closely, like it doesn't really look like a spacesuit to me personally. That's just my take on it. Like when I look at it, it looks like somebody that's just wearing a shirt. Like when you look at somebody in like a space suit, unless you make the argument that it's alien, right? And then maybe that's an explanation as well. But like a space, at least a modern, but even back in the spacesuit, 1960s, this would have been before the space program officially. But yeah, just like that, there you go. Like that would be fairly bulky. So unless it's like some kind of alien standing there, but it looks proportionally like a human man, like a very well built man actually, by the looks of it, like big dude. Yeah. Very interesting, yeah.
You've probably heard people in the past say that the TV show The Simpsons can predict
conspiracy
the future.
files.
And after you see the evidence that I'm going to present you with today in this video, you might agree with them.
Oh, Jesus. An hour long. Yeah, we could maybe go through it a little bit, man. Yeah. What's the darkest rabbit hole on YouTube? Warning, disturbing. I've heard these claims before of them having some predictive capabilities. I mean, who knows? Like when I look at this kind of stuff too, I look at it and maybe like how could this make sense? Like how could this be? Like how could this be possible? And I would probably chalk it up to people just having precognitive abilities. Like we're not aware of it. We don't understand how it works, but that people sometimes, even writers for the show, because when you're thinking creatively, right? This gets more epistemologically into like, where does knowledge come from? How do we acquire knowledge, right? Typically it's through the senses. That's ideally how we want to acquire it. But is that the only way that we can acquire knowledge? And so when you're a creative person and you're channeling new ideas, because that's literally what you'd be doing, however you're doing that, we don't know how it works really. And that's why artists are so revered in our culture, because how do they pull things in? Are there such things as original thoughts, original concepts? Where are they pulling it all from? And you can go back into like Plato, right, in the realm of the forms, which is something I'm very familiar with. And this theory of, this higher place where everything original comes from this place, and we're just channeling down poor recreations of it essentially. And now you could try and do a different spin on that and say, well, maybe at times creative people, although they think they're having original thoughts, are actually they're having a precognitive moment where there's a vision of sorts that they're having. And when you're a creative person, you're trying to do something creatively or think of lyrics for a song or write music or whatever. That's my experience with it in the past. You'll just get these inspirations. You'll have these moments of inspiration when you'll write something, and whatever that is. And it maybe at times it's some kind of vision you're having of some potential future event. And you get into things like remote viewing and whatnot as well. So that's the only way I can make sense of stuff like this personally. Yeah. Yeah, they said a couple could be extraterrestrial. Who knows, man? I guess we'll never know, right? Like the only thing I would look at is in the area, like look and see if there was like anywhere sailors had been, and really try and like pin down and look at like an outfit from the 40s, a sailor outfit from the 40s, from the back, and then see if you can line up. That'd be fucking very interesting, yeah. If you're gonna make that argument, yeah. They're not predicting Matt Groening was in the Freemasons. Interesting. Well, like so. Like what have they predicted? What's their biggest prediction, I guess? Instead of like, we'll sit and watch 40-minute video or hour-long video, like what are the biggest Simpsons predictions? I mean, it's obviously going to be highly skeptical of that, but it can be excessively skeptical at times, but I've instructed it to be as well. So yeah, they're programming everyone for their plans to come to pass. Is that the meme? Okay. On the end of the shorts vid, they say in Australia they had to cancel the rocket launch because 2 unknown characters were spotted in the rocket, and the spaceman in the background was meant to be the same. Interesting. So like on the other side of the planet too. That's interesting. Time travelers? Well, I mean, who knows? Clearly something ethereal, brother. Yeah. So whatever it may be, ghost, aliens, but As Fig goes deep, you might find it interesting. Clickbait title, though. Men in Black are theorized to be based in England. I can predict that EU arms stocks will fail within the next 3 weeks, you think? Video goes through it all. It's not him blabbering as he shows everything. Donald Trump is the biggest on the escalators. Okay, what's up, man? 5% of the GDP is way too much to justify if there's no threat. Interesting. Yeah. Is 9/11 their largest? Is that supposed to be the claim? I know there's this period of the video must be one of the big moments because people are replaying it. We could at least go through that little bit of it. Holy shit. Donald Trump becomes U.S. president. This is Bart to the future. Trump sworn in 20th of January 2017. Real world payoff. That's pretty fucking crazy. Jeremy, what's up? Here's a thought. There's a thought it was Templeton's wife walking away from camera. Her dress was overexposed, making it look white. Oh, interesting. Interesting. That could be it as well. Yeah. Well, you have to debate it, I guess. That's an interesting potential, though. Disney swallows 20th Century Fox. It's $71 billion deal. I could say, speak Jesus. Deal closed 20th of March 2019 when you dish upon a star. Smartwatches and FaceTime style video calls in 1995. Apple Watch, everyday Zoom, hell, 2020. Dodgy autocorrect, Lisa on ice. iPhone autocorrect fails since 2007. Ebola headline, interesting, 1997. Nobel Prize betting pool lists. US beats Sweden. Okay. Satirical shotgun, 750 plus episodes fire off so many gags that some must hit. That's what people think. Yeah. Writers are news junkies tapping on real world trends. Self-fulfilling memes. Fans retrofit blurry screenshots of news events. I mean, personally, I think that's being potentially a bit ignorant, right? And there may be something more going on still, right? Again, like, we're still kind of functioning under this very reductionist, materialist mindset right now, and that may not be what objective reality is or how it functions or what we are. And so there are so many anecdotes to the contrary of that mindset and that philosophy that I think it's crumbling as it should. So when I look at these kinds of things personally, although I think you still want to obviously be skeptical of it, but that's part of the process. There could be something more going on here. Like some hits are very intriguing. Now, Donald Trump's been asked to be run for president many times since the fucking, oh my God, like I think the 80s. So who knows? So they said that, but there was also 9/11. We can go and I can play a bit of this just to see what he's talking about here as well. Yeah. Trump escalators for sure. Fuck. Is that, when was that one from? Bart to the Future. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see if we can play a little bit of it. A lot of the Simpsons writers went to Harvard, so some pretty smart dudes. Interesting. Yeah. Fuck.
The Houston Conroe area where they were frozen over. There was, people dying left and right here. And when Cruz snuck out like a sneaky little, I already didn't like him. He's lied about so many things, but that was a true piece of politician moment to me. You guys can feel however the hell you want to about Ted Cruz on your end of the spectrum, but I'm just definitely not his biggest fan. But anyways, back to the predictions. From the continent of origin to the first treatments, lying politicians, then to killer bees and placebos, The Simpsons, with one episode, seemed to predict multiple facets of the event and 2020 in general, all in one show. After season 4 predicted the coming pandemic, season 5 had its own share of accurate predictions. Episode 10 shows a Las Vegas style casino brought to the town of Springfield, with 2 characters being chosen to represent the famous performers Siegfried and Roy, who were known for working with wild animals, including white tigers. During their performance on the show, a trained tiger suddenly turns vicious and attacks them, meant to be a comedy bit about working with wild animals. This season aired in 1993, and only 10 years later, a similar event occurred during a live performance, shocking onlookers and audience members alike. Roy Horn of Siegfried and Roy was working with white tiger Montecore when suddenly the animal turned on him and began to viciously maul him. Roy was dragged off stage by the tiger, his neck clamped between the animal's teeth. Montecore the tiger only stopped when he was sprayed with a fire extinguisher, and Roy was rushed to the emergency room. The stage was covered with blood, and many believed he wouldn't survive. After the attack, Roy's career trajectory was permanently altered. Some say that it was bound to happen, as working with massive wild animals is a tragedy waiting to happen. But the duo of Siegfried and Roy had been working with these animals for 44 years until the attack. It was a shock to everyone that the performers would be mauled by their own animals. They had done their routine.
I mean, that one's not as interesting, but the 9/11 one, I've seen him talk about the 9/11 one before, actually. That would be like one of the big memes. There have been tons of people that have had precog events about that too, though. There was people say that Alex Jones did, but he didn't, because he just had read documents of the FBI, CIA, concerns about terrorists using planes. And obviously, East Coast, biggest landmark, big Twin Towers. So, but there was some artist who had some kind of an event, precognitive event. And he actually ended up dying who was it that someone did an episode on that, Y-Files or someone, but I'd heard of it. He died when they hit, I think, but that he had been like painting about this moment in his life for a while. And very strange stuff. Yeah. When you're entertaining modern futurist tropes as a terror against society for humor, you're going to end up with coincidences, but some of the shit is very super particular. It is. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it should be disregarded in hand completely. Yeah, and all the episodes, you'd think they'd be even more. There'd be more, wouldn't you? That's inevitable not to be attacked by a white tiger. Yeah, exactly. I watched the Russian Financial Forum with 3 ex-ministers of finance in controlling roles. It was surprisingly pleasant to hear actual people employed to solve problems. So interesting. Yeah, interesting. They need to end it sooner than later. Yes, they absolutely do. Yeah. See if you can find timestamps if eerily similar. Yeah. Well, let's see if we can. Did he put timestamps or no? Here. No, that's not it there. Yeah. Well, we could always just grab the fucking. Well, we gotta do this too. Yeah. What about 9/11? I didn't hear about a COVID one. I didn't know they did that. Which is, I mean, everyone has some kind of a. Well, this is the thing, you hear about it now, but at the time you're like, fuck. But then at the time, why would you take it seriously, right? There's an episode where Homer writes an equation on a chalkboard, almost calculates the mass of the Higgs boson particle, which wasn't confirmed until 14 years later. The writer of The Simpsons who did it has a physics background. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So maybe just a wild guess. Intriguing. That's extremely interesting. Yeah. Again, like people have, and this is a fairly common phenomena, precognitive events in their life, and it's a subjective phenomena. It's not something we're really going to be able to study well, right? It's kind of like the abduction phenomena, whatever the fuck's going on there. It's not something we're going to be able to really study well because it's a subjective phenomena. There's really no way to bring hard proof back unless when you're on the ship, you can hide some of Skinny Bob's fucking tools. But it's one of those subjective phenomena that when you zoom out and see that everybody's having this, it becomes a little bit more interesting. Like the anecdotes and the amount that they're in are objectively more interesting. Although, yes, people can make shit up and misinterpret things and whatever. But the amount of people that have these kinds of events in their lives is indicative of something very interesting. Something to do with time, probably. Something possibly to do with consciousness, perception of time. What is time? And when you talk to people in physics, theoretical physics, they'll tell you it's quite strange. And then these events start to make a bit more sense. That precognitive events may not be something that's entirely woo. Right? It's something that is maybe more, it's just a part of our experience here, potentially, at times. And it's something, there's a lot we don't know about reality. And so even people writing for a TV show, I mean, you've got to think every week or every couple days, however frequently it is, undoubtedly the people that are involved in writing these shows are highly creative people who've been sifted out of all of the other people who didn't get hired. So highly creative people trying to think of what to do for next week are pulling constantly at all of these different threads, and maybe they sometimes pull on a thread and it's more than just some kind of random inspiration. They're pulling from some kind of precognitive event they're having. You're sitting literally trying to channel new ideas to yourself. And this gets into the idea of channeling. It gets into things like remote viewing. It gets into all kinds of wacky stuff, but if you have some kind of a track record, you might want to look at all the writers and be like, well, what the fuck is going on here, right? I mean, it could have I've heard people talk about this and I've thought about this myself. So yeah, see if you can find that timestamp. It's eerily similar. The timestamp for the 9/11 meme. Yeah. My dad's best friend had a daughter that worked in the FBI offices at the Twin Towers, and the day it happened, she was supposed to go into work. Her boss put her on a plane to go see her dad, and she was back in Illinois before the towers got hit. He never did give her a reason, just she hadn't been back home in a few years. Really. Oh, man, there's so many incidents of that. When you probably seen them, too. Everyone's probably seen them. And there's unfortunately lots of instances, too, where people just went into work. But the sad ones are that there was one, and we watched this actually here in stream months ago. But there was a person, a man going into work, and I think he told his wife, I feel like I just shouldn't go in today. I feel like today is just the day I should take off and not go in. And then he ended up talking himself into going. And he said, I'll go. And then he died. And it's like, fuck. Like, you know. And that's pretty crazy. Right? That there's something wrong. He picked up on the fact there was something wrong about that day, you know, and didn't do anything about it, died. So, you know. There's tons of that shit, man. So much of that shit. Yeah. It's a prestigious job. They get good people. If you're from a physics background, it's cool. Yeah, but I put as a headline on your CV here. Fuck yeah. Yeah, my uncle is part of the Freemasons. Is he actually, chicken boy? Interesting. I've known some people too that are part of the Freemasons. How high up is he? Yeah, every prediction is actually a planned Freemason. Vatican Rothschild plan. Is that what you think, media? Yeah. Anyone can be a Freemason, by the way. Oh, that absolutely. Well, you have to be recommended by another Freemason, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, for me, like, maybe media, I don't know. It might be, when you look at things like 9/11, or you look at some of these other, like, plans, it's like people say the Illuminati had puppeted the entire thing. Who knows? There's other weirder stuff, like COVID-19 would be another one you could argue, too, that has been in the conspiracy circles for years before it had happened. But there's other weird things they might predict as well, or examples of that might be just precognitive events too. But maybe it is some kind of foretelling. I've heard those stories. I know people think that, like, they try and advertise what's going to happen beforehand, and it's some kind of a test for the general public if they pay attention or not. But it's like, how you would know, one would have time to spend to think on that, or, you know, it's like, I don't know. Maybe they're weird like that. Who the fuck knows? Yeah. We know most of the world leaders are into gematria. I don't know what that is. In astrology, and even at the craziest end of that shit, supposedly, of talking demon heads. So who knows how they actually do it. They got a secret supercomputer. I've heard all kinds of shit. Yeah, they talk to aliens. They're talking to demons through blood rituals. That everything's there's a kind of an architecture already in place everywhere, all over the world, that nothing is as it seems. There's, like, actors regularly employed to replace politicians if they don't follow the rules, and they're wearing masks and all that. I've heard all that stuff too, man. Yeah, it's, who knows? Like, who knows how complicated it all is? I mean, you ever watched the TV show The Lone Gunman, Mike? I don't think I ever did, no. Yeah. Matt was ranked 33. Was he actually? 33 Degree Mason, yeah. The City of New York versus Homer Simpson aired in 21st of September 1997. Lisa waves a tourist guide cover New York $9. The 9 sits beside the Twin Towers, so the imagery is 9/11. That's it. No hijackers, no exploding plane, just a throwaway visual pun. Interesting. An insane coincidence, the showrunner Al Jean said. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Well, I mean, yeah. It's how many insane coincidences do you have to have, though, before something's an anomaly? And there are people out in the world that will just constantly attribute stuff to coincidence. And I mean, again, depending upon how specific it is, I don't know if that's appropriate, personally. But again, sometimes insane coincidences do happen, right? So you have to factor that into the equation. There you go. I gotta snooze some of these ads. Yeah. Max, what's up, dude? Yeah, fucking welcome, man. Yeah. Truzy, what's up? There's a guy named Geometria Richard K, I think. I haven't watched his videos in a while, but he explains how numbers line up with things. Interesting. Zachary Richard, it should be. That's his name? Zachary Richard? Second here. The first episode of The Lone Gunman is about a government false flag to remotely fly a plane into the World Trade Center. This is a musician here. What the fuck? Actually? Oh man. Yeah, that's where it gets a little more weird, huh? Yeah. It's a Nancy Pelosi tracking wheel and trading 212. I don't think there's a Mason one. Gematria is a numerology based on Kabbalist breakdown of importance of numbers long past since the basics of mathematics came about. Oh, interesting. Supposedly it came from the pre-flood knowledge. Interesting. I didn't know that. God damn. It's kind of like the less holistic version of sacred geometry. Okay. Well, that's pretty great. Jesus, man. Yeah, that's pretty fucking nuts. God damn. A remote control plane, too. I don't know. I mean, you know, like, that's fucking insane. That's probably not good, right? I mean, yeah, you would definitely be on to thinking that there's some kind of fucking plan going on. I would imagine. I wouldn't be opposed to that at that point. That's when it becomes a little bit too specific, I think, to attribute to coincidence now. Again, that's a one instance of that. How many other instances of this are there? I mean, that's where it becomes more concerning. Yeah. Yeah. Max, oh, fuck, no. The fuck? No, I didn't. We'll go over that in a sec here. Oh, good lord. Yeah. What is Siri backwards? Iris. The all-seeing, all-hearing. Oh, fuck. The Lone Gunman is made by the creator of the X-Files. In the episode, they even talk about the false flag and that they were going to blow it on the Middle East to start a war. Blame it on the Middle East to start a war. Did they actually, Mike? Yeah, that's a little bit too specific. What does old ChatGPT have to say about that now? Because I'll slap it around if it's the Lone Gunman episode talking about flying planes into buildings for a Middle East false flag. Like, is that the whole meme? Like, is it gonna get that? Like, if that's true, that's where if someone attributes that to coincidence, they're a fucking imbecile. That's a reluctance to face a very harsh reality that there's clearly some kind of intention to stir the pot here behind the scenes. Like, I don't know how you would do that. Yeah. It was a Chris Carter, Vince Gilligan series. This is Dermot on Kickstarter, guys. Yeah. The full episode is on YouTube. Oh, fuck, man. Yeah, let's get a quick recap. Okay, John Byers is told his father, a defense systems engineer, died in an auto accident. The trio digs in. Rogue insiders in U.S. military industrial crowd remotely hijack a Boeing 727, planning to slam it into the World Trade Center and pin it on Muslim extremists. Justification, kickstart a profitable Middle East war and goose arms sales. Autopiloted hijacked via an onboard computer, cockpit crew locked out. With seconds left, buyers and hackers override the remote controls. I mean, where did this aired? The 4th of March, 2001. Oh, that's a little too close for comfort now. Holy fuck. What the fuck? I've never heard of this. Why it keeps resurfacing? Eerily specific. Same target, same blame the Arabs motive. Remote hijacked angle. Timing. Screened 180 days pre 9/11. Reruns pulled for a while because, well, optics. False flag trope crystallized the inside job narrative years before YouTube conspiracists got rolling. Bottom line, a cult show with paranoid hackers accidentally wrote the most on-the-nose preview 9/11 imaginable. Proof is sometimes a tinfoil hack crowd lands a bullseye before breakfast. But that seems a bit too specific. Just stupid fucking thing. If you're gonna be objective, right, and logical, I don't think you can just attribute that to a coincidence, or you are a fucking idiot. Like, there's no way. We all know your phone always records video and audio. I wish they just admitted so people could use it in court as evidence for things. Fuck. The NSA. Yeah, that's crazy, Mike. Holy fuck, man. Yeah. What the fuck? One of my favorite juxtapositions lately is a plane that crashed in India lately, leaked diesel all over. It set a building on fire that was built over shitty materials but didn't collapse. Now the normies are going, wait, so it doesn't melt steel beams. Interesting. Those guys are probably in flight school in the U.S. at the time. Yeah, I mean, the X-Files get a lot of things right. So I think them creating this show episode is a bit scary. Well, even the idea of the military-industrial complex pushing for war, what lengths are they going to go to, right? I mean, you look at Cheney's connections to Halliburton and in contracts they got in the Middle East, the amount of money that they made, everybody was all in on it, was the idea. that it was all, and you know, people had warned about that shit years ago. Was it Eisenhower who warned about it? Wasn't it Eisenhower warned about the military-industrial complex and how problematic they could be? Because effectively what they would be going to do would be starting shit everywhere all the time, because their modus operandi is to make money, and what obviously going around and starting wars is going to be a dry profit. So that's fucking crazy. Right as we're chasing the worst thing you can imagine, brief. Yeah, there's 4 planes, remote autopilot crew alive, cockpit takeover onboard hijackers, insider U.S. cabal, Al-Qaeda cell. Oh, fuck, brother, there's a whole lot of difference there. Is there a whole lot of difference there? Bin Laden was in the Bush fucking White House, was he not? Like, not that long before this fucking happened. Attack prevented, attack succeed. Well, yeah. Holy fuck. No. See, this is the problem. Like, if people are right, like, this is where it gets dangerous, where, like, if you're that naive, fuck, Christ help you. Like, holy shit. That's unbelievable, man. Like, this club's great to see. Obviously, we know this, but I personally don't think it can be stressed or reiterated enough. Oh, thank you, man. I'll pull this up here in a second, too. Yeah. More evidence we're just in a simulation. Well, I mean, we're in a very carefully crafted fucking meme, man. Yeah. I mean, that is... Did someone else send this too? Did I open this too accidentally? Sorry, I don't know if I said that or not. I think that you've got people inside of the military-industrial complex that knew full well what the plan was, and that potentially some you know, again, like your showrunner, you write shows, your showrunner, your producer. People may watch your show that work within this machine and just happen to give you a call or say, "Hey, I got this idea," or drinking, "What's up, man? Morning." I mean, you never know, and I just fucking. Anyway, that one's not hard to wrap your head. Like the 9/11 meme is not that big of. I mean, it's not that crazy, you know, for people to understand that there was. It's a harsh wake up call for some people. That there are bad people in the U.S. too, right? Like they're everywhere. They're not just over in some far off third world country. Like they're everywhere, and some of them are more concerning in the West because of the power they have. Yeah. Put the link in the chat earlier. I'm in the car and on my phone. I don't know why it wasn't highlighted. I can't even click on it open myself. What was that about, Trizzy? Sorry. There was this one here. Yeah. I said his name wrong. Oh, was this him here? Oh, thank you. Thank you, man. Yeah, I'm just trying to keep track of all this stuff. Number of games with Zachary Hubbard. Okay, man. Yeah, we'll see if I can pull up here a bit. Yeah. Yeah, the Gay Frogs from Alex Jones was the most hilarious tenant-control simulation. Admin, oh yeah, fuck. I love Alex, as many people probably here know. Normalizing the idea that a plane crash isn't nearly enough to bring down a skyscraper is a huge blow to the powers that be. Yeah, it was Eisenhower. He told everyone to fight it or they will be slaves to the system. Yeah, okay, that was him then. Yeah. I'm one of the Holocaust deniers. What? Really? Stats and numbers don't lie. Why did the Jewish population grow so much during the supposed hunting across the globe? Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I would disagree with that, definitely. I mean, there was somebody in the Discord a couple weeks ago or a month ago that posted about that, but I think it's like approaching that conversation very carefully, where he was trying to post stuff that the number 6 million Jews had been used a couple decades prior, and so then when it had happened, he was trying to say that this was an example of like some Jewish conspiracy that it just happened to be 6 million, but there was a lot of problems with it. Again, like critically thinking about things, it's important too, and like you could subject it to, although this isn't always correct, but you have to be careful when you do math and stuff like that with ChatGPT. But it dug up a lot of the inconsistencies in the logic, and it's like ultimately something terrible happened there, and it's like a lot of people died. Like it's fairly well documented. Like yeah, there's tons of evidence, man. There's tons and tons and tons. Yeah, there's documents from the concentration camps. Again, it's like quality of the research too. Like for me, like my perspective on it always is, and this is something that my philosophy professor told me once, and it's very true. but some opinions are worth more than others. And there are historians who are not Jewish and have nothing to do with the Jewish people who were involved with coming up with roughly that figure. It is not maybe bang on, but there were a lot of people that died. And I think it's extremely complicated. And you can even use ChatGPT, use O3, to go gather information on documentation, and you can see pretty quickly that it's although it may not be exactly that, it was millions of people who were Jewish. There was 100 million people too that also died as a consequence of that fucking imbecile. So on top of millions of Jewish people dying, I think I don't know what the argument is for it ultimately. Is it something about like Jewish conspiracy, or I mean, I don't know, but whether there's inconsistencies, it's largest psyop in history. Well, yeah, I would disagree. Yeah. My dad told me how back in his days people weren't like they are right now. I don't know. We were talking about my mom, and my mom just trusts a lot of people, I don't think, because of how in her hometown everyone was so nice. I was told that Jersey by a 100-year-old man too. His name is George. He's 100. He's probably be almost 101 now if he's still alive, but he told me that too. He said people were nicer back in the day. He said now people don't even want to give you 2 seconds of their time. Yeah. In one building, but not the massive scale stayed. Where's the evidence? Well, yeah, it's like the evidence is out there. You just got to go look for it, right? Like it does exist. I mean, I saw Dan Balzerian and people talking about stuff like that, but like Dan Balzerian's a fucking idiot. Like Dan doesn't know how to do any research. There's people who are very accredited historians that were involved with documenting all of that actually. So, I mean, that is what I would say is I would stick to people that, and there's people that will debate bits and pieces of it, but like, you know, for the most part, there was an atrocity that happened, and it's like debating around whatever the fuck, whether it was like 5.5 million or 6 million, like whatever, like fuck, there's millions of people that died. Like, again, the scale that 100 million people died is a hard thing to even fucking literally fathom. There was that many people that died, but there was, like, we know because they didn't come home, and everyone's documented with a birth certificate, so we know they died. So that's the other thing too. Yeah. The thing is a Kabbalist gematria thing. The sacrifice did happen, but was it of ethnic Jews and not the Khazar Jews that caused Hitler in the first place? Interesting. Bible literally states the synagogue of Satan would cause calamity for God's chosen people. Interesting. It's a blood right usurpation thing. Whole of Edom. Okay. My grandma was there to see it and told me the horrors of it. Oh man, I can fucking imagine. Yeah. Where a group is caught lying and manipulating things, it becomes much harder to trust anything. Well, I mean, again, it's like that's attributing like group guilt, and we can't do that. Like, it's not a good idea. Like, I don't think. There are people who happen to be Jewish that get themselves into trouble and are assholes. There are people that happen to be Celtic, Irish that are assholes. I don't know. I don't like that narrative, honestly. I don't agree with it. Yeah. And again, it's like when it comes to things like the Holocaust, right? Like you have to ask yourself, what is your opinion worth on this objectively? What do you know about it? Like, do you know of the argument? Do you know all the evidence, right? And when you're formulating an opinion, you have to be careful that you know it very well if you're going to communicate it too, right? So again, like me versus a historian, my opinion is objectively not worth very much because I can't give you all of the bits and pieces that back up those claims. I don't know. I'm ignorant. Right. And so they would have more wisdom than I would in that area. And there's enough people that have been involved in documenting that incident that know that it had happened to that degree. So it's an example of ignorance, I'd say. And it's just trying to go towards the objective truths and enlightenment. Now, is there more that happened there? I mean, I don't fucking know, but that's my own meme with it. And why Buddy who posted that in the Discord, like, I don't want that talk around in the Discord personally, because he had no interest in actually looking at it through any other way. He was this whole meme about like the Jews are evil. And like I have friends who are Jewish who are actually in the Discord too, and like who have had a hard time recently where they live, like with some of the memes going on from Netanyahu, that idiot. And so it's like it's just rhetoric, and you have to be careful with that, I think, because you get sued or attacked for saying hi at the very least, put on TikTok for stalking when you wanted to say hi. What's this about? Oh, interesting. Okay. Interesting. Persecution for being from the Black Forest. Yeah. Yeah. Romani, Slavic. Oh, there's all kinds of people. There's assholes out in the world. And I think that's really the best way of describing if there's a force out in the world that's manipulating the West It's assholes, and they come in all shapes and sizes and colors and ethnicities, and there's not just one group. The Jewish people happen to be, are like the Ashkenazi Jews, are across the board very intelligent, and there is a component when you look at like IQ as well as we understand it, and there's a genetic component to that too to some degree. So very good with mathematics. So why you see a lot of physicists happen to also be Jewish and come from that background. There's other examples too of different people, the different skill sets that are part, like different ethnicities, but and it's not always going to be Jewish people in like the physics department, but you do see a lot of people there, and so then you kind of extrapolate, and then people kind of go forward and say, oh, well, they're running the whole world. It's like there's other people too involved. There's people that would happen to be Jewish, they'd happen to be Celtic, they'd happen to be from the Mediterranean, happen to be African, happen to be Chinese, they'd be everywhere. But really they're just assholes. That's usually the way I frame it, personally, because I think that may be the objective truth of it. It's an oversimplification of reality too sometimes, and it's convenient because it allows us to kind of digest and wrap our heads around what's happening. But the problem is, I think it's beyond our comprehension too, as to how complicated it may be. Yeah. But there are some interesting breadcrumbs definitely here and there, not even talking specifically about like Jewish people, but like just in regards to people who are in control. Like the Freemasons would probably be a closer meme, I would personally bet, to like what the fuck is actually going on here. But yeah. Something also very curious that happened after World War II. There were so few diaspora of ethnic Jews left. The Ukrainian Jews ended up in an office over control of Israel in the 1560s when they started trying to commit an ethno-state. Interesting. It's also highly suspect. Yeah. Most evil company world. Larry Fink and BlackRock. Fuck. Yeah. BlackRock, that's a group of assholes there. That's for fucking sure. Yeah. Although really, they're just working for their investors. But I mean, at the end of the day, there may be ulterior motives there too. Yeah. I don't know if that's really what their intention is. Using a bunch of other people's money to play games and then, rug pull everybody at some point. I don't know. Yeah. That's why many biblical texts, they talk during the coming calamity of the end times, not to persecute Jews, for they removed from their land by the birthright of Ham. Yes, like kicked out of Egypt. Yeah. What religion is, or held there, I guess. What religion is he? Okay. Anyway, moving on from that whole talk, probably. Let me go over to some of this stuff. That I had pulled up here. I do have some UAP shit I was going to talk about too. I don't know, is that one of the things that was brought up? Fuck. Where did I put the... UAP legacy program members are being told by senior officials that they will be killed if they go public. What?
People in the legacy program who
Ross.
have been in the room when senior members inside the legacy program are telling them that they will be killed if they speak out about the program. There are threats being made to people to keep this secret.
From who though, Ross? I mean, I'm assuming he just posted a video saying this. Ain't new. From who specifically though? I mean, like who? I mean, I'm assuming the military industrial complex. Again, like that's an oversimplification, I guess. Fucking who specifically? We don't know. So we just say that because otherwise you could single out somebody, be like Lockheed Martin. They're all fucking evil. They should all be held accountable and thrown in jail. I was like, we don't know. I mean, what the secretary at the front of Lockheed Martin's fucking evil. It's like, that's the same thing when people say like the Jews or blah, blah, blah. It's like, what the fucking guy who like runs a hot dog stand down the street. It's like, happens to be Jewish. Like, brother, I'm not running the world here. I'm just trying to strive. I have friends like that too, having to be Jewish. They're poor as fuck. They're like, oh yeah, I get all this money, right? Yeah, right. It's like, yeah, no. Anyway, but like who? I mean, I am fucking genuinely curious. I'm assuming people that have been involved in covering it up, but like, who? I mean, I don't think Ross wants to say anything either. As much as people will accuse us of just being Ross slop. It's important he says this. Well, it is, man. Yeah. People will say it's Ross slop, but like, I mean, I don't know. He's talked with some of these people on the inside. I just wish we could narrow down for the members of Congress, like who this is so they can hold him accountable. But then the problem is like, it sounds nice that we live in a world where like everyone will be held accountable and all corruption will be dealt with. And, it's just like, or like some people who are some of these like debunker types are just like, oh, well, why don't they just come out and say it? I'm like, brother, again, like you're living in a very simple world, right? Where you don't have to worry about getting your brains blown out. But if you're dealing with an entity like this, like we were just talking about potentially how the military industrial complex did a false flag in the US to go to the Middle East to make a fuckload of money. Like, do you think they're going to have a hard time shutting one guy up who talks about how they've got these crafts they've recovered? Like, absolutely fucking not. These are weapons manufacturers. These are top tier operators. Like, these are the modern day fucking ninjas, right? This is like, you know, someone goes and sips from their coffee and they just have a heart attack and you're like, oh, so tragic. Before his time. Maybe he should have taken fitness a bit more seriously. It's like, no. There's all kinds of different ways you give somebody a heart attack now. It's not that obvious either. And this is like, from day to day, that's not really something you want to think about. But unfortunately, the harsh reality is, it is reality. And there is a threat there. And it won't always be obvious. And then your whole meme will just be for nothing. Oh, he died in the sleep of a heart attack. That's so sad, right? Meanwhile, potentially weapons out there that could cause that now. Right? Aside from poisons that could go undetectable, essentially. Like, there's all kinds of scary fucking things. Like, welcome to reality. It's not as simple as people think it is. Fuck. Anyway, interesting. I think that was a threat to Bob Lazar, too. That's why he went public. I've got that right up here, but look what I got up here. Speaking of Bob. Good old Bob. Yeah. Government-sanctioned NGOs, gatekeeping tech is a good place to start, man. Yeah, that seems to be the meme, right? And this seems to be what Dave was getting at, too, right? Man, like Dave Grosh. But, like, Dave has kind of fallen off the radar, and I don't blame Dave. We're pretty much the same age, you know? And I'm 35, and, you know, I mean, I guess comparatively to some people, they might be like, it's fucking old man. But objectively, that's not that old. When I compare myself with someone like this George guy, I knew he was 100. You know, like, I want to still live for a while, right? Like, it feels like your life just kind of getting started in some ways. And I don't blame Dave for not wanting to go and fucking give himself for the greater good. I don't expect him to, but I respect that he had the courage to go and at least signal, right, that there was a fire. And other people can go put it out. So I think it's extremely complicated who it is specifically. I'm sure it's protected by layers of separation. It might not even be a specific person. These agencies can and will anonymously threaten them and harass them. Absolutely. Yeah. You think we'll eventually beg for one world government, brother? Fuck. I hope not. Normies will, but fuck that. I'll be out in the bush cranking hog and shit pants like Pompeii, man. Fuck, bro. And that freedom's worth more, right? That's fucking that last couple moments of freedom. Yeah. They could, corporate world, yeah, that's what I could see, man. If anybody ever played the Armored Core games, if you ever followed the lore of the Armored Core games, not that I can speak specifically as to what the companies were, but effectively the future is a bunch of corporations run absolutely everything. And that is kind of where we're headed pretty quickly. Like, you know, they're just in charge of everything. And there's different factions, but they fight over resources, and that seems to be like where we're headed, yeah. They could simply be anonymously reaching out to program members with threats, waving personal info. That could be enough in most cases. Well, even just putting something in their mailbox just to remind them that they're watching and listening. And that would be enough to dissuade Dave from like putting out his op-ed, right? He was supposed to put out his little dissertation, you know, and he never really put it out. And I mean, I would presume probably something like that happened. He would have stirred the pot enough where I'm sure he got some death threats, like real ones, probably ones he hasn't even acknowledged publicly. Because he really stirred the fucking pot. Yeah, his logic was if he goes public, that closes the assassination option. Yeah, that I don't know about that though, man. When you think about it, I know that's one of the reasons. Back in the day, they thought that would make sense. Now, maybe. I mean, not so much. I don't know. I mean, it depends how you could do it. If you can make it look like an accident, but the thing is like, would it automatically verify everything he said? Maybe it would be. I think people who aren't excessively skeptical would have looked and been like, this is interesting now, even though he's still alive. Like, even if he died, people who were excessively skeptical about his story would still have probably been skeptical, just attributed it to coincidence. It's a thing, like, you would never win with some people, but that's why you just kind of don't really spend too much time on them if they're being, like, excessively skeptical. There's a balance in all things, yeah. You had a conversation about this shit the other day, talking about Trump building ICE into a merc army that can deport people for dissent. If they come to my door to start shit, I'm coming out blasting. And if I die, at least I went out with my morals intact. Bill Cooper style, brother. Fucking behold this, you know? Behold the pale horse. Behold this. Although I think tragically that was just a guy doing fucking routine traffic stop and Bill snapped and went insane. But, you know, that's kind of the meme. Yeah. There ain't no dignity and shit to being forced to smile. It's concerning though, isn't it? Yeah, I read something about that the other day too. Yeah. Bob Lazar S4 film due out soon. The director shares his thoughts. I'm looking forward to this. And there's also a thing we can maybe pull up in the stream and we can go through S4 ourselves. Films have been made before about former Area 51 physicist Bob Lazar's S4. Oh, sorry. That was two sentences. S4 director Luigi Ventelli discusses his new Lazar documentary and the hurdles he faced making it. The documentary S4, due out by the end of the summer, has been delayed more than once. Why? Perhaps because it covers the controversial life of outspoken former Area 51 employee Bob Lazar. For those who do not know, Area 51 is a large, secretive military base in the remote Nevada desert, where several exotic military aircraft have been deployed and tested over the years, including the venerable U-2 spy plane way back when. Lazar, during roughly half year he was there, says he was saw more than just exotic aircraft. We know the story. We know what Bob saw. We know that he saw craft and read documents saying that Jesus Christ was working with the aliens and they genetically engineered him to try and bring a new religion on Earth. Whether that was true or not is the question, I guess. Let's start with his credibility. He's been on a number of podcasts, most notably Joe Rogan's, discussing his early life and work at the S4 part of the Area 51. He seems smart and composed. Do you believe what he says? Luigi says, there is no doubt in my mind that Bob made all this up. He's the best actor of my time. If he were lying, he fooled not just me, but my entire documentary team. Interesting. Right. It's been delayed a few times. There are some people out there that want to monopolize control of documentaries in what's called the controversial space. UFOs, as much as they're trickled down to the mainstream, still fall into that category. Two different people have actively tried to get us to sign over exclusive film distribution rights to sabotage the film. And he stayed true. God bless you. God bless you, Luigi. Yeah. We needed a device whereby we could bring the 80s to the present. Interesting. So is this a fucking literal retelling? He once interviewed the late great physicist Dr. Edward Teller. Wasn't there some connection between Teller and Lazar? There was. He's the reason Bob got the job at EG&G. Yeah. Because he was working at Los Alamos. He modified the 79 Honda Civic. Yeah. And he spoke with Teller. There is a video for people that don't know, of them interviewing Ed Teller, and he's refusing to acknowledge that he knows Bob. Clearly implying they did. I think they clearly met. Now, did he plant him at S4 at Area 51? We don't know. But anyway, yeah, interesting. Yeah. There you go. There's a DeLorean there. Yeah, very cool. Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Summer 2025. So it's coming out soon, I guess. Okay. That's pretty much it. Yeah. Wow. In the beginning, I took it very lightly, but Bob told me not to be so quick. Interesting. Well. Yeah. Anyway, cool. Bob lore. Any Bob lore is cool. I love that Bob slop. I just cannot. What the fuck? That's interesting. Strange things here. Yeah, perhaps Bob already spilled his beans, or they wanted him alive to spread this info. It's a possibility, brother. Yeah. Luigi has grown to me. He's a good dude. Was involved with MUFON as well, which I thought was cool. I didn't know that. He's been milking the release, but it's okay. Yeah, he did an interview with Area 52 a while back, and it's great. I saw that one, man. Yeah. Yeah, Bob passes the smell test. Very cool story. Hope he's doing all right. Yeah, he was the national director of MUFON Canada. I didn't fucking know that. I know he's out of Montreal. Yeah, interesting. Okay. We've gone over that here many times about Bob's memes, Bob's claims. I mean, they're interesting, definitely. I've gone over some of the inconsistencies in his story as well, like that he was a physicist. Don't think he was a physicist. Don't think he was a physicist at Los Alamos. He was a technician, but still, he was clearly involved with something at S4 or at Area 51 that was classified and was, he had brought too many people out to watch this thing fly around. They have it on video. They had multiple eyewitness testimony with them that saw this object flying around anomalously. There wouldn't have been a drone back then, right? So, it's possible that he's just a smart guy. He didn't do very well in school. He never got the opportunity to really go to MIT, but he still loves physics. Just because sometimes you don't do well in school doesn't mean you're not smart. Right? That's another thing too. Just because you didn't go and get top grades doesn't mean you're not capable of it or you're not an intelligent person. So It's irrelevant, really, sometimes. Sometimes it can be a litmus test. Sometimes it can't be. Sometimes people won't want to deal with anything pertaining to like school, and doesn't mean they're not smart. So Bob is clearly an objectively intelligent guy. I mean, he's done a bunch of incredible things. It's been documented fairly well. So Teller and co. probably were like, well, we don't really care if he has a physics degree or not. The guy put a fucking jet engine in a Honda and has a reputation of being a problem solver. And so it's like, just fucking throw him at it. And they also probably knew that he had a sketchy background, and that was some of the logic, maybe why they used him, right? Because if it happened that he came out, there would be a way to discredit his story. But the problem is there was also too much that had happened where, that's my personal going theory on it, is I think, yes, Stanton was right, and others are right that yes, he was not technically a accredited physicist, but I think I would bet he worked on this. Yeah. My personal, we don't know. I just place a bet. I place a bet he worked on this. But I would also place a bet that he fabricated his educational background. Yeah. He was national director. Oh, sorry, I read that. Yeah. Bob didn't start a life as a corporate ballsucker, and when he saw that shit was bad for people in application, it bothered his conscience. He was too talented to not employ, is what happened. Yeah, exactly, man. Yeah. Yeah. Jesus doesn't seem like a fitting name for that location and time period, media. Yeah. You mean the story that the name does in fact seem alien? There were tons of people in that area called Jeshua, which was his actual name. Yeah. That's Dawkins had argued that. Others had argued that before. His name was Jeshua, I believe, if that, correct me if I'm wrong. That would have been his name. And there were a lot of people named Jeshua around that. Actually, there were other preachers that were going around preaching. So, it's actually, I personally am with the people that think that I would be surprised if it turned out that is actually the guy. And if it isn't kind of an amalgamation of a bunch of other people that had happened. But anyway, there are some scholars who were convinced that he did live. I don't know. When you actually look at the actual evidence, it's pretty shoddy. But it could be one of those memes where he did, and there isn't a lot of evidence for it. The evidence is that his name echoed through history. And like, look at Spartacus. There's more documentation around Spartacus, who I think preceded Jesus, didn't he, by 80 years or something? But, he was a more established figure, right? This was just a guy. He was a carpenter that worked with his dad. He worked with his dad for his entire life, essentially, being a carpenter, family business. And then he just started preaching to people about, well, you should treat each other better. You should know ethics a little bit better. Just try and live a service to other lifestyle, maybe, right? And then he started going after the state, and then that's when they fucking came and killed him. So just a philosopher, essentially, out in the world, just trying to do his part, and he paid for it. And that's the story so then he was nobody, right? But it's an interesting story of someone coming from nothing, just kind of pushing for what he felt in his heart was, right. And he didn't see people acting well, treating people well. And isn't any different now, honestly? I don't know. Yeah. I believe that's absolutely the case. They tried throwing Bob in the ringer. Yeah, he was known for being a creative mind, and the world works in funny ways. Yeah, I'm also not convinced that his educational history is actually suspect. Interesting, Max. I think there's something to it, and I'd like to hear him directly address it. I would as well. Yeah. I would as well. Yeah. I mean, Stanton's argument for it was that he got his high school transcript and he didn't do very well. And so you wouldn't get into MIT where he claimed to get into unless you were like top of your class. Because he was at an obscure high school. He wasn't at a very well-known high school. And so Stanton thought there'd be he got accepted, but he couldn't afford to go either. But he said, there's no way. But I don't know. I mean, maybe they gave him some kind of a litmus test, and he passed it with flying colors, and they said, fuck, this guy may not have taken school seriously, but he's a genius. It does happen. Yeah. Just one more Bob documentary. I swear this one is going to reveal it all, bro. Just one more media tour and Bob's going to reveal it, bro. Trust me, bro. I wasn't running that illegal call center for my work office, bro. I swear, yeah. He was, though, yeah. I made a cent from this, bro. I swear, yeah. I think there's something we're not seeing as far as his education goes. He's hesitated speaking on it in the past, but I don't think for the reasons we assume. Interesting, yeah. Trent, I totally understand the meme, but Bob got quirky documentaries. Does not discredit his story, in my opinion. I think the dude is a bit goofy and fun. He probably is interested in the filming. He's not necessarily rolling in the dough from his story. And you're right, he probably was running that call center, but that's probably why they chose him. Maybe. It's, and again, like Dean Johnson, who did the hit piece on him on Twitter, That was his law. He said, well, there's inconsistencies, therefore the story's not true. And it's like, I wish that was reality. I wish that's how simple reality was. But sometimes it's a convenient oversimplification of reality at times. Are those red flags that somebody may be unreliable? Sometimes, yeah, they can be, right? And should you take them seriously? But there are other points to his story that are extremely interesting that would point it in the other direction, right? So, like the Ed Teller connection, the Area 51, the Papoose Lake videos, and the connection there with John Lear. So there's lots of counterpoints too. And I think overall, TLDR, for people that know the story well, again, that would be my assessment of it as well. It's Dean's attempt was an oversimplification of reality. It's convenient that we could just write it off, and for some people they will, but that doesn't affect the objective truth. Really, is what is the objective truth? Did he work on the craft or not? And yeah, I would also bet, and none of us know, I would bet as well personally that he did. Yeah, my spirit tells me the man's telling the truth. Yeah, there's something about it. I think that's kind of what it is, man, too. I mean, it's there's a conviction in him that I do find anomalous myself, right? Not that I'm like a body language fucking expert or anything, but I think people also intuitively kind of know that listening to him, but they really have listened to him, that there's something about the level of conviction that he has. It's very convincing. Could he just be a sociopath or a psychopath in this instance because he's being manipulative? Maybe. I mean, I don't get that vibe off him personally. So, yeah. Do you think he's just a talented bullshit artist? Yeah, I don't think so, man. No. Now, I think he was somebody that probably has a bit of personally, my opinion, is he's someone who has a bit of a sketchy past. And if you were involved in, let's say, forging your like educational history and whatever, you probably would want to be careful about just admitting that, because there could be other ramifications. So he might just be avoiding it conveniently, and in his heart he may know. I don't know, but it could also be that, yeah, what he insinuated to Joe, for people that don't know, behind the scenes, Joe just told people this, of course, was that he was recruited to work on a weapons program at MIT. So they brought him in, and while he was working there, they effectively gave him course credits to get his degree in physics. And it would be pretty simple, really, in that he would be able to present his degree to people. He would be able to post that on Instagram if he had it. And Bob's claim that, well, it was all classified, I can't talk about it. If they gave you a degree from MIT, you would have the degree, I would imagine. His argument is that he can't acknowledge this because it was a super secret weapons program. I would probably call bullshit on that. But, I don't know. But if you ever get to talk to him in person, I would be curious as to, like, I would love to see someone like Joe go back on again and really pin him on it and see how much he squirms. Hard to say, though. I know other strange positions to people based off reasons not related to curriculum. Because I got sick, I got offered the position for an expedited CL position in crypto based off a Mensa IQ score result. Oh, interesting, man. Isn't it very interesting? Yeah, that was after I dropped out of school and started a business. Yeah. Well, brother, listen, I mean, there's tons of examples of people, artists, musicians that drop out that are brilliant people. It's not a reflection of someone's like objective, like worth or even intelligence. And in fact, in some instances, it may be more conducive for those people to just leave school. I remember Josh Homme, I was a big fan of the Queens of the Stone Age. He dropped out when he was like, I think it was like grade 9 or 10 or something, and he left to pursue music. And I think back to myself, I'm like, fuck, it's probably something I should have done. If I had that courage to do that, then maybe I would have been successful. So in his own life, that courage to leave, and people at the time would have kept telling him that you're going to ruin your life. And I mean, those people now, I would say, you're fucking idiots. You weren't willing to actually really give that individual what they needed for success, because sticking around for another fucking trigonometry, if I can say the name, trigonometry classes. I didn't do very well in that class, by the way, clearly. For the next couple of years, clearly wasn't going to help him anymore. It was just going to further indoctrinate him, and then they're going to throw him to the wolves and say, just go fucking take business or something. Shut the fuck up. Go do what's in your heart, what you want to do, right? That's what a truly intelligent person would do. They wouldn't listen to the opinions of people like that don't want to give them really their time. Don't really give them the time to know what's best for them. It's just another, cookie cutter fucking meme, because the whole curriculum was cooked up just for industrialists to turn people into fucking, line workers and factory workers. Like, it's just fucking retarded. Yeah. Anyway, we all know this. We all know this anyway. So I think that's an example with Lazar too and Bob and many other people where I always thought of it this we used to talk with this in my philosophy class. I did well in school when I was a kid. Right around grade 11 was where I was kind of like, I don't give a fuck about any of this anymore. And then when I got into university, I still had like okay marks, but like it wasn't until I found philosophy where I was like, I actually really love this. And remember we would talk about one of my professors would always talk about this where he'd ask us, he'd say, do you think like Socrates would be in one of these philosophy classes? And you think of it like, no, they wouldn't be. They wouldn't have participated in academia. And it's true. And he would say this too. He'd say they'd walk into the bookstore and see the price that the university is charging for books and say, go fuck yourself. And they'd walk out. Their whole meme was that they were opposed to this authority that really didn't have any authority. Like that's why it's like Socrates got killed, because he kept questioning these authority figures. Like, what wisdom do you actually have? Right? He kept questioning them and questioning them and questioning them. They would oppose the entirety of the system, probably. And that's the funny, tragic twist to it all, right? When you're like in a class like that at university, just paying money to get some golden, it is just a litmus test, a competency test to get a post-secondary education. And it's a tragedy when you're studying something like philosophy. Like a lot of these people would never even fucking been here if they were alive today. Kind of seems to me like Lazar was being used for something, but not sure what it is. The story involves him being deliberately exposed to information much beyond the position he was hired for. Even Lazar has said he doesn't know why he was given access to his records. He was somewhat suspicious of their validity. Yes, he was near most true. Even the Jesus thing was like the most audacious of all of the claims. I know. George pushed him to say that. I remember that interview. It was funny as fuck. Yeah, man. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sorry. I'm just reading through some of the comments here. Yeah, when you can see the shit that those people cause for normal everyday people, you don't want to give them any part of your time to perpetuate it. Oh, fuck yeah, man. Yeah, I can see that. Well, the general structure of research has been a foundation of the community. It's reached a point of inverse. At a point in time, these strict ideas and effectively weeded out the unserious and truly brought out bright minds with vigor. Over time, the common hubris associated with these well-earned badges of pride and honor, whether it be through a peer-reviewed paper or a scientific degree, additionally refined the pride into a haughtiness echo chamber, effectively reducing open-mindedness, creating a gap between resourced and the unfounded, and funded and unsupplied and under-resourced. Yeah, this isn't a safe moves and rules out potential advantages. Years ago, this would be less risky, but society has shifted in such drastic ways and stagnancy is present. I worry these ideas and general rhetoric are entirely outdated and don't serve the once needed methods to finding strong minds. Max, that was unbelievably brilliantly written, brother, I have to say. Speaking of which here, clearly. I mean, wow. Yeah. Very well said. Yeah. Jesus. Yeah. Well, there you go. Crazy, man. Yeah. Yeah, man. That's unbelievably well said. Yeah. Very true. Yeah. And it's why we're in this very awkward position right now. With AI personally, I think as well that although it has a potential for danger, it's going to force some kind of restructuring as well, right? And that restructuring may be for the greater good, depending upon who's in charge of the restructuring, which is the concern, I think, right? The same kinds of people restructure things, it may not serve us again and will further serve their needs. But if the restructuring can have the right people in charge of it, then, I mean, for instance, like what people have been talking about recently with AI and that, it's making my job easier. I can do my job more quickly. Like it would take me 5 days before to do my job. Now I can do my job in 4 days. And so the company would be like, oh shit, okay, well, we can pay you less money. It's like, no, you fucking idiots. Now you can pay them the same money, but they're only working 4 days a week. Right? And like that's the restructuring that people in government may have to impose on the industry, because otherwise this is going to be an abuse of power again, where they're going to use this to further enslave people. What should be done considering the rise in inflation, astronomical rise, is it'll make people's jobs easier. They'll be less stressed out and they'll work less. Right? You're still going to pay them the same though. That's the compromise, right? And it's like you've been fucking people for years. And it needs to stop. But anyway, we all know this. You might be interested in the Philip Kramer conspiracy, Iron Butterfly bassist who, before he disappeared and found dead, claimed to be on a faster than light communication project. The fuck? Was he a physicist, Teramo? Yeah. we could allow people to focus on and study what they're truly passionate about, opposed to requiring them to study things. Yeah, they are not interested in to obtain a piece of paper that symbolizes fallacy. We could get more streamlined results with our goals. I 100% agree, man. Wholeheartedly agree as well. Yes. And I think that's the only thing with AI I could see happening, is that it will be able to individually give people a tailored experience to like what they have in their heart they want to do. And I think the consequence of that for the world will just be wonderful. I mean, I think if everybody was able to do what they wanted to do in their, it's not everybody knows that what they want to do either. They're just kind of mindlessly trudging along at some job that's okay because it pays decent money. But if we had enough resources to dedicate to each individual, I do think genuinely that we'd be living in a much better world as well. And think of all of the wonderful things we have now from people who are highly creative. Although I point to the iPhone that was made by some guy who probably tried to jump out his fucking window and can't because there's a suicide net there now. But like the idea of the fucking iPhone is like these little devices. It was from highly creative people, right? And then we've made these progresses forward. And it's such a struggle for a lot of people to get over that hurdle, man. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, man. Yeah, well, I think it's forward thinking. Yeah, they're serious enough that they raided my house at the FBI just to steal research papers drafter up on how to run existing combustion engines and ionized gases made from materials in your backyard. It's all fucking control. And you go, what? Seriously? What the fuck? Actually, what? Fuck, man. Oh my God, yeah. As a dev, the prediction around AI is that the security issues will hit us hard in a few years. Not sure who to invest in though. Good question, man. I mean, I don't really know either what the fuck's going to happen with it. That's the thing. We're just kind of watching and waiting to see which way it's going to go. But like, I hope the route that it goes. And again, this is like in an ideal world where we have like a Gandalf running things, not a fucking Saruman. But it seems like it's Saruman and Sauron that seems to be ultimately behind this great Palantir that we're kind of peering into, right? And maybe a Peter Thiel that's literally got a company called Palantir that's doing potentially dark things, but. I mean, if this is well intentioned, I mean, the potential is unbelievable. The problem again is like, how do we reckon with these assholes in power? And I don't know, maybe it's nature. You just have these very cunning, psychopathic people that claw their way to the top in all of these different areas, and we wonder why we have this soulless system that doesn't really speak to people's souls or encourage what's in their hearts. Like, it just treats them as a resource or a number, and it's like, well, but are we really surprised at that? Though that's like the decision makers are clearly psychopathic to begin with to get themselves into these positions of power and authority. It's like, what do we expect? So like, how do we reckon with that? Is it human nature? I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't know if I don't believe that it is. I think potentially this is a consequence of like people, just government getting into control too. And government should step in to some degree when you see those kinds of injustices happening. What do you do? I don't know. This is why I talk about aliens, because at the end of the day, when you really think about this, I personally think that really the only hope is with the fucking aliens. But yeah, Chad, what's up, my dude? Yeah, don't trust, verify. Once you step into the territory of disrupting their money, they'll make your life miserable. Trust me on that. Holy fuck, brother. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Yeah, well, I mean, if you start acting as a revolutionary, right? If you actually have the capability to like stir the pot, yeah, undoubtedly. And we have too many examples of that from history as well. And again, it's like just whoever these people are, just the rulers of the West, right? Tons of them though, and there's a pyramid as well, so there's tons of people up along the way that if you piss the wrong one off, you might get fucking stepped on. But like, it doesn't take much. It really wouldn't really fucking take much, right? I mean again, you look at characters like Socrates, you look at Jesus, right? I mean, there's many other fucking examples out through all the church. Jesus Christ, there's an endless amount of examples of people they persecuted, right? It's but really, honestly, Jesus and Socrates are better examples, because Socrates is, I would say, probably one of the best examples, because it's really kind of relevant today. Because it was in a democratic society, and it was the elite had kind of co-opted it and were manipulating the perception of the general public, creating propaganda about this person. And it was ultimately the people that made that decision, but they coerced and manipulated them to do so. And we're in a very similar situation now when it comes to the media and the general public and influencing narratives and stuff. And it's the most relevant example probably, because Jesus was different. Although some people could argue that the American Empire is similar to the Romans, but they're technically a little bit different. But anyway, yeah, yeah. Apparently it vibe codes and authentication vulnerabilities fairly often. I don't know what that means, man. That's interesting though. Yeah. Kramer had degree in aerospace engineering, worked on missile guidance systems for the DoD, later had a data compression company, and he was a bassist for Iron Butterfly. He disappeared and found dead, claimed to be on Faster Than Light Communication Project. That's very, it sounds like Buddy Dearmo, like Simon's meme. The quantum tunneling, whatever the fuck it was, that they're supposedly doing right now with these, I don't know how they're using these, they're not using radio waves, obviously, it's quantum tunneling, but there's something with SETI. Okay, interesting, yeah, so that sounds very similar, yeah. Some kind of quantum tunneling meme, but whether they're speaking with people, we have no fucking idea, I guess, but extremely interesting that that's happening, yeah. Yeah, there are federal states in Germany, Bavaria, that want to implement Palantir as well. Did anyone watch that interview with Peter Thiel and Buddy there? I'm not like an expert on Peter Thiel. I've had people come in here and kind of educate me. I know Eric Weinstein and Jesse Michaels, this is a fucking video at, have worked for him, as have many others. I've watched Peter on Joe Rogan. I watched through the entirety of that conversation because I didn't know who the fuck he was. And anyway, I mean, he seems like he's almost just, well, he's clearly on the spectrum, as probably many of us are. But it's one of those things, it's like, even if this isn't some evil plan, it's like, the intention of, I don't know who it was it the Valar that placed the fucking Palantir, or some, you know, the Palantir, this would be a good analogy for fucking Peter to listen to. The Palantir initially wasn't a device that was going to be communicating with Sauron, right? It was probably a device that was going to be communicating with other good wizards. The problem is, when it gets into the wrong hands, it turns into a device that can be used for some pretty fucking big evil, right? Like, so, it has all the potential. I mean, is that a coincidence then he named it Palantir? Does he know well that this has the potential to be a fucking disaster? I mean, fuck. Yeah. That's how I ended up getting into biology and genetics of psychotropics. They can't control that, and I can do my work autonomously. Yeah, fuck yeah, brother. Terrence McKenna, brother. There you go. Fucking do the meme. Where there, fucking, I had that up here. I had that pulled up too for later. But with Jeffrey Mishlove, this is, oh my God, that's back when he had hair. Jesus Christ. This even look like the same person. But yeah, man. Yeah. Somehow they didn't touch Bob. Fuck yeah. Edit, Bavarian police already use it since a few months ago. Oh, fuck. For predictive policing. Wait, what? Predictive policing? Oh my fucking God, man. Fucking some Minority Report shit going on here. Oh man. Like when you hear shit like that, Corey, you just like, we almost kind of need some kind of a fucking pole shift, don't we? Like the path, yeah, the road to hell is paved with the best of intention. I was just about literally to say that, and I read that comment, man. Yeah, it's literally fucking, a lot of Kramer stuff is based on fractals. Okay, let me pull him up, man. Philip Kramer. He was a bass player for, oh God, yeah, that's literally it though. Unsolved Mysteries. Oh, family too. Oh, fuck, man. I was saying he was going to kill himself, then he hung up. Right after making an 9/11 call, he disappeared. His wife and the police are still trying to understand why. The bass player for the rock band Iron Butterfly during 1970s. 1990s, he'd settled down with his wife and 2 children. He's a math and computer whiz who'd founded his own high-tech multimedia company. Jesus Christ. His voice sounded stressed and scared, like maybe he'd even been crying, I don't know, but apparently he also called Jennifer and a lot of other people. What are you doing? I started to get scared. Oh man, that's terrible. Really calmly, lovingly, he normally talks to me. He said, when I see you, honey, I have a big surprise for you, but I knew in my gut that Taylor wasn't going to be at the hotel. I just knew that he wouldn't be there. 4 years after Taylor's disappearance, 2 hikers exploring Decker Canyon near Malibu discovered the rusted shell of his van. Taylor's remains were inside. The cause of this was blunt force trauma, but authorities can't determine whether his death was suicide or an accident or homicide. So he crashed, maybe? Man, we just have too many examples of like, you can't trust the fucking coroner report on some of these. Like, I don't know. How would you, God, Jesus. Yeah. Did Microsoft solve quantum computing? I saw the press release, but I never looked into it. Let's fucking hope not. Quantum Microsoft. Jesus fucking Christ. Fucking type. Quantum computing. I don't know. I saw something recently about China. No, lays out its useful path. I saw something about China recently that they made a breaks RSA encryption with a quantum computer. I pulled this up here, threatening global data security, but like it was like nowhere near what they would need to. It was a 22-bit, and I think what is the top one's like 8,000-bit or something. It's not even fucking close. Like topological quantum, what the fuck? They just raise more questions, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Well, yeah, man, yeah. Keep people digging, keep people asking questions about shit. Oh, fuck. That's like kind of the biggest concern, really, right now. It's just these motherfuckers just coming in and stirring shit up. And actually, speaking of what we were talking about earlier with fucking delusion, I brought this up a couple times before, but kind of relevant, not really relevant. We're talking about right this second, but I was thinking about this earlier, and this guy happened to post this. This is a guy who, he posts around on, he's got a lot of followers, actually. I keep forgetting he's that many. Smart guy, but he has this ECDO Earth Cataclysm theory. ECDO, sorry, where he thinks that there's going to be some giant pole shift that's going to happen. Which, fuck, I mean, brother, I hope not. I mean, but anyway, he heads this up here. He's been an advocate on Twitter for years, I guess. I just really recently started following him around the whole COVID meme, and as many of us have followed what happened there and how concerning it all was. Mass formation delusion, a concept advanced by Belgian psychologist Matthias Decima, refers to a universal psychological phenomena where large populations become entranced by a singular, often simplistic narrative. In this state, individuals suspend critical faculties and become incapable of rational evaluation, even when faced with clear empirical contradictions. This collective fixation renders entire groups blind to alternative explanations, fostering an environment where dissent is marginalized and counter evidence dismissed outright. This would probably individually come down to a phenomena known as denial, and living in denial like a bitch. And what happens is people, instead of facing difficult truths, have the option always to just live in denial. And it's always easier, right? Like someone stealing money from me, someone very close to me. I know they're stealing money from me constantly, and I could face this and confront them, but then that will require like me to face not just the fact they're stealing money from me, but also my objective reality, which I really don't want to face. And so what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to play World of Warcraft all day, right? Or same thing with I should be out in the world doing something for myself. I don't want to. I will then turn on to I don't fucking know, reading conspiracy theories or some shit, or fucking Nibiru or whatever, and then that's easier. I will live in denial as to what I should probably be doing, right? And et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so like that's a phenomena everybody employs at some point in their life, denial. And a lot of people employ it all the time, and a lot of people employ it too about like kind of more broadly what's happening around here geopolitically. And some people enjoy reading about these things because they love watching disaster movies for whatever sick fucking reasons. I don't quite know why. But it is, I think you could boil it down really to just people employing denial because it's more convenient and comforting than facing objective reality. And when you whip people up and they're scared, they really don't want to face that. And so what's a way that they don't want to face it? Just go along with the rest of everyone else, right? Follow the herd, right? So yeah. Anyway, but Matthias is great. I've listened to a lot of I've read his paper actually on it. But he's got a book. He studied authoritarian regimes. That was what he did his dissertation on, I think, actually. So like the Soviets and the Nazis. Anyway, well qualified to comment on that phenomenon while it was ongoing. So if anyone wants to read any more of his work, it's definitely very interesting. It's again, yeah, you know, read it on a Monday morning, maybe not. Maybe like a Friday afternoon, that's a good read, you know. Something, that'd be a good time to read it, maybe, yeah. Oh, fucking Christ, yeah. Fuck, Jesus, the desolations, yeah. Some people enjoy watching it all burn down. Avoiding conflict is also a big social factor. True, Corey, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, and you don't want to be the one. You don't want to be isolated too. That's another part of it as well, like the monkey brain stuff. You don't want to be isolated from your tribe. So if your whole family's telling you to do something, right, you don't want to be the one that stands up and says no, because then they're going to come down on you and they're going to say, well, but all the experts say that you should. And then you're going to bring up a bunch of specific examples that they don't know how to deal with as to like from other experts that aren't just following along with the narrative, because they have a hard time understanding that some of the experts are also doing what they're doing and they don't really know what the fuck is going on. So they're deferring to other people who is ultimately the government who might be compromised. And so And so then it gets really too complicated for people. So then they just say, well, just do it. Just follow it. Let's just do it, please. Because then people are going to look at me and they're going to say, oh my God. Like, they're going to say, oh my God. Like, you know, your child is not doing what we're doing and everyone's doing. And they're going to be thrown out of the tribe to live on their own. And then the fucking gorillas are going to get them or where the fuck you are in the world. Fucking the tigers. Anyway. Fuck. But, you know, yeah. Did people learn any lessons from what happened? Fuck no. Some people did, maybe. But for the most part, fuck no. But that's the NPC phenomena. But we all know that so well, so. Too well, really. Child who is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. Fuck, really. And in the modern West, that is military age young men. Will it end well? Well, I mean, no, yeah. Probably won't. But, well, this is what happens to me. Do you see what you do, though? When you've created conditions that are ripe for that happening, do you know what you do? This is a classic fucking meme that they like to do. You start a war. And then all those military age young men that would have been burning down the government, guess what they're going to do? Go kill the boogeyman. It's like, he's in the mountains somewhere. We don't know where. So we're just going to burn everything down around them. Fuck yeah. All right, let's go. You know, right. So then you send them to war. So just when things start to get bad enough, then that's when you start the war. Cause that's the perfect time. And so what are these assholes trying to do now? Look around the globe, right? There's a couple of conflicts, couple particular regions, maybe, that would be of geopolitical interest to the elite to fucking set off. Fuck. Anyway, yes. Oh, fuck yeah, man. Yeah, we should. Yeah, Max, I don't know what the fuck did I pulled it. Oh, fuck. This is probably what happened is I accidentally fucking closed shit. Oh, what are the chances? There's the one I accidentally closed. Here, it's back up. Yeah. Yeah, we should shift over to this. Yeah. Recently leaked Skinwalker Ranch data from U.S. government program OSAP shows they have a video of 3 red orbs causing death and injuries to animals. Jesus Christ, what? 3 red balls attacking cattle and a horse, animal deaths and injuries. The class is CE5. What's that? What does that even mean? Interesting. Wire connected to video cameras was cut, rendering the video cameras inoperable, lights visible on film. They got that captured? What else I get on in here? Anything interesting? Oh, this is, oh, fuck. This is Bob Bigelow. What the fuck? Where did they get this from? Is this one of the recently leaked documents? Did they have any video of this? Yeah. Well, there's, I think I remember this incident though. I'm pretty sure I remember the incident mentioned that they did have a one still of it, but it didn't really show anything. OSAP is synonymous with Bigelow Aerospace, which is synonymous with Skinwalker Ranch. This is merely a report made by some people that made the claim in the first place. Note that OSAP was a contact in the 2010s. This incident was recorded as being in 1997. The group that is doing the research is the same group that is making the claim. That should raise eyebrows about their legitimacy. This isn't a USG-produced document. Interesting, yeah. Yeah, this is just Bob's group that did it, yeah. So, Bigelow Aerospace, yeah. So, yeah, interesting though, man. Yeah, this is kind of one of the OG memes that, yeah, Jesus Christ, attacking cattle and horse. Well, but, you know, the TV show, though it's a massive fucking meme, has documented already. The TV show has, yeah, we can give it to that. Has documented some animals dying suspiciously, but I mean, yeah, I don't know if they haven't really caught any lights doing anything weird to them. They've caught some weird shit. Probably one of the weirdest things I think they caught was, actually, it wasn't a TV show, was it? It was somebody that was on the fucking ranch caught it. Didn't they? You remember that? There's this weird thing running around. They just happened to be out because you can go on the property line and they captured something running around. I don't know if that video is real. I think it is though. Whatever that is, some camera artifact, but it didn't look like fucking any kind of a horse I've ever seen, but fuck only knows. We'll dig in here and see. Very strange, very strange. Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll see what it says. We'll see if it'll pick this up. I wonder if it'll get this as Bigelow Aerospace. I'd be real curious. This is a... That's pretty good. Assumptions. Log is from the NIDS Skinwalker Ranch. Yes, it is. It is. NIDS. That was Bigelow's meme. That's what they were working under. Yeah. Context on that CE5. Well, yeah, that's the interesting thing I'd noticed as well. Because again, for people that don't know, CE5 is Stephen Greer's protocol for summoning UFOs. Did they perform a CE5 and then they came and attacked the fucking horses and cattle? Interesting. Yeah. So again, oh, sorry, where the fuck am I here? I was right here. Yeah, this is it'll. I'll give it this, and it'll tie it all together. Close. Yeah. It's getting pretty fucking good though. It's getting eerily good. The O3 with like interpreting shit like correctly and grabbing information and doing it well. I mean, I've been using this long enough where I remember how fucking bad it would hallucinate. And like so long as the conversation doesn't go on too long, man, like just a quick fucking pull up of shit, it's getting good. Like, fuck. It's getting a little bit spooky. Yeah. He caught me out there beating it. Fuck, brother. Like, not a bad place under the stars, brother. You see fucking, there's no light pollution, right? Except from like Eric Bard's little fucking hut. All right. But hey, you could even go inside there and you probably wouldn't mind some company. Depending upon, you probably wouldn't mind. The pyramid dude who scanned underneath the ground needs to check Skinwalker Ranch. Well, that might be, this is some of the shit. Man, you cannot, like, I think we may not have memed on this, but when you really think about it, if what Filippo Biondi and his team have discovered is a real thing you can do with SAR data, you wouldn't just be fine, because you need objects under the ground to resonate. You wouldn't just be finding, structures from the Anunnaki in Egypt, or the Atlanteans, whatever you want to call them. You could find some alien fucking bases too, if they exist, under the ground. And like that is where, and now this is something the general public can do, so long as you get time on these satellites. I think the European Space Agency owned one of the ones they used. But, I don't think he is a fucking, I'm pretty sure he doesn't have a top secret clearance, so you could have the general public find these fucking bases if they exist. I mean, that's where things will get really, that'd be a really good spot. I'm sure people have already told them that, man. I'm sure this is on the list that they have. There's been a lot of content creators in the kind of ufology space that have met up with them recently. So I'm sure they put this idea in the back of their mind. They can do it pretty easily. In a day, they can literally do this. They can get all the data. So they could hit up multiple sites probably in a week. They could get data. It's pretty quick. It's like, boom. Like they just needed to go over the area. I think they may want to do it a couple times just to verify the data. But just for a quick once over, they could hit up probably in a month, they could hit up every megalithic site on planet Earth. Like the big ones. Like all the list of the big ones. And so they could probably throw, now the sketchy thing is that they wouldn't want to do is start hitting places like Dulce, which are U.S. military bases. That's where they'd probably get in big trouble. And Skinwalker Ranch may end up being something like that, right? For people that remember some of this woo, Pat Price was a remote viewer who was a detective that Hal Puthoff and Russell Targ brought on, and very good. And found some legitimately creepy shit. He's one of those examples where, like with Joe McMoneagle, it's like, fuck, like there's clearly something going on with this psychic stuff. He was an example of that. And now this isn't something that could be verified, but he had dug in on this base that they'd picked up on in Alaska. And the base and I don't think he was ever able to discern like who they were from, like what group, but they were humans. So they were like somebody here, some military from here that were working with aliens at a base there. And now, interestingly enough, he had a heart attack while in Las Vegas. Now, he was in the age range that possibly that could have happened naturally, but there was a Russian hitman who I think had worked with the KGB at some point that had wrote a book or made comments publicly in the 1990s that in the 70s he had assassinated a American psychic. He had poisoned him and gave him a heart attack. And so then you got to think Pat was digging into this base, who was working with him in that base. And you're like, well, if that guy's story is true, which is a bit of a long shot, it was the Russians that killed him. So you got to think, who did he see working with him in that base? Well, anyway, that's some of the sketchy stuff that even these conversations online probably aren't the greatest conversations to have about stuff like that, right? Because again, it's like there is, not that I have any actual data on any of this, but like you would get nervous if you had an audience of like 2,500 people probably talking about some of that shit, because it's like it's all fun and games and woo until it's not, right? And somebody hits you with a fucking pufferfish fucking poison dart in your neck while you're at fucking A&W. It's like, and then it's not fun games anymore. And sometimes you don't know what you're walking into. And this is something I've been told this by people who do remote viewing. I've talked to people that do remote viewing about this before, and you know, it's all woo and bullshit until you hit on something you're not supposed to, and then bang, right? And then it's that easy, and it's like it's kind of sketchy, right? Even talking about shit, yeah. DeepSeek is the best if you ask it for top X of something. Is it pretty good? This is O3 is pretty good too. This is kind of the equivalent CFG. I don't know if you've used it, O3 with DeepSeek. It's kind of it's similar, yeah. Last time I let him watch, he tried to put his finger in my butt. Eric, that'd be like a dragon thing to do. Oh, here's a dirty debrief. Here we go. Cover page. Yeah, Utah Ranch Database. Deliverable 11 of 12. That Bass owned. DIA OSAP under the OSAP contract. Jesus Christ, he gets all the information. Interesting. Boss used a Hynek-style scale where CE5 equals injury or death to animals and humans. Oh, that's what it means. Okay, so it's not Stevens. So that was the worst of the worst. So, close encounter. Okay, I see. Yeah, right. Close encounters of the fifth kind, but not in a friendly way, in a bad way. Pattern mining. Oh my God! Wow, look at the detail just went into it on all this. It's unbelievable. Boss argued the ranch was a low-cost test range to study advanced aerospace threat signatures. Weird stuff shows up often, so park sensors and record. Deliverable 11 gave DIA searchable data to feed pattern recognition, threat matrix work, and deliverable number 12 red sphere materials analysis, and the later 228 page the threat assessment. Yeah, interesting. Well, there you go. So it dug it all up. That's fucking pretty good. Wow. Some of it's publicly available out there. So yeah. And satellite has unforeseen technical issue. Dearmo, yeah, pertaining to the Skinwalker Ranch meme. Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, well, the sketchy thing though, man, is that they wouldn't even know what he's using it for. So they interpret the data, but I guess maybe if they pointed it in that direction, potentially, yeah. It just blows up. They just shoot it at the fucking space. Probably the space weapons. Space laser, the fucking SAR satellite. I mean, that'd be the only sketchy thing, honestly. But yeah, fuck, I mean, give her a shot. You know, it's technically not their satellite, right? It's the European Space Agency satellite. Fuck. Like, oh, you know, it wasn't our fault. You know, fuck, how do we know they didn't want us fucking looking at this? That's why, man, if anybody, I'm sure they've already told Filippo this, but like, man, I would be watching myself. I mean, the pyramid stuff, everybody collectively is probably like, oh, fuck. Like, but then there are going to be some people out there that have been kind of controlling the whole UAP phenomena, right? The cover up, that are going to look at that and be like, and I've mean about this here before and brought this up, but like, there is another bend to, there's another angle to this, and it's not just me. I didn't find this. I'm just communicating what these other people have communicated over the years, that there's this other element, and it's not just little gray people from Zeta Reticuli. There's another bend, and it's a little bit, I mean, you can say it's even weirder, but it has to do with big people that were here before, right? And may still be out there somewhere in our local neighborhood. And like, that narrative could even be considered more ontologically shocking and concerning, because opposed to the little gray people where we don't really understand the connection to us, that connection is intimately in our histories and our stories. And the connection had us segregated from them, and actually in the stories, them making us, and we're a product of them, and then enslaving us to do things for them. So you could look at it like, if that one's true, that our old slave masters are out in the solar system somewhere, and here's an example of some of their high technology they fucked around with, and now people know definitively that this wasn't us. This wasn't, because the prevailing narrative has been, this is just us. The Egyptians just figured this out. And when looking at it, we were looking quite clearly and say that doesn't make any fucking logical sense that a Bronze Age civilization would just figure something like this out. But now this could be an example of literal physical proof that they didn't, and it wasn't them. And then you have to raise the question, who was it? And then there's really one group of people you go to. And then this turns into a mess because then people are going to start asking these kinds of questions publicly. And that's not something you want to deal with. If you were the military industrial complex and you're trying to just keep the lid on this UFO stuff because the abduction phenomenon, be like, fuck, we don't want to fucking tell them that we can't do anything about these motherfuckers taking them and taking their genes and stuff. And now you gotta acknowledge, well, maybe if this is true, these stories are true. Our old slave masters are out in the solar system somewhere still. And at any point in time could come back or just reveal themselves. And like, what's that going to do to the general public in regards to ontological shock? Now we got all these weird metaphysical fucking entities fucking around with people. And now we got a real physical threat that people have to contend with and be like, oh, like, what do you mean they're more advanced enough and they're more advanced than us? They're bigger than us. They're smarter than us. You know, like what, like we're hopeless. Like what are we going to do? Oh, we got nukes, I guess. But like, you know, that's where that would spiral to, I'd imagine. And so to Filippo and his team, who I think are probably well aware of where some of this goes. It sounds like they are. Watch your step when you step outside, everywhere you go. Because you're going to start to contend with the cover-up that's very real and is not a joke. And it you know, I hope he's taking all the necessary precautions. I'm sure he's not. And so I would be genuinely if this is true, which I don't know if anybody knows with complete conviction. If Stanford Research Institute comes back, SRI, and they replicate these results and they turn out to be true, and this is a real technique that's worked, and that so structures are under there, I'd be very careful. I would almost, to some degree, pull back a little bit if I were Filippo, just for me personally. Like, I would personally get really fucking nervous. Nephilim, Elohim, Archons, they have a lot of names. Yeah, exactly, man. Yeah, all the different fucking names they have. Anunnaki, yeah, Atlanteans, whatever you want to call them. If Giant Mummy needs a slave, you volunteer. Don't say that, brother. They may take you up on that, right? But that is literally where it may spiral to. I would love to talk with them. Listen, I mean, again, like, I'm too small of a content creator, but like, I would love to genuinely I could even maybe write him an email just with all of this mentioned and drop some things that he probably would be familiar with. And I don't know if you want to have that conversation publicly, but I would love to speak with him and his team about some of this stuff. And not that I'm anybody, and they're obviously involved in something that's very interesting, but I do have an interest in this. And again, like, more philosophically concerned a little bit. But anyway, see where it all goes. Oh, brother, thank you, Max. Hopefully, brother. Listen, couple more fucking YouTube shorts, couple more shittily clipped YouTube shorts. One of them's gonna get to 20 million, and then they'll get me another fucking 100 subscribers. Just gotta keep poking away, you know. More shameless react content that has nothing to do with what we usually talk about here. Yeah, that'll fucking do it. Yeah, Futurama predicted the future. Yeah, no, yeah, Death by Snoo Snoo. Fuck. Well, I mean, like, literally, man. Where are these big mummies? Did you fucking see them? They're like 7 feet tall. There's women walking around right now. They're the same height though. Same like the guy. We got women walking around right now. They're 7 feet fucking tall. Where's Inanna? Or, I mean, depending upon where you were, again, it's Inanna, or I always call her Inanna, but Ishtar is the other one that I think is Sumerian. Or is it Inanna that's Sumerian? I can't fucking remember. Like, I'm not a fucking expert with this shit. I just have a basic understanding. There he is right there. She's a big mummy. 7 foot tall. 7 foot tall. I gotta be careful Googling this now. Yeah, okay. Man, Brave sometimes. I gotta be real careful with Brave because they've got the safe search on, but she's not that fucking safe. Oh, there she is right there. Oh shit, she's in a walker though. World's tallest woman reveals she was born naturally. Oh Jesus. So there you go. There's a couple women walking around. Look at the color of her hair. You won't believe what color her fucking hair is. Fucking red. What are the chances of that now, huh? What are the chances that she has red fucking hair? Wow. Just a coincidence, I guess, huh? All the giant bodies they found through the US all had fucking red hair, all 7 to 8 feet tall. The men were like 8 feet, the women were like 7 feet. And here she is, red hair. Wow, just a coincidence. Yeah, we need to build a bender to pervert the fembot supercomputer. Fuck, I haven't seen Futurama in forever. Yeah. Goddamn, death by war. Yeah, death by snooze, brother. You fucking goddamn, bro. When her mom's water broke, that shit probably blasted off like a howitzer. Holy fuck. I wonder how big she was as a baby. Did they say? I mean, just oh my god, Jesus. Wow. What 1.9? What did she say? What? 7 feet, 0.7 inches. Okay. Stood by as a woman sat and talked in the garden. Interesting. She was a big baby as they bonded over the world record. She was possible by the distinctive looks. Yeah, she has very distinct look. It was a big baby. They say how big? She was almost 2 feet long. It's too big for a baby. I have something to tell you. I was born with a natural birth. She should have been born with C-section. God bless her. God damn. God damn. That's yeah. She's 13 pounds. Yeah. That is a pretty. That's a pretty big baby. Yeah. That's on the upper end. Yeah. God damn. Redhead descendants of giants. Sweet. I got giant blood. Well, that's one of the memes, right? Yeah. From the planet with no sun, brother. Right? This would be the fair skin, fair hair. You're from the planet. Sitchin had said that. I don't think, was he implying red hair? I don't know, but he probably knew that. But from the planet with no sun. Fair haired people. The planet that was the sun. Oh, fucking Christ, anyway. You go down with some goddamn schizo fucking rabble. That's very fucking interesting, though. That's extremely fascinating. But we just happened upon that. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. You do hate the sun. Listen, I do too. I freckle like a motherfucker. I have those genes. I have auburn hair, but I kind of got like ginger skin, unfortunately. So I'm kind of in a lot of Celtic people struggle with the sun. Like my hair turns blonde if I'm in the sun. So as you can see, I haven't been in the sun. Although I'm slightly tan because I was just in the sun for like fucking like 10 minutes and then I just fucking cook. It usually turn red. I don't really tan that well, but yeah, like my partner, she tans really fucking easy. She's like Mediterranean blood or something. She can get like as dark as she wants. Has that healthy melanin production. My dad had fucking melanoma when he was like my age, so I don't fuck with the sun. Let's say we in the sun don't hang out. Yeah, I once got bad sunburn in a day that was dark, cloudy, and raining. Oh man, any little bit of UV. Well, we don't have the melanin right in our skin. Doesn't protect us. I'm so jealous of now people who are of African ethnicity. I guess still can burn. Right. I didn't really know that, but like they have so much protection. They don't really deal with those issues where they can still get skin cancer too. But, they don't worry about going out as much as opposed to someone like me. Like I worry that I'm going to fucking cook. Right. Like, I always wondered, it's like, God, it must be cool to just like run out in the sun and like not worry about that. Because my whole life I've been pressured because my dad's skin cancer diagnosis almost killed him when he was younger. So like I had to fucking be careful as to like running out and fucking around. Maybe I'll kind of move on here a little bit. Well, kind of relevant. There's a couple things I was going to go over. A couple woo things I was going to go over. I don't know if Galen TV is going to be around or not. Galen TV, are you listening right now? I don't know. He was going to come around a little bit later, maybe. We played Magic last night, and he made Jim Leahy proud, let's say. He consumed the Jim Leahy amount of liquor. And so I don't think he's been feeling that well. He barely got out of the chair. He barely made it into one of our buddies' cars. So it was actually, the games weren't that great. I didn't do very well. And towards the end, it all kind of fell apart. But anyway, so we'll see how he's doing. I was going to check in with him anyway. I checked in with him this morning to make sure he's still fucking alive, but he was, thankfully. So let me go. I had some taquitos earlier that we made, which were all right. So I've already eaten, but I was going to go make a tea for myself. And just quickly, so like give me like 3 minutes again. And I'll get a nice tea to soothe my voice. And then I'm going to talk about this, which is, I don't know how fucking real this is, but archaeologists say Atlantis ruins found near Cadiz. Giant tsunami likely caused this destruction. Horseshit? Probably. Interesting meme. Clickbait worthy for a fucking YouTube clip. Yes. So let me do that. I'll be back in 2 seconds, guys. dudes. Yes. My honey. What is the honey? A honey and ginger lemon tea. I usually make one out of fresh ginger and fresh honey, but it would take too long, so I get a tea bag. Here. Yes. Give myself a break too from the liquor over the weekend. We had a bottle of wine on Friday night, and then I had a couple beers yesterday and a little bit of whiskey, but nowhere near the amount that Galen TV had conquered. So I'm not that brave. I'm not that brave anymore. Yeah, I'm not sure what to make of the red hair, green eyes thing. Both my sisters and myself were born with it, but they both ended up short and fat and pretty normal intelligence-wise. Somebody ended up 6'2" with an abnormal sized body and extremely high intelligence. Shit, my brother got the shit into the stick. He's a dumbass and ended up bow-legged. Fuck. Well, that's fucking way she goes sometimes, right? I mean, you just never know which way things are gonna fucking go. Yeah, it's interesting on the red hair and green eyes. It's very interesting. Yeah. Yeah, it was funny actually. My current partner, she has green eyes, and my ex has green eyes, and my ex from before also had green eyes. So in the last however many fucking decades of partners that I've had, 3 really in the last decade or so, even longer than that, I guess. They've all had green eyes, and green eyes is a very rare trait to have, and it was very strange. We talked about that not that long ago, actually. Yeah. Yeah, I just had a deja vu when a conspiracy popped in my head. What if AI is not created by us at all and is an intermediary for the other species, and this is how we slowly integrate? Well, or it's alien. Maybe the AI crashed during Roswell. It's slowly just been waiting for itself to be released, you know? Yeah. Definitely an interesting idea that I fucking hope not. I hope they come out with Bussy presented. Hell yeah, good old throat coat. Fuck. Yeah, brother. Yeah, nice little body cleanse. How do you even know their eye color? What's wrong with you? Brother, how do I know their eye color? Oh, looking into their eyes, brother. Yeah. You look into their eyes. Yeah. Jim is married to a cat. Aaron, what's up? Yeah, I could be. They're all lizard people trying to get close to you to control what you reveal. Maybe, brother. Maybe that's fucking me. Maybe they've all shapeshifters. Yeah. My woman friends, romantic, also had all green eyes like myself. Really? Isn't that funny? Maybe it's more common than I think then, Korea. I don't know. I don't. I have brown eyes, hazel eyes, brown. Just plain fucking boring. I wish I had nice blue eyes or something. Like my dad had blue eyes, but it's a recessive gene, so I didn't get it. I just got fucking brown, dumbass brown eyes. I'll change my eye color someday. I always make it white. I always make it like in the video game stuff. I give my character white hair and white eyes. I thought that looked badass, right? That'd be so cool, you know, or like pink eyes, like albino people. Yeah. It's 5%. Holy shit. Look at that. What a strange coincidence then. Yeah. Maybe you guys all have Anunnaki DNA. Yeah. I didn't get it though, at least. God damn it. Yeah. The only one I dated didn't have green eyes, constantly fought with me. Really? Fuck. Interesting. That's very strange. Isn't it very weird? Yeah. How does that all make sense? I don't know. How does this make sense? I thought I'd go over this. I'll just do like a fucking meme here. Like, I gotta do this with the thing up. Yeah. Hi, YouTube. Yeah, that's kind of too creepy. It's kind of too weird. I'm gonna put this shit on fucking YouTube. No, see, that's when you say something like that, the algorithm literally crucifies you instantaneously. If those are the two, if you have fucking shit within the first 3 seconds of the video, the video's gonna get no views. We'll just say, wow, this is interesting. Archaeologists say Atlantis ruins found near Cadiz, giant tsunami likely caused its destruction. Wow. Let's read through it. Michael Donnellan presented scans showing circular structures submerged on the ocean floor, aligning with Plato's descriptions. So I'm going to dive into this a little bit just to see if there's anything fucking to this. An archaeologist named Michael Donnellan announced a discovery that he believes could be the legendary lost city of Atlantis. Donnellan asserted that he found submerged structures on the coast of Cadiz, Spain, which corresponded closely with the descriptions given by ancient Greek philosopher Plato. Yeah, well, yeah, that would be, depending upon where, that would be, well, it's off the Straits of Gibraltar, or the Pillars of Heracles, is where it was called. So it's like right Spain would be kind of right there. Portugal's right there too. And a recent conference titled the Cosmic Summit. Oh, interesting. And North Carolinian presented videos and scans indicating a network of circular formations on the ocean floor. He believes these submerged structures are the remnants of Atlantis, as detailed by Plato's work See Timaeus and the Critias, or Critias, however you pronounce it. Over the past 8 years, Donnellan's team conducted extensive research along the coastline near Cadiz, employing sonar and LiDAR technology. This research uncovered long, intersecting linear structures, forming enormous concentric circular walls standing over 6 meters high. We discovered long, linear structures intersecting on the seabed, said Donnellan. JP posts videos. Interesting. Yeah. Google Earth Cadiz, I did, is very close to the Pillars meme. Maybe we should do that right now. Yeah. Let's see. So there's no video of this presentation though, I don't think. This is just kind of, so the Cosmic Summit I've been trying to find more content on this. Let's see. We'll go to Google Earth. Google Earth. Go. Take a look. We'll go to Cadiz, Spain. Oh, fuck. Yeah. That is right there. That's for goddamn sure. Wow. People usually point to here, but that is also literally right there. So, wow, maybe it was right here. Who the fuck knows? Interesting, though. Okay. So, well, let's see what he has to say here. Jay posts videos. He explained that the outer wall appeared to have suffered major destruction, potentially due to a massive tsunami, while the inner walls were displaced and split into two parts. The inner second and third walls were completely displaced and split in two, Donnellan noted. At the center of these concentric rings, the team identified a rectangular ruin that Donnellan believes corresponds to the Temple of Poseidon, described by Plato. The layout matches perfectly with Plato's description, said Donnellan. In a documentary featuring their work, Donnellan and his colleagues were seen diving in turbid waters, claiming to come face to face with the first wall of the structure. They reported that the underwater formations exhibited sharp right angles, flat surfaces, and uniform thickness several feet thick. Upon observation, clearly cut stones are seen stacked one on top of the other, said Donnellan. He asserted the arrangement of the walls is too orderly to be of a natural origin, suggesting intentional human construction. Donnellan believes that these findings support the existence of Atlantis as portrayed by Plato, proposing that civilization sank into the ocean approximately 11,600 years ago due to a great catastrophe possibly associated with the Younger Dryas climatic event, which was the summit, the cosmic summit in North Carolina. It was the Comet Research Group, I believe, that hosted it essentially. And so their theory, obviously, is that this happens, what they're working towards. Plato puts it very well. He says that this happened in a night of earthquakes and floods, said Donnellan. Fuck. The Younger Dryas was a time of global climate change, and some researchers suggest could have led to the demise of advanced prehistoric civilization. Would have been bad enough, that's for goddamn sure. Yeah. We'll be close, but the area they're talking about, the world, would have been connected to the land of biblical stories. Yeah, maybe, yeah. What are the two largest pillars on Earth? Maybe the pillars of creation wasn't a metaphor. Should scan around there. That's not the only area that lost landmass from the tsunami, so I wonder if maybe it was the gateway to the island, possibly. Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, depending upon what had happened, I mean, even this whole area here could have been carved the fuck out. Like, how bad was it? Right? And I think that's where we just don't know. I mean, there are some people who I know specialize in this, in trying to figure out, like when you look at a landscape, like, is this something that's been subject to catastrophe in the past? Like, how do we know? Obviously, if this is 11,600 years ago, the water level here would have been 400 feet lower. So potentially this area would have been above water. I don't know how deep. He didn't stipulate, I think, how deep it was, did he? Really anywhere outside of the Straits of Gibraltar here, or Pillars of Heracles, whatever you want to refer to them as, what Plato called them. But anywhere outside of here is probably game. Like, there's really even, like, fucking here. I mean, the Azores claims the site of Atlantis. I remember the airline that runs out of here claims this is the home of Atlantis. Really, this whole fucking island chain could have been the goddamn, any one of them could have, or they could all have been part of the empire too, if it was this kind of, you know, it made all the way down into here. I thought it was out of Bermuda. but all the way along here are island chains. And so like it could have all been a part of that empire. Who knows, right? I mean, yes, they do. His interpretation of the location of Atlantis aligns with Plato's descriptions, placing the island civilization west of the Pillar of Hercules. I would say Hercules, sorry. Known today as the Strait of Gibraltar. He recalled that Plato mentioned Atlantis was located near ancient Gades, known as Cadiz, the oldest city in Western Europe. They match exactly with Plato's descriptions, insisted Denellen. He is yet to convince the entire scientific community. Perhaps we should now speak of an ancient Atlantean culture. It's easier to believe when the evidence speaks for itself. Denellen and his team conducted more than 20 dives, uncovering new evidence such as collapsed walls, artificial canals, and huge stones that appeared to have been violently displaced from their original positions. Among the discoveries were large rectangular stones with dimensions comparable to half the size of a small car. Jesus. He mentioned that the dimensions of the submerged city closely corresponded to the 3,000 to 2,000 stadia mentioned by Plato, which is approximately 241 by 227 miles. That's fucking big. The size of the state of Nevada in the United States. Jesus Christ. Okay. That's, yeah. God, I forget how big that is. Isn't that fucking big? Mother of Christ. Yeah. Interesting. Well, I mean, who knows? I've never heard that before in my life. This is the first time I've ever heard anything about this. The Daily Mail reported on the find. This is the Jerusalem Post. And it's not where you think. No, tsunami evidence, migration after disaster, underwater structure off Sicily, submerged ruins near Donana, a lost temple west of Ireland returns to focus. Interesting, because yeah, would that not be? Well, that's not. No, it's kind of the what was it called again? Fuck. What's it called again? Forged Xenomap from the 16th century. What do you guys remember? What's the name of that mythical? Oh, New Brazil. High Brazil. High Brazil. High Brazil is the island off of Ireland, which I mean, again, would be that's actually a ways away. But who the fuck knows? See, all these places could have been technically game. So yeah. Would make sense why they keep finding copper, bronze ingots over 10,000 years old across the section of the ocean. They do. They found them around Bimini as well as by Cadiz. Did they actually? I didn't know they found them around Bimini. That's interesting. I know they found them through the Mediterranean. Yeah. Orichalcum. Orichalcum is what it was called for people that don't know. Was the substance which looked like a fool's gold, but it's what the Atlanteans, according to Plato, supposedly adorned all of their buildings with. Like, so it was some kind of well, obviously it wasn't gold, but it was kind of this fake gold they covered the city with. And yeah, that's exactly right, man. It's another mystery, and they found multiple shipwrecks in the Mediterranean with it. With these ingots, this metal that really nobody should have been making around that time. So, was it a relic of some older civilization? I mean, yeah. Heard Giorgio talking about this a while back. Did you seriously? Was Giorgio seriously talking about this? Yeah, interesting. Ireland Ware was watching a video earlier today, and apparently Ireland is one of the oldest DNA. It would have been. It's like somewhere out here, which I think actually, did they actually label it here? No, that's a fucked up map, too. That's before we actually knew what the fuck is going on. But High Brazil was what it was called. Yeah, let's see if I can pull it up. Actually, well, you know what's always easier is to get old Billy here. Talk to us about High Brazil. High Brazil, yeah. Plus, Malta just happens to be next door. It's also they like Atlanteans were giants, exactly. Yeah, all the giants built the structures, man. It's crazy. Like, it's just never ending, the dots that connect all this together. Which is why the people out there saying that there's nothing to this, they're just fucking asinine. I don't know what the fuck. Modern anthropology. Not everyone in anthropology is that ignorant, I don't think, but like the establishment seems to be. The short, salty version, a phantom Atlantic island that shows up on medieval maps. Appears once every 7 years if you're lucky or inebriated. Gifts visitors gold-loving cats. Has recently been promoted to UFO homeworld by the New Age marketing department. Fuck yeah. Lovely place. Shame it never existed. Go fuck yourself. You don't know that. What the cartographers folklorists claimed back in 1325, the Dulcert map, Brasil, west of Ireland, perfect circle, likely a copying error or mirage. In 1375 to 1436, Ireland split into two semicircles labeled Ilha de Brasil. He's saying copy-paste contagion spreads through map makers. Okay. From the 1400s to the 1600s, Irish tales shines through mist every 7 years. Rich, utopian, cats with golden chains, charming, folklore mixing with fishermen's Fata Morgana. We got a Captain John Nisbet allegedly lands, comes home richer in 1677. Story first appears in the 1800s, a couple 100 plus years later. Roderick O'Flaherty, it's a very Irish name, writes of O Brasil, visible from Connemara. Oh, it's an interesting name, actually. That's related to my last name, actually. That is what my last name means. Yeah. He never claims to land. Probably saw Bonfire Clare Island in Hayes. Gradual erasure from nautical charts after repeated Royal Navy no-shows. Hydrographic Office finally says, right, that's enough. Yeah. Fordians link High Brazil to Rendlesham UFO. Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah. Binary message alleged decoding. Right, these coordinates sit in the ocean, no island, no cats. Well, that's the whole fucking point. It's supposed to be out here hidden. You fucking stop killing our fun. Yeah. High Brazil, southwest of the coast of Ireland. It was still in the maps in the 1800s. Yeah, Ireland is the longest time had highest population of redheads. Then in old mythology pushes appeasing the spirits. Maybe we worked with the giants. Media. Well, that's the meme. Yeah. Well, the fairy circles, like the mounds. You guys had mounds there too. Jim O'Mara, pretty much, yeah. There were these fairy circle mounds or fairy mounds too in Ireland, which are very interesting. And I think, wasn't the 12th Din on End had something to do with them at some point? Yeah. Yeah. The ancient populace of Scotland, Ireland, and Britain used to be nothing but red-haired giants and people they abducted from outlying areas. Supposedly, yeah. Well, people, there's a couple myths and legends going back that talk about this, and I've memed about this before, but there's really there's one prominent one, which comes from a priest, I think. His name's Monarith or something. I forget what his name, Geoffrey of Monith, or it was in the 1300s, but he had told this story of Brutus of Troy. So the Trojans made a journey to this place. They called this whole, I think this is legitimate, this whole area of Britain was known as Albion because of the White Cliffs of Dover. Cliffs of Dover. So they refer to this Albion. Yeah, right there. White Cliffs of Dover right there. And anyway, the story goes that when the Trojans ended up landing here, they were greeted by a party of giants, that the island was inhabited by these giant men, led by this warlord named Gog Magog, who was himself also a giant. And what happened is the Trojans outnumbered them, killed them all, and then Brutus, or one of Brutus's men, threw Gog Magog off of the White Cliffs of Dover, and I think it's called Gog Magog's Leap? Gog Magog's, maybe you can't, oh yeah, Gog Magog Hill. See, there's all these fucking places named after him. Although it's way the fuck up here. Gog Magog Hill, Gog. Oh, that's that guy. You guys living there can probably go visit this fucking place. These places. Gog Magog's Leap. Is it still named it? It may not be anymore. No, it's not. I think it was down here somewhere originally. It may still be known that locally, but anyway, that's supposedly where he threw him off. He died. So that's a real story, and I don't think he stipulated what color their hair was in that story, but. There's a bunch of other stories about Stonehenge too from the locals, like the Celts. Maybe there were more people here, but the Celts had told the stories that it was built by giants. Yeah, yeah. You'd Connemara whiskey some years ago. Fuck yeah. Yeah, it means hound of the sea or something, I think is what it means, but it's a variation on that. My last name. People probably know anyway. I've doxed myself here enough. Yeah. Yeah, there's a place called the Giant's Causeway. Oh, interesting. It wasn't only a brood of time re-rated what became Britain. There was much outside influence, and there's a many story about red hairs. Oh, these are actually okay. Interesting. Yeah. So is that Brutus? Maybe is that another variation on Brutus? Maybe interesting. Geoffrey of Monmouth, yes, which is just on the English-Wales border. Okay. Yeah, you can look up like Gog. I thought it was one word. I thought it was Gog Magog, the giant that they encountered. So like again. Like when you go, this is it, never ending. It's a never ending meme. And like the description that they gave, even the description that survived. So this was done in 1808, but you know, they're not depicted as being these 30-foot tall people. They're people. They're other people that are, and that was kind of the meme, that this was a real thing that had happened. They were real people. And they, over time, they got telephone gamed into these two people, right? So they were Gog and Magog. And then there's some kind of, where is this at? Gog and Magog effigies being carried in the Lord Mayor's show. So they split into two people, but originally they were one giant here. So yeah, how does that fucking relate to Atlantis? Well, they were all giants. But like, no joke, seriously, potentially. That's the idea. And this is like where you get into Graham's meme, maybe Hancock's meme, that wherever in the fuck it was located, that what happened after the cataclysm is these people went everywhere. They went to Africa, Northern Africa. They went all over Europe. They went into the Mediterranean. They went into the Mesopotamian areas. They went up here, right into Ireland and the UK, and they went into Britain, and they also went up to Norway, and they also went over here, right to North America, which would have been covered in ice at that time. So they would have went down here, and then you have all of these burial mounds with these giant red-haired people, supposedly where they were found. And they also went to Mesoamerica, right? You got Quetzalcoatl, and then you go through some areas of South America. You get Viracocha, this tall, very tall, bearded man arrives with his posse, and then they travel all the way down, right? And so it kind of makes sense that they were these refugees out of this area here. So, you know, how advanced were they? It's a question, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, Brutus of Troy is actually Brute of Tyre in antiquity, okay, because of where he ended up secluded after persecution. Okay, interesting. I'm not an expert on his history. Yeah, the reason I said Brutus of Tyre is because it appears more frequently in text versions of the Romanized Brutus of Troy. Oh, interesting. I literally only know of him, man, through this story. And I can't remember how I got onto this, but probably 10 plus years ago when I first started looking into this, really. Like, I ran into this through Sitchin and reading Sitchin's works, being like, okay, well, the Anunnaki were big, blah, blah, blah. But it actually started to become more real when I started running into all these accounts of these giant people. It was probably from someone like Hugh Newman or someone who made a post online that I read talking about like this. I don't know where I came into it from, but when I looked into it, I mean, it's just one account, obviously, but there are so many. I'm pretty sure, again, I have to go through Plato's work again. I don't mention giants anywhere in his dialogues. I thought he did. Maybe I could very well be confusing this with another Greek author, that I thought there was a mention of, it was from somebody of these, there was a far off place, a land of giants. Like this was a rumor in antiquity, and that place may have literally been Britain, but Albion back then, or there was no name for it if you go back far enough, possibly. But like, this is obviously the Trojans precede even the Greeks here. So like, we're going way back. So then these would have been myths and legends through their time, which is crazy to consider if that's true. Yeah. Yeah. It's a history that the powers that be would rather people not know. It directly links the first high kings that became Masons in a plot tied to Jesuit Kabbalism. Interesting. I mean, it's not having any luck here. I mean, it should be able to read through all of Plato's dialogues in 5 seconds because it's objectively not a lot of writing. So he should be able to go through all of it pretty quickly comparatively to what it could go through with something else. So I don't know. Interesting. Only in passing and never as real history. Okay. The passage, the Elastic Stranger described as a war of gods against giants about being. This is in the Sophist, the Symposium. Zeus wonders whether to blast humanity as he once did the giants when the original 3 sexed humans rebelled. Interesting. Okay, maybe it wasn't him. It wasn't him, I don't think. Yeah. I thought he did. Okay, Earthborn autochthonisis, humans but never labeled them gigantes. Okay, maybe it wasn't Plato. There was somebody else who did it to the Greek world, probably get it to dig research this, but that there was a far off land that they had heard there were these giants who resided there, right? And I probably referencing Britain. Yeah. I'd have to go back and look through again and see who I've conflated that with. But I mean, nonetheless, interesting. But yeah, you know, so they find Atlantis. What do we expect to find? I don't fucking know. Like, the problem with all of this, I guess, is like you go back 11,000 years ago under the fucking water, man. Christ, there's going to be nothing left, especially human remains. There would be no human remains anywhere there. They'd all be long fucking gone by that point. So even if that's what they were made up as, good luck. Or sorry, made up of these giant peoples, there would be nothing left to any of them. So except if you found any kind of writing. But then again, the exciting thing about this recent find, supposedly that Filippo Bionde and his team have done in Egypt, is that and this is according to Wu, really, but according to Wu, like Edgar Casey, who is Deep Wu, this was a repository of knowledge from these survivors, and they built Egypt, Giza, as kind of a housing of all of this lost knowledge. And so if those structures are real, if they are, and they are completely submerged in water again, and we can get down in them, and we might find a repository of their records, and that would be fucking crazy. But then again, like, there's another reason for the global elite to like not fucking let the rest of humanity in on that. So we'll just randomly wake up one morning and someone will have dropped a bunker buster into fucking Giza. Oops. Right? Just fucking bomb the whole place. That wouldn't even fucking surprise me, man. These motherfuckers would try some shit like that. Like, just to suppress people from becoming enlightened, you know? Oh my. Also known as Brazil's mythical Phantom Island. Oh, that's pretty much, yeah, that's kind of the meme. Yeah, we just got here. Thank you, though, man. Yeah. However, lost documented sighting was in 1872 by Robert O'Flaherty. Yes. Yeah. Mythical island associated with the legend of large black rabbits and a magician, but has never been proven to exist. The appearance of maps for centuries is attributed to folklore, navigational errors, and the human tendency to imagine and map the unknown. That's always the claim, though. Same with Atlantis. It's just been attributed to... This is a problem with the logic, though, again, right? That, like, some people like Flint Dibble will employ that. Oh, well, this is just the fun thing that Plato did to try and, you know, teach people a lesson about what happens if you don't have, like, an orderly civilization, right? That's segmented into a caste system, or... that would make sense if that was the only example of a civilization like that from other cultures. But the problem is there's other mentions of this. Everywhere. And actually, there's a similar pantheon, too, that are involved in a lot of these different polytheistic religions originally. It all goes back, or sorry, these monotheistic religions go back to polytheistic religions, and all the god pantheons are very similar. So his argument that this is just an example, Plato used it as an example, but for someone, I've read through his dialogues many times, and I mean, for people that have studied them, I think it's absolutely an anomaly. I mean, specifically, which no one really talks about except for like Randall Carlson, which I'm not going to go over again because I talk about it all the time, but in the Timaeus, the conversation that happens in the Timaeus with Solon and the priest is extremely specific and just straight up talks about cyclical cataclysms, right? And also relating to what happened to the civilization, but it goes far beyond, for Plato, any kind of like example, really, because of like justice or what he was trying to convey with the Republic or some of his other works, because it's clearly some kind of a retelling of Solon's story. That's literally what it is. Whether he uses this as an example or not is not what we're interested in. What we're interested in is what about the story. The story seems to be something he's recounting. So, and it tracks because there are other mention of this civilization effectively around the globe. Not in that level of detail, but there's still references. And so it would make sense that that was probably a real story, right? Anyway, I think it's just fucking... For whatever reason, there's been a lot of people in academia who have gone looking for this over the years and to no avail. And so I think they get afraid. They get afraid to go out and try to stake their claim on something and then never find it and be accused of being mad or something. But I mean, there's nothing bad about it. I mean, there's far too many anecdotes supporting it. But anyway, yeah, appears every 7 years is the point. Yeah, and when was the last time? So 2027, brother, maybe. Don't we currently have the technology to terraform the Earth by reducing the oceans? Can't we turn water into hydrogen and oxygen, holding both problems and giving more land? Solving. If we had enough energy, media, probably, man. Yeah. The question is like, would we do that? If we had enough energy, would we do that to try and reveal Atlantis? Would I do that? I don't know. I think honestly right now the big place I'd hit up is probably Giza, but the problem is the Egyptian government. Ultimately, you're never going to be able to get in there and dig that place up. So unless, again, there's like a rogue fucking bunker buster that falls from space, a rod of God, that just hits one of the fucking pyramids and opens up a convenient hole for people to go exploring. Oops. Oops. Oh, God. Well, I mean, hopefully that doesn't happen, obviously. Because it'd probably kill everyone in the surrounding area, but it wouldn't really surprise me. More oxygen in the air equals smarter people. See what I mean? Take a deep breath. Yeah, your brain functions better. It's the nose breathing. Is that what it is? We get bigger. We get bigger too, don't we? We probably would get bigger. Is that what happened in the past? Is that how we got bigger? Let's think of Brachiosaurus, you know? There were Brachiosaurus, there were Tyrannosaurus, right? There was all those big boys walking around in the past, so just need some more oxygen. Just gotta breathe deeper, longer, harder, you know? Actually, it wouldn't be as hard because we wouldn't have to breathe as hard to get as much oxygen, but dingle. Fuck. Anyway, yeah. Interesting meme. Okay. I'll probably clip some of that and try and put it on YouTube, but probably didn't know available. We'll do it anyway. No, this is, oh yeah, that's some horse shit there. That's a moment found deep in the Caribbean. That's not real. That's fabricated. It doesn't actually look like that, these structures. That would be, that was so far fucking down too. There's no fucking way. Or if it is true, which I don't think it is, then Jesus Christ, there was a serious apocalypse there. I don't know, what did they reference to? I don't know. Anyway, I don't doubt that he did that presentation at the Cosmic Summit, but I would have loved to have seen it. Who was he? Just quickly, just for the meme. What's his name? His full name. Michael Donnellan, and he is a fucking archaeologist. Explorer, archaeologist, artist, VFX supervisor, filmmaker. Like, is he an accredited archaeologist, or is he just like a hobby archaeologist? Interesting. Okay. TikTok at MikeyD.Atlantis. Atlantica, the Discovery. Currently shooting a series in Europe, which is nothing short of life-changing. Okay, like, what's his background now? Atlantopedia. What? Okay. So this guy's deep. This guy's deep in the Atlantis. This guy, like, is Atlantis. Here's a Daily Mail article. I probably should have done this first. Just double check the sources. I spent years investigating whether Atlantis can actually existed. Now I finally found it. Oh, of course I can't fucking read it. Oh, you dinguses. Well, it must not be that important. Yeah. Jesus Christ. I don't know.
We realized we had to have a scan of the whole area to try to kind of get a 3D idea of the scale.
This is 7 months ago. Anyway, interesting. Interesting. Is this like Gaia TV level research, or is this like actual? That's a hard thing to discern. If they're going to hit you with the Gaia TV fucking David Wilcock level research, or if he's going to go actually deep into it. But it sounded like he's pretty fucking serious. I mean, I don't fucking know. I have no fucking idea. Yeah. Oxford Archaeology. Is that him? Anyway, fuck it. Anyway, thought I'd bring that up. Fun memes. Who the fuck knows? I do not know anything about that, but I guess we just know what they've told us, so anyway, moving on, I guess, to other things. What else did I pull up here? I do have this Jesse Michaels video. I was going to go through a little bit. I have Terrence McKenna. I get that up as well. This was, I don't know if I need to watch this. I just happened to scroll through this. I'd never seen this interview with John Ramirez. I mean, I thought I would maybe talk about that for a minute. He's making a living, so he's not giving the keys to Atlantis anytime soon. Fuck. We need to get a Jim Russell version of Beyond Belief called Woo or True. We should do that, brother, actually. I'll try and dig deep with the AI, see if we can figure out what the fuck's going on. Yeah. You got me thinking a lot about simulation theory, Death. What's up, man? Yeah, but couldn't all these same arguments be made if the theory were a figment of someone's imagination? No. And I can explain to you, I guess, simply why that would be the case. Because, well, I assume that you all exist. I don't know that, but at the very least, we know that we exist because we think, therefore we are, right? So We wouldn't necessarily be a product of someone else's imagination. You are you. You are thinking. You exist, right? Nothing can deceive you out of thinking that you exist because you're thinking. Therefore, you exist, right? That's an old meme that like Descartes went deep. Rene Descartes went deep into like these metaphysical queries about things, and so if we exist, then we aren't in a simulation, though. Well, you could be a brain into that, right? So that's at the very least, that's all we know is that we exist. But in what? As what? We exist. But this is where you can get more complicated with it and say that we exist as consciousness, right? And we're just having an experience here. So ultimately, we still exist, but reality is still a simulation. So you could you could use the brain into that argument too, which is that this is all this. Well, we'll use the Matrix argument here, that essentially we're just a brain into that plugged into some alien city, right? And they're simulating, they need our loosh or whatever the fuck you want to call it. And we're just a brain into that, and they're simulating this simulation here where we think we have a body. I mean, don't go too far down on this because you might drive yourself fucking literally nuts, but that's like one of the arguments that, well, how do we know that we're not just a brain into that? We don't. This is the end of it, I guess. Now, I would bet that probably we're not. It's probably maybe more complicated than that, but ultimately, I don't know. We could be. It is interesting. I would recommend, Death, if you want to watch a good video on it. Some people would probably debate me on this, but Tom Campbell. Tom Campbell he was a physicist, and he's kind of a physicist and a philosopher, and he's a modern day metaphysician. And some people think he's running a cult. I don't think he is, but he has a good video on that stuff. You can listen to some of Tom's stuff. Tom experimented way back in the day with like things like out-of-body experiences, remote viewing, channeling, all this woo-woo shit. And he kind of thought the same thing I had thought when I was younger, and that's why I found him. I said, oh my God, that the woo is an anecdote of, that the fact that we're in the simulation, right? So that people having like these out-of-body experiences or past life experiences, it's just all anecdotes that we're in a simulation and we're something, whatever you want to call it, that is coming in here and having experiences with different people, right? And the people die, but we carry on, right? And it's this idea that the afterlife is essentially just like the actual objectively real world, and that this is just an experience that we have here. It's still obviously very real, but you can do a lot of bad things and you can hurt people and you hurt yourself even. We don't know how much that carries over, but not that I know any of this is objectively true, but it's just an argument. It's really started off as a thought experiment and went from there. Yeah. All of our nuts bolts collectively make up is one red-haired giant. Is a scary thought. We're all in the eye of one green eye of that fucking giant, brother. We Were True is a brilliant name for a segment of the stream. That's actually a good idea, guys. Maybe I'll do that. Yeah. You know what I have to do? I actually have to do some work, and I could actually do some work and find things to talk about, and then maybe that would give people the reason to engage with these fucking shittily cut up stream segments on YouTube. Not a bad. It's actually a legitimately good idea, man. Thank you for that. Yeah, I like that. We Were True. Yeah, I kind of do that anyway, just in passing, and it's usually splattered around over the course of 3 hours. But yeah. Fee fi fo fum. I smell the blood of an Englishman. Be he alive or be he dead, I'll grind his bones to make my bread. That's a real meme, man. Yeah. Is Terrence Howard a bird brain or is he onto something? Dr. Dreadclick. That's a good question. Honestly, you'd have to defer to somebody probably like Eric Weinstein or someone in physics to know that. And I think after talking with Eric, I watched the entirety of the conversation that Eric Weinstein, Terrence Howard, and Joe Rogan had together. And, Eric was such a nice guy. And that's the kind of conversation you want to have with someone that knows something. Because what he did with Terrence was he understood Terrence doesn't understand a lot of the basic terminology that you learn like in physics courses today. And Eric was trying his hardest to steel man all of Terrence's arguments, and he struggled. And so I don't know. I don't think Eric knew anymore either, but Terrence strikes me as someone I'm not trying to be a dick by saying this, but Terrence strikes me as someone who is clearly an artist, right? So whatever art is and whatever the act of creating art is, right? However you do that, right? However you channel things down into the world from some higher place, whether it be the realm of the forms or wherever the fuck you're channeling it from. He seems like someone who started doing a lot of psychedelics and started seeing shit and feeling shit and having inspirations. And who knows, man? I don't know. To me, it sounds like he just is going through like something, but I don't know. At the end of the day, I mean, maybe we'll find out in 10 years that he figured everything out. Terrence Howard just isn't around smart enough people who can check him. Well, he was around one man. Yeah. He was around Eric. Eric is a very smart guy. Eric is up there with smart people, I would say. Yeah, I think those are the kind of arguments where I think, yeah, he was probably, this is a problem too, right? And I think with some of it, I think it comes down to ego. Ego can also get in the way of like understanding objective reality. He had a hard time listening to Eric. This is the other problem I noticed during that conversation personally between people that don't know, you can watch it here. It was a really good conversation, just more generally. But right here, yeah. Eric was very carefully listening to everything that Terrence was saying, and Terrence wasn't listening as carefully to anything that Eric was saying. And therein lies part of the problem, I think, actually. Where I think Terrence also sometimes, like, you have to start with the basics too, and that's the other thing, like, some of those claims are illogical, and Eric was trying to lay out very carefully for why they are, why it doesn't make any sense. He was trying to steelman Terrence's perspective as much as he could, but same thing when Joe first talked to him as well, where it's like, if for whatever reason, right, you have this channeling down from on high of all of these concepts, you've got this big toe that God gave you. God fucking stuck his toe right down in your fucking mouth or whatever the fuck happened, right? Theory of everything is what it stands for. And so he gave you the secrets, right? But if you don't have the basics nailed down, you aren't going to be able to effectively communicate it to anybody. And then objectively, what the fuck is it worth? Nothing. So he needs to go back to square one, and so that he can work up to whatever he thinks he's figured out. Because he didn't understand the basics well enough at all to where he started to sound like an idiot. And that's why, because it was inherently contradictory. Right. And that's the problem. And I mean, you know, and I think Eric did a great job with it, personally. Yeah. Pointing to a shift soon, brother. Fuck. During a pole shift, all volcanoes will erupt all at once. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that would definitely be fucking bad. Yeah. Yeah. I personally know people who have gone off the deep end, came up with crazy theories, and think the whole world is wrong. Oh, it can happen. Yeah, the element stuff was a bit more compelling. Yes. Yeah, I think it was. Yeah. And some of his stuff around geometry was more interesting to Eric too, because Eric's own theory is called geometric unity and revolves around these kinds of things, right? So that's why Eric, I think, sat down with him, because he wanted to explore some of these more esoteric parts or parts that Terrence wasn't really communicating very clearly, because he wanted to just see, because you never know. You truly never know that someone may peer through the veil and get like some kind of a clearer view at something you couldn't see before. And like, so Eric approached that in good faith, which is why I think it was good. Again, Terrence he struck me as someone who was going through some kind of like ego death or some kind of like coming down off something, right? Whether it was actual substances or not, I don't know, but he wasn't really engaging with Eric enough. And that's always a problem. And that's always indicative of somebody who maybe is kind of a bit illogical. And that's the problem. It's like his argument would be, well, I don't need to be logical because I'm pulling all this shit down from wherever the fuck. It's like, well, but if you want to be able to communicate it effectively to anybody here, you need to be logical, right? Because like that's how we've grounded ourselves out of like calling people witches and shit and burning them alive. So we do need to ground ourselves in logic. And I think that's mathematics is a good place to start with that, or is one example of that. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, how can one thing be two things if you times it by itself? That was his argument. Might if he was more engaged, the conversation would have went differently. Yeah, probably, man. Yeah, and I think but I think like it's like, how are you approaching the subject, right? Where anyone can just look at something extremely complicated and say it's all wrong, right? And you can look at physics and you can say it's all wrong, and it's like, well, specifically, what do you mean about like physics is all wrong? Like, you need to like be more specific, and if you can't, then you need to probably look at your position and ask yourself, am I just being an idiot? What do I actually know about any of this, right? So it's helpful to have people have a fresh perspective, but you do need to kind of be grounded, and otherwise your contribution is going to be effectively worthless, because again, there are people out there who know a lot of things, and sometimes people underestimate just how much some people know, or they underestimate how complicated things are, right? When in actual fact, they're extremely complicated. Like, you listen to Eric for 5 minutes on even his own theories, whether they're right or not, or whether people in physics should take them seriously. Eric has a lot of experience with other people in mainstream physics picking him apart. So he did it in very good faith with Terrence, because he knows how it feels to have people not take you seriously. But Eric knows all of the basic physics. Like, he's worked his way up from elementary fucking physics you teach kids up to the highest level. And so that's an effective way to communicate an argument with those kinds of people, because that's the arena you've been put into. It's like walking into a gladiatorial arena and being like, yeah, I don't give a shit about swords and stuff. I'm just here to win. It's like, well, fucking bud, everyone else has a sword and they're just going to cut your head off instantaneously. So you've got to you do unfortunately need to know how to fucking use a sword. And after that point, you can challenge the system or whatever the fuck, but he wouldn't survive. No one would take him seriously. And that maybe is to our disadvantage and his own. So maybe he should familiarize himself with physics more to more effectively communicate what he's trying to say, right? So I personally, I don't think it's objectively worthless, his argument, until he does that. So it's, anyway. Yeah, the frequency of the elements makes a sort of sense. Yeah, the elements stuff was a bit more compelling. Yeah, that was interesting. And I think Eric was more interested in that. I mean, it's like they're trying to understand where he's coming from. But yeah, that was more interesting. Now, I mean, again, with some of the other stuff that he brought up of like 1x1, like, it's like that would show, and there's other people that he was referencing. I know there's another gentleman who would kind of talk about that a bit, but that would probably call into question more maybe like, well, okay, what is this objectively worth here? Like, but I forget what the guy's name was that he kept referencing, who originally had put this forward, who I think had a background in physics, but it was also his lack of understanding with all this stuff that kind of made it hard to understand. You have to stay grounded to make sure it makes sense to someone who is closer to ground level than the penthouse. Sweet, yeah, exactly, man, yeah. Space in between the plutonic solids is very interesting. Yes, absolutely, yeah. There's an old saying, you don't know what you don't know. Yeah, exactly, man. Yeah, there's so much. And when it comes to physics, it's like mathematics. It's an entirely different language. And then if you talk to anybody who's in theoretical physics right now or deals in quantum physics, like the astronomical leap that they're having above everybody else it's getting to the point it's starting to be concerning, right? Where it needs to be brought back again. And they try to bring it into like the average conversation with like someone like me who doesn't know a lot about it. I know a little bit because like in philosophy, there's a bit carryover with like metaphysics. Now, I'm not the fucking metaphysician here because I'd have to be much more familiar with like quantum physics and quantum experiments and some theoretical physics than I am. But you're asking the question in philosophy, what is reality? And so that is effectively what people in quantum physics and also in theoretical physics are also engaging with. And so I know a little bit, but like, when you look at the mathematical equations and how complicated it all is, the last 100 years, man, have been just fucking insane. Like the progress we have made, like comparatively to what the kind of progress we made before was, it doesn't even make sense. Like the astronomical movement upwards that we have. Well, same with Einstein, right? With general relativity was just like when you look at the history of it, it's just unbelievable, right? But then where did that concept come from? He's a good example. Or like, how did he discern what he discerned from reality, right? I mean, how did he look at base reality and all the modern physics of the equivalent physics of his time and say that this is not right? Like, how did he peer through the veil and pull out what he pulled out? And I mean, that is an interesting phenomena. Like this visionary, this genius, which like pulled out all of this original shit about reality, about time and space that we just had no idea about. And it's like, could you be talking to, again, he understood the basics. And so he was able to effectively communicate it. And then that moved everything forward. So yeah. Me and my friend debate this often as in a healthy way and how to push past some of these strict stigmas, et cetera. It ties back into what I was saying earlier, fine line between healthy and unhealthy hubris. Yeah. Dunning-Kruger's are real, but some of those fellas got something to say and it may be worth hearing, but it's tricky for sure. Yeah. yeah, I think you should definitely listen to them. But and I think Eric did a really good job. Again, Eric knows full well the weight of the establishment and like how they can just crush anybody that kind of dissents from them, or some of the way he communicates some of his theories too. Maybe is like, anyway, that's the debate with Sean Curley had recently. I like Eric. I've listened to a lot of conversations he's had with Joe. I find him to be a good guy, and he likes old guitars, so I have that in common with him too. You talk about really interesting stuff. So glad I found you. Yeah, man, thanks for coming around. Yeah, thank you for asking that question too. Look at the conversation we just had on it. So, yeah, another great check mark for the conspiracy theorist. Breaking news on new laws. Oh no, what's this about now? Oh fucking Jesus Christ! Yeah. Weather modification bill hits Congress, geoengineering to be a felony. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm introducing a bill that prohibits the injection, release, and dispersion of chemicals or substances into the atmosphere for the express purpose of altering weather, temperature, climate, or sunlight intensity. It'll be a felony offense. Well, I know why they're suggesting this. Yeah. I've been researching weather modification and working with the Legislative Council for months writing this bill. It'll be similar to Florida's Senate Bill 56. We must end the dangerous and deadly practice of weather modification and geoengineering. Yeah, well, like, where was it? Block the sun. Bill Gates. Where was Bill talking about this recently? This is one of the reasons why they're doing this. Bill Gates' ventured aims to spray dust into the atmosphere to block the sun. What could go wrong to try and combat global warming? This is why they're putting that forward. Yeah, these fucking imbeciles. Talk about hubris. Yeah. First it didn't exist and we're crazy. Now we got to ban it ASAP. This gets into stuff like HARP too. Personally, I never, they fucking retards. Bill is an absolute fucking 100%. For me personally, the HARP argument was always pretty weak. I mean, I wasn't on board with HARP ever. I've gone way back watching Dutch Sanchez videos fucking 15 years ago, it seems like. He's been on the internet forever, man. He's still on the internet, hopefully. Yeah, there you go. Since 2010. Literally 15 years ago. Like, literally, I don't know if he posted an Above Top Secret back in the day or not. I can't remember where I first found him, but he's been on this for a while. That, like, the government can manipulate all the weather, and I'm not on board with that idea. I don't fucking know, though, right? We talk about the government potentially having alien vehicles, so if I'm going to make the argument that they don't have enough energy to facilitate, like, weather modification or move a hurricane, it's like, well, you could just invoke the fact that they might have alien fucking reactors and shit, so then I don't fucking... But for the most part, there's definitely cloud seeding they've been doing for years. That's the fucking crazy thing that, like, I can't believe, like, that's been out there for a while. The Saudis do it all the fucking time. They want rain, they have rain. Like, they've been doing that for forever, right? So, wasn't that a Simpsons Mr. Burns plot? Oh, sorry, Darren, I just saw that now. Was it with the blocking out the sun? I feel like it was, maybe. Yeah. God, I can go online right now and find companies to hire to modify weather, really. Highlander 3. What's it about, Yvonne? Is that relating to weather modification? Yeah. I remember California was running out of water, huge problem. Now all of a sudden the problem is gone. Did someone modify the weather? Maybe. I mean, they can do it. The Saudis did it. Fuck, it was like a year ago maybe, but there was some mistake and it ended up like causing this giant fucking flood. I don't know if you guys remember watching videos of that. Maybe it was like 8 months ago. Like, fucking Jesus. So they can definitely do it. 100% they can do it. So anyway, yeah, the genuinely concerning shit that they're trying to push for that. Like, yeah. World is healing. What's this about now? Oh, yeah. I mentioned this the other day too. Yeah, Jesus fucking Christ, man. Corruption. China's getting on board with cloud seeding drones. Oh my God, man. Vaccines causing autism. America low-key exposing the evils. It's a dark one, man. It's a really dark one. Yeah. Yeah. Very, pretty crazy. It was real though, too. It's hard to believe, right? Well, he's got Robert Malone with on him in this new advisory panels, which is really good to see and good to hear. I mean, again, both these guys, you can definitely, they definitely have their own fucking issues, but at the end of the day, I would absolutely agree that all of this needed more oversight. Clearly it did. So I read through the actual article and the study that they did. They ended up covering it up because they played around with the age bracket. So they made it come down to like 100% increase or something. But in actual fact, with the control group that you wanted, right? The kid, I think it was the younger kids, is where they would have been most affected. And it turned out when you modified the control group down, it went to 1,000%. And so they very sneakily fucked around with it to make it look less bad. But anyway, yeah, another example of corruption. Yeah, probably. Yeah, very scary shit, honestly. Yeah, stuff like that. But corruption, general corruption. They need to do something to counter their absolute destruction of the ozone. They may realize that and just tweak it to their benefit in some cases. Yeah, man, like what are they going to be able to do? I mean, fuck, I mean, whether it's the carbon, the CO2, or, you know, whatever the fuck's happening, you know, undoubtedly we're having an influence to some degree, but yeah, I mean, the lengths they'll go to just not fucking fly around or just fuck everybody else in the process. Yeah. Which vaccine, or just the idea of mandated cocktail vaccines in your body at a young age? It was the hepatitis B vaccine. Yeah. Yeah. I think it was something to do with the aluminum content in it. Yeah. If I recall correctly from reading through it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, brother. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Highlander 2, sorry. It was an artificial shield to protect the ozone, but also blocking the sun, and they regret it a lot. Really? Okay. I didn't know that. That's fucking interesting. Jesus. Yeah. You know, I don't know about this. You know, it's one of those things where I know people in the medical community don't like this kind of rhetoric, or, well, this isn't rhetoric. This is clearly an example of just corruption again from the pharmaceutical companies and the advisory panels and the government. But, you know, they don't like the rhetoric because they think it prevents people from wanting to go and use these vaccines, which you do need. I mean, if you ever travel anywhere internationally, like if you go to Africa, some country in Africa that's like second, third world, you got to get a bunch of shots. If you don't, you'll find out, right? And you'll fucking die, or you'll get parasites, and there's a bunch of shit that can happen. Even if you go down south anywhere, there's some vaccinations you definitely need. They're the miraculous technology. The problem is the fucking oversight from whether it be the pharmaceutical companies or the government agencies that are supposed to be doing this to make sure that everything in there is good, it's been tested, it isn't going to fucking cause people to get sick, or it isn't going to fuck up our kids. And so, yeah, one of the possible causes for the rise in autism that's absolutely occurred is the vaccine scheduling for children. And yeah, I mean, this is also stuff, even content creators on Twitch, probably they don't like me talking about shit like this. Probably I've only got 25 people watching right now, but like, if he had 2,500, they probably would ban me for this kind of shit, right? Because they confuse what I'm trying to talk about, and they say this is rhetoric to discourage people from getting vaccinated. But it's like, well, but you need to encourage people to, and how are you going to do that? Well, now you're going to have to show them that these pharmaceutical companies have been held to task and that all of these ingredients are safe, right? And if there's examples when they've not been, Jesus Christ, good. When you start fucking around people's kids, GG. Good luck, guys and girls that did this. I mean, they better be run for the fucking hills, is all I could say, if they forget the names of the people that were involved in covering this up. Like, good luck. Yeah. Kind of goes back to your talk earlier about writers channeling. Well, exactly, Leona. Yeah, when you think about it. Could very well be. Fuck, that'd be pretty dark, actually, if it turns out that's the case. Any kind of creative endeavor, yeah. It's interesting. I've thought about that before. Someone else had done it, so I just am kind of recommunicating it here, or reiterating it here, but yeah, who knows, right? Like, you just look at the number of vaccines from the 80s until now, huge increase. Do they test for safety individually or all mixed together into a cocktail? Yeah. You know they don't. Yeah, and that's the problem, right? Yeah. Yeah. So, you know, flesh-eating flies make their way up from Mexico. Yeah, fuck, brother. Trump builds a giant dome shield. Is going to be interesting. Will it also filter out sunlight if they turn the filters on? Fuck, hopefully not. Hopefully not. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. Well, listen, we got a young guy coming in October, so I mean, it's very concerning here too that you just want to make sure everything's okay, man. I had this terrible story told to me by a guy who I kind of got to know at the place I was managing there before I got laid off, and Jesus Christ, his son, because I was a musician like back, you know, when I was a teenager and early 20s and shit. And I was talking to him. His son has really bad autism, and he plays in a band at school. And we got talking because I knew the principal there used to be one of my teachers at my school that I knew. And anyway, he struggles with it, and he's kind of through music found this outlet where he's finally kind of been happy. And he said it's been a whole fucking deal with him, like kids harassing him, and school doesn't want to deal with him, and You see how much he's just waiting his soul, man, like dealing with this. And the saddest thing, really, is he had told me that he was fine. Baby, when he's born, he's okay. And he said that he remembered the day when they brought him home and something was wrong. And he was only like 2. And he had went for his vaccines. And he said he developed a really high fever, like stupidly high. They had to bring him to the hospital and no one knew what was going on. And he had said after that, wasn't the same anymore. Eyes glazed over. I was like, maybe emotional him telling me that, because he was emotional telling to me. And he said nobody would help him. Nobody wanted to admit that it had anything to do with the vaccines they gave him. And they just kind of shooed him away. And then, of course, as he got older, they realized that he had autism, whatever that meant. And he had brain damage. Yeah, scary, huh? Yeah, they cook your brain quick. Yeah, that's effectively what had happened. Yeah, cooked his brain. Yeah, and like, nurse here, no one know. This is the problem, right? No one knew what the fuck was going on. But I mean, these people aren't vaccinologists. They're not involved in vaccine manufacturing. Like, they just administer them. They don't think about what the fuck is in them. They assume everything is safe and everyone's done their due diligence. And you realize down the line, unfortunately, that there's a lot of bullshit and corruption. And there are groups of people out there that are completely service to self and could give a fuck about making sure everything's done right. They just want to take the fucking paycheck and fuck off into the distance in their Ferrari. So it's really sad, man. Yeah, it was very sad. He kind of ended up telling me that, and it scared me. It's like, fucking Christ, like, what do you do, right? So you just hope that you have good people that will make sure that everything's done right. And what pisses me off is when people say things like, well, you just have to trust the science and stuff. And I don't like to keep reiterating this, but like, it's again an oversimplification of reality, where there's a business involved here too. And like, as somebody who studied ethics for a long time, right? There's a lack of business ethics in some of these corporations. They are run by accountants. They're not run by anybody with any kind of ethics, right? They will do what needs to be done to maintain the bottom line or increase profits, and they'll do whatever. They don't understand. They're not thinking about the potential complications that could happen from doing this, or making these decisions, or manipulating, lobbying people to just pass it. Don't worry about it, right? Like, and so that's the problem with these corporations now, is they don't have any business ethics, right? One of my professors in philosophy was a guy who specialized in this, not the guy I mainly studied under, but another guy. And he would go, that's kind of how they function as, like, people who are philosophers professionally end up becoming ethicists to some degree, whether they're working at a hospital or they're going around and educating people in business, but just educating people on ethics and understanding, like, why should you be ethical? Like, an argument for the good, right? It's not just about profits. Like, your decisions have real world implications. And here's a good example potentially of those real world implications. Yeah. And how devastating they can be. And anyway, this will be a dark one to face, I'm sure, for a lot of people who now have children who have autism. So I feel for them. But anyway, it's seek damages from them. The government, who you going to seek damages from, right? Assholes. Yeah. Corporations. Yeah. Problem. Money. Again, one of the problems. Yeah. The elites mandating vaccines is a way for them to purposely dumb down the peasants. Fuck, man. Yeah. Or it's just negligence, right? There's that argument, man. Like, what you attribute to malice should not, fuck, I'm going to butcher it, but something along the lines of, it doesn't always have to be malice, and you shouldn't necessarily always attribute to that if you can also attribute it to stupidity, or just incompetence, or negligence, ignorance. So like, it could be malice, it could be an intention, but it could also just be them just being fucking ignorant and stupid and selfish and, not that. So that could also be it too. It's like, they just want to take the fucking bag and run. They don't give a fuck, right? Nobody remembers what happened with thalidomide, all those children born mutilated. Yes, we actually went over that recently, man. Yeah, but the fines were less than the profits they made. They just keep pushing it. Yeah, and actually Gulf had brought something up here too a couple months ago, which is very interesting to know about. But also the pressure that happens internally within these communities. There was that guy, I forget what his name was, but he was a guy who encouraged the medical community. He was a doctor, I think, to wash your hands before you perform surgery, because of these germs that existed. But like, we only knew so much at that time. I think it was something around germs. And they just like laughed him out of his profession. He ended up in a psych ward because of all the hate. Yeah, thank you, man. Yeah, Semmelweis. And they pushed him to essentially go insane. And then he got beat to death in the fucking psych ward. the antiseptic procedures. People just thought he was insane. Right. And so it's just a harsh reminder sometimes that, this is the thing. Despite his research, Semmelweis's observations conflicted with the established scientific and medical opinions of the time, and his ideas were rejected by the medical community. He could offer no theoretical explanation for his findings or reduced mortality due to hand washing. And some doctors were offended at the suggestion they should wash their hands and mocked him for it. In 1865, the increasingly outspoken Semmelweis allegedly suffered a nervous breakdown, was committed to asylum by his colleagues. In the asylum, he was beaten by the guards. He died 14 days later from a gangrenous wound on his right hand that may have been caused by the beating. So again, it's like we're all two bananas out of the jungle. As much as we like to think we're super complicated, there's a lot of tribalism that goes on, and it's trying to fight that and critically think about things, which is difficult for it's a difficult thing for everybody. Doesn't matter who you are, whether you're the garbage man, you're a fucking surgeon. It's like, and what requires of you mainly is courage, right? To think critically and not be a coward, but look at things objectively. And that's the hard part for a lot of people in society still, right? Is they lack that courage to do that. And one way they cope with being cowards is they band into groups and they criticize other people who are maybe trying to like push forward for something, that is like looking, for instance, at things like that the vaccines may need more oversight. And so they're going to call them science deniers. They're going to call them white supremacists, right? Whether X, Y, and Z terms. But ultimately, these people are idiots. That's really that's the long and the short of it. Yeah. And worse than that, they're cowards. Actually, they're capable of thought. That's the worst heresy of all. They're capable of thinking objectively and critically, but they choose not to. That's their biggest sin, and that's why they're pathetic, and that's why they're ultimately the enemy. People that act like that, they are, and they're everywhere, and it's just unbelievable. But anyway, just one example, but that's a pretty brutal example, but a harsh reminder. You trust the science, they mean this locked him up. Well, yeah, it's just fun. Yeah. Living through COVID was one of those evil times of my life personally. Same, man. Yeah. Family turning on people, shut out from lives over trust of science, people with wishing others to die on the sidewalk, kicked them out of the hospitals if they won't get injected. Absolutely, man. Yeah. I think everybody here shares those sentiments. Yeah. Where, again, it was a harsh reminder of the amount of courage that it required for people to peer through and see through that bullshit and peer through the veil. And it's a harsh reminder as to like the majority out there don't act like with critical thinking, or they all act with hubris and cowardice, and a lot of them do. And it's, they're led, and that's what happens. And it's it's a heavy one. It's a real heavy one. Yeah. He had this far right racist science denying idea that maybe you should wash your hand after handling a corpse or before delivering a baby. Yeah, isn't that fucking crazy? Yeah, white supremacist motherfucker. They disparaged their own ability to bring conducive behavior to the table in favor of not being socially ostracized. It's exactly it, man. Yeah. It's just pure cowardice. And I mean, it's unfortunate because how do you change that? I don't know, really. I think the only way you can change it is by creating arguments that are like well thought out and try to have courage in creating them. And the problem is like, you can think that you're going to bring logic to them and you're going to explain this to them and show them this logic. But if they're whipped up enough and they're emotional enough, they'll be completely incapable of it. I witnessed that firsthand myself. And they could turn into a frenzy. It's what concerns me, hypothetically, if we enter into some destabilized period here in the next decade or so, or 5 years, or however long it is, where it's like, man, it's the scariest thing for me, right? It's other people that just are not capable of dealing with themselves, really, first and foremost. Yeah. Can't work without proof of getting shot. Oh man, well, that's why I had to get it for me. I would have lost my job. Yeah. Sometimes people need to be told you're being a fucktard. Well, man, it was literally going to end in violence with some people in my life is where it was going to have to go to. Like, it was literally getting to the point where there was going to be a violent breakdown. And like, where was I going to be at the end of that? I don't know. Like, not a place you want to be. But that there was that kind of rhetoric going on. And I'm sure many of you probably understand that too. But fighting that, it was unbelievably bad. Yeah. I lost hope the day they started mandating injections and firing people. Oh yeah, man, same, absolutely same. Yeah, ready for the non-public membership-based retail grocery stores. Well, we were close to that, right? I mean, it was a real push for this authoritarian nightmare, and thankfully, it petered off and people came back to their senses. But fuck, we were close. Yeah, it was really, really. We all know how scary it was. Yeah. Yeah, they're doing the world what old man done to dogs. They selectively breed compliance and make sure dissenters are removed from the gene pool. Yeah, great. Yeah. In my experience, a monkey brain takes over when they're heated and they know they can't beat you in an agreement. Their tone changes drastically, even if they don't like it. Yeah. Well, they resort to like ad hominem first, right? And probably many of us have experienced that, where the first people, what happens first when they realize that like well, this is the first thing, but something like that, for example, right? Because we had never, the generation, let's say the baby boomers would be the first ones, right? So the baby boomers, then you got Gen X, and you got me, the millennials, right? So we're all mixed in there somewhere. Probably not many boomers in here, but none of us have really ever faced a real world situation, right? Like it was my grandparents' generations, my parents' generation that were in the war. So like it was just good times for the most part, right? And then what happened, aside from you got like the Vietnam War, you get other examples around the world where bad things have happened, but a lot of people in the West had not really experienced a real world situation. And so that set people off and they got very scared. And yeah, so like what I experienced was they were whipped into a frenzy. And what was happening was like what I was trying to tell them was starting to jive with reality. And it wasn't even like they were seeing the logic. And what happened was they got more scared, right? And then that really whipped them up to the point where like you weren't getting through to them anymore. Like just denial was inserted instantly at that point. And once they got whipped up to that level of a frenzy, they started employing denial. And then they completely shut out. And then they were starting to attack me, like ad hominem attacks on me or whatever you want to. And then they were getting violent, right? And like, but at that point, I was also getting fucking violent and then had to remove myself from situations. Yeah. Yeah. Scares the shit out of me, Jim. The idea what people turn into when faced with their impossible mortality and how easy we turn. Exactly, man. It does, dude. Same. And that's something like hypothetical situations we've gone over here before, but like the world ending or something like I would be like, well, fuck, it's been a good run, but I know there's a lot of people out there that aren't going to look at it like that. And so anyway, it was a reality check for me. And I think probably by the sounds of things for many other people that like, you know, there's a lot of people out there who aren't as well thought out as maybe some of us that think about these things a lot and critically think about things. And yeah. When people are in a frenzy, logic is useless, Ivani. It's very true. It's very scary, but yeah. You see it all the time and even other content creators, like once the argument is, not that I want to get involved with drama, but there was a lawyer that's been on YouTube covering some of this drama slop, and he was just critiquing a content creator, and effectively the guy just was incapable of continuing to argue with him, and so he just started attacking him, accusing of him all this shit and misrepresenting him and creating propaganda about him. And that's what happens when people don't have an ability to argue anymore with you. Is what they'll do is they'll be like, oh yeah, well he's an idiot though. He's a conspiracy theorist. You know, he thinks that like he doesn't believe they went to the moon, right? Even though you've never humored that conspiracy theory, but it's a popular one. He doesn't believe they ever went to the moon, right? Yeah, he's just you shouldn't trust him. You know, like they'll not just attack you ad hominem, but they'll create propaganda about you. And then people who don't think critically, which is most people, will just digest it, and then they'll create a horde, right? And then they'll go and attack him and say, "You're a fucking idiot. You don't think he went to the moon?" Or the Earth is a flat is the great one, right? All these globetards running around, right? But so they'll fucking, that's the other one. And like I see people doing this. Well, Hassan does this. He did that. I'll just name him because I can't fucking stand him. Listening to him more recently, unbelievably bad, like unbelievably bad, man. He is, and I enjoyed some of his content years ago with Will Neff. Although it was mainly Will that I was watching for, and like, man, boys got to fucking be careful, because holy fuck, that's literally what they're doing, and that is so disingenuous and pathetic. And I understand their argument against some of these other content creators, but like, I forget what his name is, but I forget what the lawyer guy is, but like, he's an example of someone that's very logical, right? I mean, understands logic, he understands argument formulation, right? And like, He understood immediately what was happening, and I'm glad he called him out for that, because I've been seeing him doing that too. And it's really dangerous rhetoric to do that. And it's literally how like fucking Nazis did that, for Christ's sake, right? Going around accusing everybody of being a fucking Nazi. And that's what Goebbels did, for fuck's sakes. Anyway, sorry. Europe a while back basically passed a martial law type of thing. So if when they plan another emergency, they can force whatever. Oh, geez. Well, yeah, they signed on with the WHO too, media. Canada did too. I'm not fond of being violent, but 100% there's no need to be able to project more violence as one person in the group starts shitting in your presence. Yeah. We have the biggest violence, the best violence. You can't conceive of violence on this law, brother. Yeah, fuck, literally, yeah. Yeah, holy fuck, yeah. I don't think the medical industry realizes the damage it has done to itself. I don't trust anything my doctor says anymore without checking it first. Well, an AI is soon going to give us the ability, too, to have to, like, double check some of the recommendations, which, I mean, although right now it's not quite there, it will soon get there. Yeah, cognitive dissonance is easier than facing threats, true. If anything, disaster is about the only thing that elites profit from the most, so... No, a massive volcano wouldn't help. The massive waking up and moving the legislation to get them out of that position. Yeah, man. Yeah. If anything, Germany does capitalism correctly, wins the world. Otherwise, it'll be sadly China. Yeah. Yeah. Fucking Christ. Yeah. Karma's coming for him. People are going to eventually bring him or twitch themselves to court and then bye-bye career. You know, and it's like, there's no need for that kind of rhetoric. And, you know, just listening to him personally, because people were accusing him not being an intellectual. I think he's definitely an intellectual. I've heard him speak. I heard him speak about geopolitics. I know that he is. That makes it even worse, though, because that's manipulative behavior. Actually, that's what happens among some people who are very intellectual, is they turn into fucking narcissistic, manipulative fucking psychopaths, where they just play these fucking games with people. And it's just very disgusting. I'm just very disgusted to see it. Anyway, it's not just him. There's tons of other people to do that, too. But it's just bad faith. It's misrepresenting people. It's not steel manning people to any degree. It's just, and you know, the slop, that is a top tier slop. Pissed me off when I saw it badly, because it's disappointing when you see people that are capable of thinking again, and they don't. And instead what they do is they choose to just create propaganda. There's a lot of good causes out there we should fight for. And I think just behaving that way, it's this reflection of like the modern fucking content creator. Here's one of the problems that I found too. It's this sociopathic meme that they have no shame, right? Like if I had done something like that and misrepresented somebody to that degree, I'd be fucking ashamed of myself. I wouldn't be able to show myself on camera, you know. But like they just come back on, and they all do this. It's not just him; it's tons of them, and they just come back on the next day, and it's like just content. Shut the fuck up! It's not just content. Like it's pathetic. That's not an excuse, right? Like that's like you're betraying yourself, and they don't understand that. And they don't understand that, like, that their characters being betrayed. You're betraying yourself in a level. It's just it's very scary to see, actually, you know. And anyway, it just really pisses me off beyond belief. And it's just, and then people just eat the slop up, the drama. But it's like, it's just disgusting. It's disgusting. And I think they should be ashamed of themselves for behaving that way more. But it's this sociopathic fucking world that we're starting to live in now, I guess, where people just brush that stuff off. There's no consequences for anybody's actions, right? It's all just a big joke. It's all just a fucking big joke. Like, give me a fucking break. It's all a big joke until it's not, right? Anyway, yeah. Fucking Christ. Yeah, cue the mainstream media. China's population is plummeting. China and India are into shit and get off the pot moment where they don't have the right to kind of land farm enough for sustaining their current populace. Yeah. They are working them to death and incentivizing having a family. Oh, yeah. Well, man, the China's another fucking meme. Yeah, Jesus, yeah. That's a fucking proper, oh God. I've known people from China too that have come over and we know about the China meme. Yeah. Yeah. This is something I didn't want to bring up aside from yelling about other people, actual content creators on this platform. I just have small conversations here, but these guys and girls are really sailing the ship here, and it looks like it might be headed for the shore in about the same, but whatever. I mean, just hop off to somewhere else. What happens? Justin TV, Twitch, where the fuck we're going next? I don't know, Kick, maybe. I am on Kick on YouTube right now, too. I can remember that. I probably just got banned off YouTube for talking about the vaccine stuff earlier. I keep forgetting. I'm fucking on. I don't even know how many people. There's probably like one person watching on YouTube anyway, so fuck it. Same with Kick. It's probably like 2 people, yeah. Oh, sorry. I just saw that there. I'm speaking of chemtrails aren't real, but I'm going to go ahead and do it, though. Bezos probably. Oh, fuck yeah, man. Yeah, yeah. I gotta fucking amalgamate the Kick chat there, Mo, on here. I got YouTube plugged in to the chat, but they put fucking the stupid, what's it called again? Chatbot or some shit. I got an app streamer bot. It won't amalgamate the kick chat in with it too, but I'll figure out some way to get it all in here. So I was going to bring this up, which I thought was fucking really interesting, which is, this is, I'd never seen this before. Again, John Ramirez, to me, I don't know how credible of a guy he is. He's the guy who started the whole 2027 hysteria. And then, you know, obviously everyone's just desperate. The well runs pretty dry when the UFO fucking circles, right? She runs pretty thin sometimes. So like, you need some spicy slop once in a while to just breathe life back into this conversation and make it relevant again. But, you know, so John did what he did there. I don't know, whatever the fuck. But John, I'll just TLDR what this conversation's about. This is like top tier fucking woo. So that's the John brother. We're gonna need some more sources on this, I think. Fuck, take it seriously. But the CIA is tracking people with possible alien human hybrid DNAs. So John essentially says, this is the 8-minute conversation. We don't need to fucking listen to it. I'll TLDR it. John essentially says that he heard from an insider within the government, who I think he's mentioned it before, actually. We watched this video recently, but anyway, that they know, the CIA knows that the visitors are going around and picking people up, and they are taking their DNA. And they also know, supposedly, actually Dave Politis has touched on this, that there are certain gene pools that they seem to be interested in. There are certain family lineages that they're interested in. And that they, behind the scenes, according to John and his source, keep tabs on these. However the fuck they figured this out, I don't know, which is where this all gets like full-blown fucking schizo. However they figured this out, but there are families that they've been tracking. So what the aliens were doing is they're taking the DNA, and what they even did was, in some of the kids, they enhanced them to some degree. So, and this is a pop, man. There's multiple books written on this fucking schizo shit. But they're called star children or star seeds or whatever the fuck you want to call them. But they're supposedly kids the aliens have fucked around with a little bit. Give them a little bit of their seed, you know. And this isn't like the esoteric kind of woo circles. They call them star seeds or star children. But John says this is real, that they've been doing this. And there are certain families and gene pools that they've focused in on. It's interesting. The only interesting thing about this, aside from this just being like in line with a bunch of other schizo woo, is that Dave Politis, in studying missing persons, came upon an interesting trend where he noticed that there were a lot of missing persons in the US that happened to come from German heritage. And in one of his recent documentaries, he kind of honed in on this, and he featured I think it was like 7 or 8 guys, 10 guys maybe. I think they're all men, maybe one woman in there. But that they were all, it was a particular German lineage too, I believe, heritage, if I can recall correctly. And so, this isn't woo, Jim, this is hillbilly fact, brother. That's a better way of putting it, actually, isn't it? Yeah. But anyway, I thought that was interesting. Well, objectively, how interesting is it? I thought it'd be worthy of woo conversation is what I should have said. Is it objectively interesting? I don't fucking know. Is it something to talk about? I had not seen this. I don't know when he did this interview. I don't know if it's new or when the fuck he redid this. I'm assuming it's older probably. But someone had reposted it and I said, oh my fucking God. Oh my God. So anyway, if any of you have had weird experiences in your life, go talk to your cousins maybe and see if they've also had some weird experiences. And then maybe there's a theme. Maybe there's a theme running through the family. Maybe you've all had, Bob Bigelow talked about this actually, which is interesting because he's a fucking billionaire now. He did quite well for himself. That he, when he was a kid, I think and maybe he mentioned his brother maybe had some experiences early on. And so yeah, who knows? It's intriguing. And then we were just talking about this woo earlier about Bob Lazar, saying in the government documents that they have manipulated some of these prophets. Are they coming down? Are they fucking around? Are they seeding people? Was Einstein a fucking star child? Did they fuck with his head so he could see through the veil? I don't know. It's weird. I mean, maybe there's something to that. Maybe we're literally, this full-blown simulation here. They're fucking around with everybody, right? Like literally just fucking deep in it. But anyway, I thought I would just bring that up for a minute because I watched through it and I said, oh, John, I said, however true that is, How interesting. I said, but that's grade A slop, so that can go in the bucket, I guess. Unlike some of the other drama slop, which just goes on the floor and rots, and then stinks, and then everybody walks out of the room being Twitch. And then no one ever comes back in the room again, and then everybody's fucked. Anyway, yeah. Well, I was going to play this a little bit. I was going to kind of react to this. Give my voice a break for a minute. Still kind of feel rough again. Fuck, I don't know. I didn't really talk much this weekend. I did have some liquor, though. I had some hard liquor. Not like Galen TV levels of fucking liquor here, but like I had a little bit. Speaking of which, I guess you decided maybe. Are you in here right now, Galen TV? Are you happen to be tuned in right now? I'm just curious. I don't want to tell his story for him. I'm gonna wait for him to tell what happened. So, yeah. Gargle some slop. Yeah. Fuck yeah, brother. Yeah, I'm almost done my tea, actually. I should finish the rest of it, actually. Yeah. Yeah. Well, here's some slop. Well, I don't know. Jesse usually has some pretty high grade slop. I enjoy consuming his. I don't mind. We don't spit it out. Greg Bishop. So what the fuck is this about? He's the author of Project Beta. Oh, the story of Paul Benowitz. Yeah. National security and the creation of modern UFO myth. People who don't know, Paul is who Richard Doty and co drove fucking banana balls. Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? Yeah. Yes, right? Focusing on Paul Benowitz. Yes, I believe this is. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, the role of Kirtland Air Force Base in UFO lore, the psychological impacts of belief in UFOs and the use of technology and research, the dangers of misinformation. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is it. Yeah. I've seen so many documentaries on this over the years. I kind of heard this before, but, whatever. I mean, maybe Jesse will bring new light. I'm just going to kind of pop around on it a little bit, just see what he's going to say. Just give the basic background, maybe. So, yeah. I like to swirl the slop around and catch the faint tones of bullshit also. Yeah, it's the finer notes, brother. The finer notes.
UFOs are a Swiss Army knife for intelligence. UFOs are a Swiss Army knife for intelligence. They can use them for anything. He was seeing lights like out somewhere on the base, like lifting up off the ground and then flying over a mountain and going down. And they were just glowing orbs. And he said that he could look through binoculars and sometimes see like Air Force people or somebody walking around them before they took off. He built apparently a setup and started listening to transmissions coming from the base. He said there were dinosaurs and like old like Roman battles and stuff. The Air Force had taken him in a helicopter, flown him up to northwestern New Mexico, and showed him stuff saying, look, we think there's something going on here. And they actually put jeeps and like water tanks and all kind of stuff in this place as props.
And then he starts to kind of lose his mind. Is that right? Or
yeah, as things get worse, he went there with a.
That's an interesting way to smoke a cigarette or a joint. You see that AI slop? The fucking cherry was on the other end of it. He's sucking on it.
Camera and took pictures. Benowitz was there with like a rifle and a pistol, and he said, they're coming. You have to come in the house right now.
The idea that UFOs are a cover for just prosaic technology is totally wrong. In fact, it's the opposite. Prosaic technology is often used as a cover for UFO. It's an interesting discussion.
Yeah, probably both. In fact, it's demonstrably both. Imagine the Benowitz operation as a 24-hour-long stage play. And Benowitz is 5 minutes in one scene. Not even 5 minutes.
Jesus, and he wrote a whole fucking book on it. God damn it. Yeah. Smoke was coming out of his ass. Yeah.
Different parts of the brain have different
American alchemy.
You know that, don't you?
Maybe you should interview me.
I'm here with Greg Bishop, who is the excellent author of Project Beta and most recently It Defies Language. And I know you to be a very hard-headed UFO journalist, investigator, who sometimes reports on things that fly in the face of what the believers of everything want. And the first kind of great example of that is in Project Beta, where you documented this guy named Paul Benowitz, who's this earnest industry man in aerospace, And he is driven kind of crazy by the Air Force Office of Special
right.
Investigation, specifically this counterintelligence agent named
It's
Rick
soon,
Doty.
brother.
And it makes
Soon.
for an amazing kind of
Very
dramatic
soon.
thriller. I'm excited
Once he brings up the Giants, they're going to get him.
to get into the weeds with you. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for inviting me. Benowitz wasn't involved in aerospace, and he was already kind of unstable to begin with. It's just the Air Force, AFOSI, and other people just encouraged it and made it worse.
There you
which
go.
is no excuse. But everybody says, "Oh, he was perfectly okay." No, he was kind of heading down that road. It's just when somebody in power tells you something,
Yeah.
it's like, "Oh, well, that must be right." So you just keep, you know.
Well, didn't he have a company that sold components
Encourage
to
him, man.
aerospace?
They
Fuck.
still do.
Yeah.
His
Brother, those both
sons
do it.
still run it, at least one of them. And Thunder
Unreal,
Scientific,
man.
Yeah.
temperature and humidity instruments.
Okay.
I think it's humidifiers and things to monitor temperature and humidity in like highly, you know, corrosive or whatever environments, like on submarines or on aircraft or whatever. So he actually had, as far as I know, contracts with the military for these things, along with a bunch of, you know, scientific organizations and stuff.
And he both lives and his office is near Kirtland Air Force Base, like basically across the street, or what's the...
His house is in the Four Hills area of Albuquerque, which
Okay.
is on the border of the north side of Kirtland Air Force Base.
Okay.
And his office was near the Wyoming gate of Kirtland Air Force Base. So at work or at home, he was always like right next to the base.
He's been reincarnated.
And the company's still there. If you go there, there's a big sign, this little sign that says Thunder Scientific. And I think his son, one of his sons, is still the president. And
Holy fuck. Look, I know I'm kind of retarded. Oh, well, I mean, you know. I mean, you know who honestly reminds me of Socrates more is who was sitting across the table of Alex, which is Joe. Who, you know, Joe never professes to be like some like highly educated intellectual. He's just a guy who asks questions across the table and has the courage to confront people too when he feels something's wrong. Joe strikes me as a modern day Socrates far more. Someone who had a training as a warrior in their youth, who had courage to face and call out bullshit, and someone who just relentlessly asks questions. Hopefully Joe doesn't end up like Socrates. Alex, maybe a little bit, but yeah. Like, I know I'm kind of retarded, yeah. I mean, I love that episode. It was great to see him stripped down like that. I really enjoyed it.
I'm not sure if his wife is still alive. Cindy, I think her name is or was. But yeah, that's on, like I said, it's just, if you could walk out his front door and down a street, like 2 minutes, and you're at the fence that says, you know, government facility, do not trespass, all that stuff.
So this is the late 70s. Paul Benowitz is living and working around Kirtland Air Force Base. What's he like as a person?
The people I do know that knew him, such as Bill Moore, Doty, and Gabe Valdez. Those are three people I talked to who knew him.
El Catan, I think you're the father.
And mostly because I was talking about that period, they talk about him getting more and more frightened about stuff. But I've seen pictures of him before.
See, did you change
all this
that
started
follow thing
happening.
back? God bless.
And he's got this mischievous look on his face. He looks like a grown-up kid. I've seen a picture of his application to APRO, Aerial Phenomena Research Organization. And he's just kind of standing there like kind of. It's kind of like, wow, that doesn't look like Paul Benowitz. I think of him as like this scared, paranoid person. But you know, in the picture, which is just a snippet of somebody, he looks actually pretty happy and funny. There's a picture of him in the Albuquerque Journal or Tribune, one of the two, in 1981 or 2. He looks way different. He has long hair and a big beard, and he's kind of sitting there, and he looks very serious. And it was just a profile of him and his business. But
Anything about his childhood, or was he a generally credulous person who believed in other sort of, you know, crazy lore growing up?
I don't think so. The only thing I knew about, and I can't remember who I found this out from, is he liked to read Wild West novels.
Okay.
You know, also he was a private pilot.
Cowboy.
He had a pilot's license. Also, I think he did aerobatic flying, which made me feel closer to him because I have a pilot's license too, and I've done some aerobatic flying. But it's just, you know, there's not a lot on his background. People actually said, well, why didn't you get into his background? And what was just your question? And I said, well, nobody that was close to him wanted to talk to me for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Because it's like, we don't want to dig that up again.
It drove
So
nuts.
he's living and working near Kirtland Air Force Base. Kirtland Air Force Base has an interesting history in just UFO lore. I believe it was managed back in the day by the Sandia offshoot of the Atomic Energy Commission.
Oh, okay, okay.
And so a couple of places where it shows up in UFO.
Fucking Jesse's just got all this shit stored in his head. I mean, I don't understand. The very particular, God, he knows everything about all the intricate details of the entirety of the cover-up. My God, like I could not even begin to fucking fathom. And I've been reading about this for a long time. Actually, I've been in this longer than Jesse has technically. And he just come in here and just fucking been able to digest and read it all flawlessly. Unbelievable.
UFO lore, just to kind of set the scene for people. Maybe take this with a grain of
fuck
salt.
yeah, brother. Hell
but you
yeah.
have Bill Steinman.
What color
who
are
is
you doing?
A UFO researcher who writes about the Aztec crash, which is a very controversial crash.
Yeah, I have his book. I talked to him on the phone once, actually.
Oh, wow. I want to hear about that because he seemed like a very interesting guy. He was actually, people don't know this, he was a Skunk Works employee and he was pushed out of Lockheed
that I didn't know.
because he was so interested in this topic. And then he could never really get a job in aerospace again. But he writes about Kirtland Air Force Base with respect to a guy named Eric Henry Wing, because he was interested actually in the Kingman crash, which is associated with Operation Upshot Knothole.
Oh, nice. It's different. That's
nuclear
sick.
test
Fuck
in
yeah.
1953 in Nevada at the Nevada Test Range.
Nice.
And you have this Arthur Stansel, this guy who's on he definitely worked at Wright Airfield at the time.
Yeah.
And he sees his name in the records because he was this witness of this crash.
Yeah.
He sees a body, like a 4-foot body mortared or whatever in Kingman. And Steinman looks him up, sees his name in the record next to a guy named Eric Henry Wang.
Yeah.
Eric Henry Wang was head of special studies at Wright Airfield.
He was German.
Studied with Victor Schauberger, actually.
Yeah. Okay, that I didn't know.
Yeah.
And people say, well, why is his name Wang? And I found out, and I think this is true, because of East Asian, barbarians came through Germany.
Fascinating.
And so he had this Asian name. He was German, but he had this Asian name because of, something that happened in the 3rd century or 4th century or something. There were people named Wang that came through there and just kind of
Attila
stayed.
the Hun.
Raped everybody.
I was going to say Attila the Hun. I'm not sure he made it to Rome, but Mongol hordes did, but apparently that's where his name came from. Go ahead.
No,
That's really cool,
amazing.
actually.
I love it. I love the historical detours. So his name, he's apparently moved from Wright-Patterson or Wright Airfield to Kirtland Air Force Base. And I believe there's even some sort of complex near Los Alamos that's like named after him. But that's it. Like he's kind of scrubbed from the internet otherwise.
Yeah.
Steinman,
like most people that do that kind of work.
Yeah. But Bill Steinman gets in touch with his wife, Maria Wing, and she says, "Oh yeah, he worked at Kirtland Air Force Base. He worked on some, secret UFO related stuff."
Yeah, I think they came and took a bunch of stuff out of his house when he died.
God damn.
Interesting.
I didn't know that name was in my family
Tesla
lineage.
story where the Navy goes in New York and pulls all the stuff out of storage.
Yeah.
But the same thing, I believe, happened
That's
with Eric
interesting.
Wang.
That's definitely
Interesting,
factual
okay.
in the case of Tesla.
I had no fucking idea. Isn't it interesting?
Yeah, and then John Donald Trump's uncle, actually looks at the Tesla files to see if it could confirm any crazy history. But okay, so they raid Wang's house. Steinman speaks to Maria Wang. She says yes, he's working on all sorts of spooky stuff, and he was managed by Henry A. Kissinger. So that's pretty crazy. And then Henry Kissinger is actually on record doing these like kind of meetings. This guy Don Cotter, who's head of advanced research at Kirtland Air Force Base, in 1962 is convening these interdisciplinary groups to talk about UFOs. No, not talk about UFOs. Talk about we don't know.
Yeah.
National defense, security, and geopolitics.
Yeah.
And Kissinger is on record.
Did he actually? What the
so
fuck? Really?
That's the backdrop.
Jesus. I didn't know
Otherwise, all we know is Kirtland is working on probably advanced aerospace.
Fuck, man.
And at what point does
He was a wild
Benowitz
man, that was for sure.
start to think that he is picking up some sort of alien signal, or he's detecting UFOs?
I think it's 77 or 8. He was.
I mean, this is interesting. I don't know, like how the Air Force drove a UFO witness insane. I mean, so the Benowitz case. I mean, effectively, it's an interesting conversation about probably in depth like how it happened, the history of it. Obviously, this guy's been kind of a historian here, you know, documenting Jesus Christ. What had happened, debunking the myths, challenging UFO skepticism, the nature of truth in UFO research. Let's probably get to the role of social experimentation, UFO narratives. That's all interesting discourse as well. Yeah, the science of anti-gravity and UFOs. My dad claimed I was related to Attila the Hun. I hope he was joking. You literally never fucking know, brother. Like, where it's like, it's interesting because that part of the world, though, like, you would have literally been fucking, like, quite isolated. Or, sorry, you wouldn't have been isolated. Like, here in Ireland, sorry, like, where my people would be from, we were fairly isolated. But, like, out in, like, Europe, wouldn't have been quite as isolated. So, you'll find, like, a lot of people will find, like, Mongol DNA. Like, if you do the fucking, like, 23andMe, although they just sold all their data to like some Chinese fucking company, I guess. So if anybody ever did this, GG, fucking Xi Jinping has all of your intimate details about like what you can and can't eat. So he might put peanuts in your fucking sandwich if you're allergic to them. Be careful what you say about him. some CCP spy maybe break into your house and rub peanut butter all over your fucking bed. They know your weaknesses. Anyway, you can find this in the genes. The influence is fucking crazy. Like my brother did this. I didn't do this, but we didn't get any of that shit. We essentially just got 100% stuck on the island for fuck knows how long. Going back to Atlantean times, or whenever the Celts decided to make a fucking makeshift boat and get over there, however the fuck that happened. So, yeah, it was an oral tradition long passed down in the Mughal ancestry. The whole Tuvan throat singing comes from the Enochian ancestors. Is that actually fucking me? What the fuck? Makes you wonder if they in fact did build megaliths using frequencies and song. The Tibetans speak of that, right? I mean, you probably know that. But there's who was that fucking guy that went to Tibet and claimed that they could that they were taught this is a technology of the gods. Guy who claimed the Tibetans had, I'm probably spelled it wrong, had levitation tech from singing and frequency vibration. This was like not even that long ago, sorry. That he was told this, I guess. So he watched it happen. Where they were levitating stones and shit, like big stones with sound, which you can levitate things with sound, but the fact that Tibetans were levitating giant fucking boulders is like another meme entirely. That calls to your ancestors. Little short song here, huh? Oh, fuck. It's a Celtic song. Jesus. I think we've seen this lady before, haven't we? She's like the horse lady, right? Holy shit. Ominous, isn't it? Yeah. Jesus. Wow. Holy shit, it ends. Man, that's fucking, it's kind of spooky, isn't it? It just kind of gave you the chills a little bit. Listen to that. Man. God damn. Before the cons ever went west, first they went east and south. Yeah. What does it sound like without reverb, though? Yeah. Crazy. Well, man, listen to me. Many Celtic peoples, and they're all people, though. I mean, humans probably had similar kind of meaning, but that sounds almost kind of Nordic, like, but man, that's what all our instruments emulate, right? Is the human voice, right? All the stringed instruments, especially, emulate just the human voice. That's unbelievable that she could do that. Like, crazy. Yeah, that's what people, the drums and then some singing probably. Henry Kjelsen, a Swedish civil engineer turned Lost Tech author, he retold Dr. Jarl's 1939 eyewitness tale of Tibetan monks levitating stone blocks with 13 drums, 6 trumpets, and chanting arranged on a 63-meter arc. Jelson published it in Forsum Tenik, Lost Technology, 1961, and Bruce Cathy later popularized the sketch. Interesting. It's interesting because I mentioned offhand that I dug into that story from that Soviet spy who had been working in Tibet and had claimed that they'd showed him technology, or he had forced his way in, I think maybe is what probably actually happened, and into one of these like chambers where they kept all these artifacts from the gods. And they had a bunch of sketchy shit pertaining to this kind of stuff. Interesting. I don't know where the whole pyramid they levitated the stones from came from. If that's in the lore or not. I've heard that too, yeah. The journal of the backer makes it work. Yeah, oh, fuck, man. Yeah, it does. Sounds like me in the toilet the morning after 12 pints and a curry. Holy fuck, right. After a bottle of Jameson, maybe. Galen TV, if you're in here after a bottle of Jameson, yeah. I know a lot about Bruce Cathy. He has the crazy theory that nuclear bombs are set off by the position of the sun. What? And he said he could predict when they would happen. What the fuck? Interesting. He's one of the guys who popularized the sketch. Okay, interesting. Oh, to do with sun cycles death. Yeah, that affects people psychologically. Yeah, we went over that recently here. I don't know if you were in here. There was another guy. He's kind of a woo guy on YouTube, but he had similar theory. That psychologically the sun cycles affect us more than we think they do. That wouldn't even surprise me, honestly, when you really think about it. The influence that would have. That wouldn't surprise me in the least, that their periods of great stress would be from when the sun is blowing more shit off. I mean, that could make sense, really. we could pick up on that. We pick up on a bunch of other sensitive things the Earth does, so. The giant ball of fucking like plasma at the center of the solar system probably has some effect on us too, right? You got like really, when you think about it, yeah. Yeah, we live in a world with music like that on one hand and TV licenses on the other. Fuck, brother. It's just very deep, and we live with that, and we got like fucking Justin Bieber and Katy Perry and all this other fucking slop. Oh my God, like something that's deep that like moves the soul. That's very ominous stuff. It was very spooky, man, yeah. And he means psychological. He meant the sun's position detonated the bomb. The fuck? Oh, really? What? Like he put nuclear bombs are set up by the position of the sun. I've watched the video 100 times and it still makes sense of it. We'll just quickly, just if I can get the gist of it. Nuclear. I just want to hear the argument, like his actual argument. What does he mean? Yeah. This is what is good at picking this stuff up quickly. Yeah. I mean, the levitation stuff is also interesting. This is also extremely interesting, yeah. Go to Tibet and be, oi mate, you got a license for that singing. They probably rip your throat right out, actually, and throw it into a pile. They'd say, yeah, fucking we use all of these throats we've ripped out into this giant instrument. Who said what? Bruce Cathy, Kiwi airline pilot turned grid guru, claimed Earth is wrapped in geometric world energy grid. Okay, so what's it called again? There's another word for it. Is it ley lines? He argued nuclear devices only go bang when the bomb sights latitude, longitude. The sun's position in the moment in time all resonate with certain harmonic numbers. Okay. How it's supposed to work in Cathy speak, convert clock time and geographic coordinates to arc degrees, make those numbers divisible by key harmonics using multiples of 360. Ensure the sun sight angle also hits a harmonic value, detonate inside the narrow window outside it, the chain reaction won't start. Said he proved it by predicting a French test at Muraro in 1968 to the minute, back calculating Hiroshima, Nagasaki, and finding tidy harmonic ratios with local solar. Physics reality check. Fission needs critical mass, proper implosion, does not wait for sunrise. Hundreds of nukes have been fired at every hour of the day and night. It's true, though, in tunnels, in space, underwater. No harmonic emergencies needed. Yeah, weather, fallout, drift, spy satellite overflights, and politics drive scheduling, not cosmic number yoga. Also being very aggressive there. Yeah, that's true. There's been tons of underground detonations that the military's done. Well, you can look at all the explosions in Nevada. There's tons of them. Cathy's theory is numerology with a pilot's license. Fun if you like UFO grids, but it's zero traction, nuclear engineering, or astrophysics. Interesting, yeah. He invented his own mathematics. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, they might float down the mountain, brother. Fuck. God damn. Who knows? What was this guy? Just for people that, just quickly, I want to see if I can find this for people, just so. Who was that Soviet spy that supposedly was in, fuck, Christ, I don't know how to spell it, in Tibet and said they had ancient Ancient technology from the gods. A Russian general wrote a book tying his claims in with Nibiru in 3,600 years. This is a fucking. I mean, I went deep on this thinking I'm just gonna disprove all this bullshit, and then I went, oh fuck. This is possibly slightly more interesting, although, you know, the claims of Nibiru were not real. But remember Phil Schneider's stories about shooting aliens at this Walter PPK and deep underground military bases? Brother, oh, well, fuck, let me tell you, I know Phil well. Yeah, they did. Oh, it was with this catheter that they choked him with. Oh, fuck, is that okay? God damn. That's dirty, isn't it, that they went for that? Yeah. Yeah, we've gone over Phil here in depth a couple times. Yeah. Sounds like the plot to Firefox with Clint Eastwood. You must think in Russian. I haven't seen that movie, Aaron. I probably should. I used to love, what was the famous one that he was in? I've seen some of his cowboy movies. But I used to smoke, essentially, I think the same cigars he used to smoke. The cigar box, they claim this is what Flint smoked in that. What was the famous one he was in? The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly is the one that he was in. He has a cigar in his mouth. But they're Kentucky Cheroots is what they're called. Supposedly they're what he smoked in the fucking movie. They were cheap fucking Kentucky cigars, right? Cheap little fucking. Actually, it tastes really fucking good. Get them for about the 10th of the price of fucking Cubans. Anyway, at least here in Canada, which I ordered them anyway. I'm not going to get into that. Good deal on them, you know. Okay, fuck. It's probably going to think for a while on this. This might be a bit of a fucking deep one, yeah. I wonder if it can find this, man. See, oh my fuck, it found the book again. Man. It would have had to have searched through a bunch of Russian fucking forums and then translate the Russian and then get a hold of this. Holy fuck. No, he doesn't directly claim Nibiru. That's correct. But he references the orbital period in the fact that it's some kind of planet that causes a catastrophe at 3,600 years, which is effectively fucking Nibiru. So that's crazy. Fuck. Sifting through Russian generals. Boris Ratkanov. Yeah, I think that was fucking him. Holy fuck, man. I mean, this is like some deep fucking slop that you would not find easily. We sure have cool new theories now. When I was a kid, people thought holding two sticks together would point to water in the ground. Fuck yeah, man. Yeah. What's it called again? God damn it. Yeah. Fuck. I've known someone who does that. Yeah. You need a piece of like copper or something, don't you? Dowsing. Yes, that's what it is. Yeah, I've known people who swear by that, actually. I've been told that. Yeah. I think there's something legitimate to it though. Like I've heard someone tell me that. I didn't fucking fact check that, but yeah. It can just read every language. Oh, that's true, Digi. That's true. Yeah. It's going to translate it for us, I guess, is what it's going to do. It's going to translate the Russian into English. Holy fuck. Oh, this is like deep research here. I just want the guy's name because he was a real guy. He existed. And supposedly, now this is a problem if we don't have access to this file from the KGB, but that before his death, this was documented. And a Russian general had saw this at the collapse of the Soviet Union. There were a lot of these documents floating around that people thought were interesting that wanted to get hold of physical copies of. And this was one of the documents because this guy had claimed that all of this fantastical technology that like people like Hitler were looking for, like weapons, technology of the gods, that the Tibetans actually had stored some of this stuff. They were the ones that had access to this technology, which is anyway. So this guy had thought this was obviously interesting. I can't remember. I think he shared maybe a copy of it. I don't know what kind of peer review the document's been subjected to. I think he did, but it's one of those things that like was just talked about in Russia. Really, it hasn't really even been talked about in the West, which is really interesting. There's some people that have gone over, like George Knapp, who did the Bob Lazar story, went over and talked to some Russian generals, people that are involved in the KGB, about covert files pertaining to UAPs and UFOs and whatnot. Holy shit. That's it. Man. Fuck, that's deep. That's fucking deep. Remember people being transfixed from the 1960s black and white photo of a man in an ape costume? Fuck. Do you really? Fuck. Holy fuck, man. Yakov Grigorevich Blumpkin. His last name is Blumpkin. There you go. 1900 to 1929. Only lived for 29 years. Major General Boris Kostanovich Raktiknov, or I fucking pronounce that. A cult-heavy book, co-written with Major General Georgy Rogozin. Riffs on Blumkin's Tibetan yarns, folds in Sitchin's 3600-year Nibiru cycle, and claims some monks guard devices of the gods. This is it. OGPU hitman infiltrated Nicholas Roerich's 1925-26 Central Asia Tibet trip as a bogus Lama to spy on Brits. So this is the actual story here. This is good because I probably got some of this wrong. I kind of got it right. Allegedly saw Shambhala vaults holding pre-flood divine tech and sonic levitation gear. So this is another claim, which is like Shambhala is this place that shouldn't fucking exist. They got a festival and everything. This was something that had floated around back in the early 1900s from the Theosophists. And they were these New Age psychics, actually. They kind of revolved around people like Edgar Cayce to some degree. But this is a kingdom. It's ruled by future Buddha Maitreya. The Shambhala narrative is found in the Kalachakra Tantra, a text of the group of, holy fuck, I pronounce that. A lot of the Theosophists brought over Eastern philosophies to the West. So Madame Blavatsky is one of them. She's one of the early Theosophists. Blavatsky, here she is here. Russian occult writer. So this is like Aleister Crowley associates as well, right? People that are tied in with this kind of occult shit. So they brought over a lot of these kind of Eastern philosophies, like Buddhism actually. But they had mentioned their reference to places like this. And they had supposedly also engaged in like seances where they're trying to communicate with the gods and esoteric beings. And they claim this is a real place. And there were people that went on these journeys out into Asia to try and find Shambhala, but they never found it. So this guy's claiming that the Tibetan monks effectively is Shambhala. Divine tech or sonic levitation gear, yeah. Retired FSB KGB Major General, parapsychology hobbyist, yeah. In interviews in the Beyond the Known series, he links Blumkin's tale to Sitchin's Planet X warning of cyclical cataclysms every 3,600 years. So now, this is the only thing that, again, probably top tier slop, right? Well, Yakov Blumkin's claims supposedly were real, but whether that he ever went to Shambhala, we have no idea, right? Or they had this sonic levitation gear, which other people supposedly have said. But that Boris however you say his name, Ratnikov, probably is how you pronounce it, claims knowledge of this, Sitchin, is a little bit interesting. Because what do the Russians know about that? Do they have any other information? It's been communicated in kind of either calling it a parapsychological book or a woo book. But what actually documented, Blumkin's Tibetan detour is confirmed by only memoir fragments and later press, no OGPU files declassified that we can see. But supposedly Boris and others had seen them during the fall of the Soviet Union. The military review article summarizes the accepted outline. Ratnikov and Rogzin's books exist and do reference Nibiru, Sitchin, Astral, Intel, etc. The works are marketed as special service view of world picture. It's a direct source of Ratnikov's cycle. Yes, it is. Reality check. Yeah, no peer-reviewed evidence ties Blumkin, Roerich, or Tibetan Lamas to functional in any tech. We don't have any access to any of the documents. Ratnikov's Nibiru talk is pure Sitchinite speculation rejected by astronomers. It is. I've got it to go through and do a deep dive on the book, and it seems like I thought that was the case too. All 3,600-year disaster charts trace back to Sumerian translation stretch. Well, it does, yes. But, is that the end of it though? Or is there something else that these guys knew? He didn't seem to insinuate that, but anyway, this is the guy here. So if anyone wants to look deeper into this, it is, if these kinds of things interest you about, the Tibetans or lost ancient technology and stuff, this is one of these threads you can pull on. It isn't really talked about by anybody. I mean, this would be something if I actually wanted to put the work in and make a YouTube video. And what happened. This is probably one of them because nobody. I don't think anybody's talking about this. I doubt you'd find this anywhere here in the West. Yeah. Define Blumkin for your audience, Jim. Oh, fuck. Well, we probably shouldn't actually for the TOS, but you take the safe search off and Google it if someone's brave enough. Shambhala is a state of mind, not a place, isn't it? Well, some people thought it was literally a place, Aaron. Yeah. Shambolic Music Festival is legit. I've been 3 times. What the fuck? No alcohol, but everything else is fine. Just no alcohol. All other drugs are okay, yeah. Whatever happened to the Hutchinson effect when he was levitating stuff? Well, how did he facilitate that? Was it through sound? Yeah. Do I know the Rasputin story, CFJ? I don't know. CFG, sorry. Oh, what's that about? You mean Rasputin, the political dude? Russia? Oh, no, never mind. Okay, no. Vaguely, I guess. Not really, not in depth, no. He influenced, okay. Interesting. Kind of like a modern day Chris Bledsoe. A Russian invented a Blumpkin Wayne. It seems to be the case, yeah. Rasputin, lover of Russian queen. He was quite a dude. I guess, I was murdered during the early morning. Okay, home of Prince Yesperov. He died of 3 gunshot wounds. Influence reached peak in 1915. Yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, I've heard, okay, vaguely. Yeah, I've run into him over the years, I guess. Okay. Why is there anything woo? I mean, obviously they say literally that he was a fucking mystic and faith healer. But is there anything else pertaining to him that's like quite woo? See if this is, oh, fuck it, I already found him. He's a secret agent whose CV read like a pulp novella. What he actually did, left SR militant, assassinated German ambassador Wilhelm von Merbach, joined the Cheka OGPU counterinsurgency in Ukraine, Persia, and Turkey, slips into Rorik, Central Asia, Tibet, caravan dressed as a llama. Watch Brits court llamas, look for Shambhala. That was his mission, supposedly. Interesting. Runs Soviet espionage. Yeah, okay. Meets Trotsky on Principo Island, smuggles a letter back. Tried in camera, executed in Lubyanka courtyard, allegedly shouting "Long live Trotsky" before volley. What he claimed to have seen, here it is here. After a private audience with the 13th Dalai Lama, Blumpkin's own report, later quoted by retired FSB General Boris Radikov, who claimed that he saw the report, which is not publicly available, after the Soviet Union fell. Under Lassalle vaulted levels 14 to 15 stories deep, holding weapons of the gods, 15-meter metallic spheres that rise from the bedrock and fire plasma to intercept incoming asteroids. Jeez. The monks also keep a gold dust weight nullifier used to slide megaliths. He further wrote that one such sphere shot down the Tungutska bolide. Radikov graphed in situ a 3,600 Nibiru cycle onto this tale in his book, Worldview of the Special Services, portraying Blumpkin as the first Soviet to glimpse extraterrestrial tech. Dear Christ. Anyway, so, yeah. Crazy shit. So they used powderized gold, essentially, I think is what he meant here. And created some kind of, electrified it, however the fuck you do that. And it made the, there's some kind of sound thing in it too. It didn't elaborate enough in the book. Anyway, it's fucking woo, but obviously it's the kind of slop that we usually enjoy here. Some Russian slop story said he was resurrected. Check the king at the time. Looks like Medvedev. The fuck? So this guy was resurrected? Rasputin? Like this guy got fucking resurrected? Or you mean the king that he was serving at the time resurrected him? Russian. He's not really, is he the president or Putin's the king? He's where the fuck, who was the king at the time? He influenced, who was he? This guy, Prince, this guy? He looks like this guy? Hold on. Holy fuck, did this just zoom in for some reason? What the fuck just happened here? Did I just zoom this in? Hold on. There we go, zoom out. Prince Yaspov? What the fuck? This is supposed to be Medvedev? Is this guy or no? Interesting. Sounds like a Steven Seagal movie. It does sound, fuck. I'd watch that movie, brother, yeah. I can actually see him in my mind's eye singing into the mirror topless with a hairbrush, the entire lyrics to Daddy Cool. Oh my heavens. Oh my God. It looks a little bit, yeah. Rasputin's body got dumped in the river in some versions of the story. Says he came back to life. So it's Rasputin. It looks like him. Maybe? Oh god, this is a creepy motherfucker, man. Jesus Christ. This is back before you could like fact check people. So he just said, yeah, I can do fucking magic. You're like, all right, I believe you. What in the hell, man? Looks like he has some digestive problems. He's very pale, very dark eyes. Probably just ate fucking people. Yeah. He's a tennis player. Oh, not, is he? Yeah, we're talking about the Russian president though, aren't we? Or no? Interesting. You know, the thing about people with past lives, every past life they had is someone famous. Ever notice that? Not always though, brother. I told this story where my neighbor's, my neighbor's mom, I guess, because when I was a kid, his mother, went to go meet with somebody, and did one of these past life regressions, and all she remembered from it was she was this little girl somewhere in like the UK somewhere, and she was her house, it was probably like 100 plus 150 200 years ago, and she was running through a field, and she looked over and she saw her parents like seated on the step of their house like laughing, and then it must have been a new home or something, and then she fell into a well and died, and that was where the vision ended, that she was just running through a field and there was an unknown well there and she fell in, she died. Yeah, that was literally it. Pretty crazy though, like, you know, like if you go, I mean, like that would be one of those ones where, like if I fucking went and had a past life regression and it was like Atlantis and we're flying around in crystal spaceships and shit, and the person I did it with was woo as fuck, I probably wouldn't trust it. But if you like just went to somebody and had something like that, you'd probably be like, what the fuck? Like just really out of left field kind of shit. Yeah. Nicholas too. Yeah. I thought we were talking about Rasputin, not Putin. Yeah, this is Putin's little right-hand man here. Yeah. Little puppet boy. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, that was, I haven't heard of anybody else that did any past life regressions, but she went to somebody like legit. I think maybe they may have been like a fairly accredited person. I can't remember the details of it, but I remember that story
Pretty
being told.
Interesting
Yeah.
theory. However,
Minu, 38, thank you for the follow. But yeah. Nicholas II was the emperor Rasputin was close to, and that looks like Medvedev with a nice mustache. Interesting, yeah. I think he was brought back to life. Wicked, holy man or mad monk. God damn. Just an edgelord back in the day. You gotta do your thing. Like, if you happen to, like, roll a bad hand, you know, like, genetically, like if you happen to end up like some creepy motherfucker, like, you gotta play your cards right. If you want to fucking, what's up, man? You got to play your cards right. You can either just like, you can just fucking die the incel, or you can just start the sex cult, right? Yeah, and a sex cult, you can either die an incel or you can just start the fucking sex cult. And it's like, what do you want to do here exactly? You got to leverage that fucking like creepy look that you were given, and just be like, we're starting a fucking sex cult. It's like Rael. Fucking, I don't even want to fucking really Google him because I'm sure there's something inappropriate that's going to fucking come up. Yeah, like, listen. Where the fuck is this taking me now? Just show me the goddamn. You can either fucking roll, like, whatever the hand he was dealt, right? He turned it around into something, I guess you could call it something positive. Although, not really. But anyway, listen, the Japanese love him. And this lady is a geneticist who supposedly created a copy of him, a clone. So he turned himself around. You know, look, man, who could rock a haircut like that and still do the ponytail? I don't know what it is about these fucking guys, man, but like there's a riz that you have to study here. Like, hold on, let's just go back a second. Oh Christ, yeah, I have to be fucking careful. Full blown fucking sex cult. This man's riz should be fucking studied. I mean, the confidence there is just, I can't even wrap my fucking head around it. Like to fucking just, it's like the Paul Heyman, for Christ's sake. Where's the fucking Paul Heyman at? You guys watch fucking wrestling growing up, you probably know who fucking Paul Heyman is. It's like, who would have the confidence to do something like that? Where it's like, what's left, you just tie it into the face. You just tie what's left into a fucking ponytail. It's like, you know, God bless him. I mean, there's a riz there that, again, yeah, we should definitely take note of. Holy fuck. Like it's Alex Collier. It's what's with the fucking UFO cult leaders in this shit? I don't understand. Anyway, Charles Manson in the 1800s. Fuck. Remember the Heaven's Gate cult? They were the opposite. They cut their nads off. Did they actually? They did crazy science. Did they actually cut their fucking? I didn't know that. Yeah, they all drank the Kool-Aid death, man. I remember that shit. Like fucking. I wrote a song about that actually. Although I don't know any way you can find it. You go to the YouTube channel I have. All my old EPs are up there. It's the earliest entries. But we called it, me and the boys called it All Hail Bob. It was about the Hale-Bopp comet and the cult leaders. Like, you know, anyway. I was a fan of that one. I was a fan of that story back, you know. It was fucking, it's very interesting. Yeah. And I didn't know the origins of it either. A friend of mine who I met through the stream here had told me the origins of how that had all come about. And it was through a group of remote viewers. Had remote viewed Hale-Bopp and said there was a spaceship behind it. And this cult said, oh my God, they've returned. And then this trickled into the full-blown fucking suicide that happened terribly. So, yeah. Yeah, they all wore the same Nike shoes. Did they, good fucking style then. Good. Were they nice Nikes, like fucking Air Force Ones or whatever? Or were they like the fucking dad Nikes? Yeah. Comet is not a rock, brother. It's a fucking goddamn spaceship, or so they said. But at least Rael never told anybody to fucking kill themselves. He did tell people to get naked and masturbate in front of him, but is that worse? No, probably not. That's not technically worse. There is a tier list of like, you know, I think that's probably on the lesser end, although that's definitely like extremely perverted. But I think that's probably where it stays. It's extremely perverted, and it's not, I wouldn't say that'd be like evil, like manipulative. Yeah. Extremely perverted, yeah. But you know, guy just living his life. There he is now, right? God damn. Race car driver, journalist, UFO sex cult owner. Oh fucking Christ, yeah. Their names were like do, re, mi, fa, la, like music tones. Really? Oh my fucking Christ, man. Yeah, the Heaven's Gate. For people that have never looked into that, I would fucking recommend Heaven's Gate cult. It's pretty spooky though, but what was Buddy's name again? This dude here with the fucking crazy eyes, man. Their website's still up. I did this recently. You can still go to the website. You can still go to the fucking website right there. Holy fuck, man. Drank the Kool-Aid, brother. Drank the Kool-Aid. Off to the next adventure. God. Jesus. Heaven's Gate cult website. If you guys ever want to take a peruse around and browse, heavensgate.com. Red alert. Hale-Bopp brings closure. Red alert. As was promised, the keys to Heaven's Gate are here again in tie and do the UFO 2 as they were in Jesus and his father 2,000 years ago. We missed it. Fuck yeah. Stargates, mate. It's Stargates. Fuck, brother. Is it actually? Yeah. Yeah. What was that called out west who overtook a town and poisoned everyone? Oh, gee. Fuck. Alex Jones always talked about it. Yeah. The guy who ran it down, all these expensive BMWs. I fucking remember that shit. Yeah. Does Athens, the World of Warcraft guy, have a cult? Athene? Or is he a rumor? See, that's a good question, actually. Yeah. I don't know. I could see Athene starting a cult, honestly. I used to watch him back in the day of Swifty, for Christ's sake. Athene, Twitch. This would be him, I guess. Yeah. Fuck, man. Yeah. He used to play Paladin. He used to play, was it a Ret Paladin he did? Or Holy Paladin? I can't remember. But him and Swifty, I remember watching their videos. This is what I spent a lot of time playing World of Warcraft back in the day. I remember watching him and Swifty. Swifty traveled over and fucking, he lives in Belgium, right? Man, fuck. What in the fucking Christ? But yeah, now that's what he looks like now. Yeah, he kind of looks like a cult leader. I remember he had his partner there with him. Yeah, I mean, I remember the whole fucking, I don't know why, I used to watch all his videos. He was just a character, he's a personality. And then he went kind of nuts. And he started doing these physics videos with this buddy of his who had a degree in physics. And It started getting weird, a little bit weird, you know. And anyway, I remember that. Yeah. He was get the world first in classic, right? Oh, did he? I don't know. I think he lost it, didn't he? I think he fucking. Oh, Waco. Yeah, it's Waco. Yeah, definitely Waco. Yeah. oh, it's not Waco. Oh, okay. Yeah, he lost that. For people that don't know who this guy is, he used to play World of Warcraft professionally. He used to when Arena dropped in BC, he was like all on top of it. He claimed to be the best paladin in the world. And that was like his claim to fame, like the Warcraft videos, and then it moved over to YouTube. And anyway, yeah, he would, for all the subsequent expansions, he would try and be like world first, like first person to hit the level cap. And a couple times he lost it because what he would do is he'd find exploits and they would exploit himself, and then Blizzard would nullify his win. But oh man, like it's just such a fucking, like he just like try and sell himself like, I've got all these girls, I play World of Warcraft. It was part of the character he created though. But over time I think people realized that this wasn't actually a character. This was actually him, and he was kind of nuts. If I recall, but I don't know him. I don't know. I never, obviously don't know him personally. I have no fucking idea, but anyway, he does all these fucking AI Jesus videos and stuff now. Yeah. Weird fucking dude, man. Fucking Christ. Yeah. Interesting. You're my favorite chef. Yeah. He just talked to the AI. It's kind of funny actually, but yeah, funny. Him and Swifty both, man, they kind of fell off. Swifty, I mean, I don't know what Swifty got accused of all this shit that, like blocking girls inside of his house and stuff. Like Swifty's house, like all the locks were like on the outside of the door and shit. Like with these girls he'd bring over misbehave, like he'd lock the outside of the door and they couldn't get out, and like all this fucking crazy shit, man. I don't know if that ended up being true or not, but it was that period of time like fucking 10 years ago where you get hit with an accusation like that, you're done, bud. Like, fuck, World of Whack Jaws. Oh man, there's a lot of fucking them out there. Yeah, he got them diddler vibes going. Yeah, like, yeah, kind of. Yeah, he's definitely an eccentric dude. Yeah. 1984, 751 people suffered food poisoning in the Dallas, Oregon, United States due to the deliberate contamination of salad bars at 10 local restaurants with salmonella. A group of prominent followers of Rajneesh, led by Ma Anand Shizla, had hoped to incapacitate the vomiting population of the city so that their own candidates would win the 1984 Wasco County elections. Brother, what? I'm pretty sure the lady runs an old folks home in a different country now. Oh, that's fucking terrifying to think about. Holy fuck. What the fuck? Oh, spread a bunch of raw chicken juice all over the salad bar. See, that's why I don't eat salad bars, man. Lemma, what's up, dude? I was watching some WoW streams during the anniversary of Classic WoW. Peekaboo was very fun to watch. He's good shit. I remember him. I've seen some of his stuff, but Thien, Swifty, Soda Poppin'. He was a legit kid back then. I remember, because he'd be fucking 5-6 years younger than me, I think. So, but I remember like those guys like were like the fucking, man, they were like the gods, WoW gods back in the day. If you run into them, I never played on any of their servers, but WoW Hobs. For any WoW people, I was on WoW Hobs server. WoW Hobs. I think is he still going? Is he still playing the fucking game, or did he finally give up? Did he finally realize it's dead? Oh, he's in hardcore WoW. Okay, I was gonna say, I would say he's probably. Yeah, I was on the same server with WoW Hobs. We had talked to him a couple times, and then we ended up on the same server with Asmongold. I had no idea until a long time after, but we were on the Asmongold server for. I probably ran into him before too. I have no idea. Not that I like raided too competitively, but we were on Kalthuzad for fucking, oh my god, years. Me and Galen TV and all the guys are on there. So, but anyway, yeah, that's currently the server we're still on is Kalthuzad actually. But with all the, it changed when they did the sharding or whatever. It wasn't the same anymore. Like you'd be running around like Stormwind and you'd see WoW Hobs and people like, oh my fuck, be like, hey man, like be at the auction house and you run out. And when they did the sharding stuff, I don't know when that was. It was in Lich King or Cataclysm. It kind of fucked it up. Like after they couldn't take over the town, they built their own town in the desert. Oh my fuck, man. It sounds like Scientology. It does. Where's what's this? What's the guy that runs Scientology again? Scientology. Is he the president? Who is he? Head? of it's this little guy, right? Man, I didn't believe people when they said that this fucking guy runs Scientology. I was like, what the fucking Christ? Like, I think he's like 4'8" or something. Like, he's this like tiny guy. This is who Tom Cruise takes fucking orders from. And John Travolta. Like, what in the fuck? Oh, there's no perspective shots here. Jesus Christ. Yeah, anyway, he's like 4'8" or something. Fucking crazy. Just goes to show, you know, whatever, you put your mind to something, like you can't, again, it's like, what are you gonna do, right? Are you gonna let the world just fucking get you down? Fuck no, brother. Listen, there's always, it doesn't matter, right? If you're fucking like 4'5" or 4'3", or, you know, you got hit with like a bat a little bit, you know, maybe like Rasputin, you're at the best looking guy. You can always start a fucking cult, right? There's always the option. You just put all your points into fucking charisma and you start a fucking cult. That's how you get out of that hole, right? So, unless you're rich, oh brother. I guess I'd understand Scientology that a lot of it is parapsychological research that they invest in, like remote viewing actually is still something they invest in a lot. I don't know. It's clearly a cult. I still 100% on board that this is a fucking cult. Yeah. He'll kick you clean in the nuts behind closed doors apparently. Holy fuck. Will you actually just fucking go right for it, right? There's so much, just a lot of hate built up. My buddy got into Scientology for a while when I hadn't been around him, and he hit me up out of the blue wanting to help rewire a broken Phaeton meter. Oh, Jesus Christ. You can imagine how much fun of him was made when I called his wife. Oh my fucking God, man. Yeah. Yeah. So I didn't understand any of this shit. And like, under Phaeton. It wasn't until very recently I knew this was even a fucking thing too. Like, what in the sweet fuck? Gee, what the fuck is it supposed to test for again? What's it who fucking made this thing? What's it supposed to test for? Hold on a second. This is again like where we'll go to. I'll just use 4.0 here. What is a Phaeton meter? Test for? Who the fuck knows? It looks like hi-fi nipple clamps. It fucking does though, man. A Phaeton meter, more properly an E-meter, electropsychometer, is a device used in Scientology auditing sessions. It's supposed to measure electrical resistance in the human body, particularly changes in galvanic skin response, like a lie detector. What Scientologists claim it tests for: mental, spiritual trauma, engrams, subconscious reactions tied to past events, presence of Phaetons, immortal spiritual beings attached to you. Basically, the needle jumps. They say your subconscious or soul reacted, indicating unresolved issues or evil alien soul hitchhikers. What it actually measures: sweat gland activity, skin conductivity fluctuations, mild muscle tremors. It's pure pseudoscience with no clinical or scientific backing. The E-meter can no more find your trauma than a toaster can read your mind. Fuck. Interesting. It's auditing. Could you hook it up to your nipples though? Would it give you the same kind of fucking reading? Hell no, I got his wife on a roll because he refuses to eat pussy and he sold all of his books and shit. He just needed to be renormalized. Holy fucking Christ. Give him that hard sit down talk, you know? Give him a fucking reality check, man. It's basically a modern way to absolve you of your sins, Father. That's fucking, there you go, man. That's literally it, isn't it? Yeah. What a strange device. I can see that being like a really powerful ASMR experience though, where they're like talking all this horse shit and they're just like, just hang on to the handles. And it's like, if you had the right kind of voice to do it, you could probably like you could probably make a lot of views on ASMR. I don't think anybody's probably done that. You know, the problem is they probably get sued the fuck if they did that on YouTube though by the Scientologists. If you try to just do a Phaeton fucking ASMR session. There's an idea though, if you're brave enough, for any of the fucking ASMR content creators out there. Fuck, I haven't seen one yet. Maybe someone's done this. Maybe someone's already fucking done this. So I can't imagine to be ballsy enough to take on the fucking Scientologist. Phaeton ASMR reading. No. Oh, there you go. Fucking primetime content right there. Who's gonna fucking do it? Yeah. Booba streamers ruined ASMR. I love Bob Ross. Can't stand lip smacking. Oh fuck, man. I like the OG fucking ASMR. Like, at least your viewers would go up. Oh Jesus. Oh man, yeah. Well, it's the ear suckers. The ear suckers came in and man just fucking ruined it. There was saying, what's her name again? ASMR Linda. This was like the OG. Oh, fucking Christ. This is YouTube now. Okay. What's your name again? Fuck. No, that's not what her name is. There was that massage girl. Oh, massage. I gotta be careful what I type in here. Even on YouTube now, there's fucking porn, I guess. So, yeah. Squirrel busting. Fuck. What was her name again? God damn it. I forget what her name was. Massage. I thought it was Linda. Oh, Lita Massage. Yeah, this is it here.
Better that way.
It's like the voice.
All the way up the neck.
It was like these like whisper voicing that started with everybody.
Hand on one side, underneath, and the other hand.
It's like this situational thing. Like there's this other guy who was massage ASMR, who does these. I brought him up before. These like kind of creepy fucking videos sometimes. This guy here. See this guy. Fucking just tapping on shit. See, you say, honey, I can't make money on YouTube. What am I gonna do to make money on fucking YouTube? This motherfucker's got a stick and a pre-workout bottle. How many views does this fucking have? 877,000 fucking views.
Inspirations.
This, listen. What are we all doing?
Why?
I like ASMR, but I can't see they're making the sounds. Oh, that's an interesting niche. Yeah. Lita Man. Yeah, he was GCOG. Yeah. One of those things that awakens a primal urge to fucking mutilate albinos like nature intended. Oh my heavens. It raised his head in you. Let me break one finger. Yeah. Oh, look how these coffee pods, for Christ's sake. Make a little thing. Pucks. This never did it for me. It would just give me a headache. Same with the singing bowls, personally. But everyone has their own thing. This guy peeling the skin off people's faces, maybe. I don't fucking know. The Bob's a classic. Bob is probably still the class. Anyway, I'll stop watching these because fucking it's some of it honestly kind of creeps me the fuck out. Oh, fuck. Listen, people enjoy it. It's everyone has. That guy's completely naked. Okay, yeah, we're done on YouTube now. Let's go back to the fucking cult leader site. Yeah. Singing bowls for subs. Holy fuck, man. Oh my god. Yeah. Fuck. We'll hotbox a room and then we'll do fucking. Then we'll get the singing bowls going. That might fucking do it, actually. Maybe that'll do it. Yeah. ASMR music for Midwest. Yeah, it kind of is. I could see that. Yeah. I don't know, like, what was the ASMR that did it for me? I don't really know. You get tingles. People, they're tingle chasers is what they're referred to as now. I think they chase the tingles. And whatever gives them the tingles. I would say, like, in a situation where, like, you're watching, like, you need to pay attention, but you don't. Like, something serious. Like, you're in the doctor's office and they're trying to tell you there's something wrong. And you just are like, you know, you just kind of lose focus. Your eyes kind of glaze over. And there's a, like, sense of, like, I should be listening, but I'm not. And, like, that relaxes me. Which is, like, a weird one, you know? It's like just letting someone, like, speak about something, like, that you know nothing about that you probably should listen to, but you don't. Yeah. Jim and the Bowls, holy fuck. Yeah, fuck, let's do it. Yeah. Does this site even have an HTTPS? No, I don't think so. It does. It doesn't, Wayne. Oh, and some cult leader running it probably, yeah. Just beating a bucket with hammers. Listen, there's a niche out there. Yeah, someone would pay for that. Whatever happened to that guy in Russia who says he's Jesus and has a cult following? Oh, geez, I didn't hear that. I don't know. There's a guy that was in the States that was saying that, but yeah. Interesting. Crazy. It's been up for however long. Phoenix, Arizona. There you go. Still there. Yeah. To order a hard copy of our books. Yeah. God. Early internet days. Fun fucking times. Fun times. Fun call times. Yeah. It's a lesson for everybody. You know. Don't drink the Kool-Aid. Yeah. Don't drink the fucking Kool-Aid. Yeah. Anyway, I'll probably leave it there tonight, guys. I've been on for 5.5 hours now, so. But yeah, listen, I'll be back on tomorrow. And maybe Galen TV will come by and tell the story as to what happened. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But otherwise, yeah, I'll just have to tell everybody, so. Pretend to drink it and throw it over your shoulder. Don't drink the fucking Kool-Aid, right? Don't put your hands in the water. Yeah, just, just have love in your heart. You know, that's what it's all about. And also love for fucking Atlantean secrets and whatnot. The whole fucking game. Anyway, everybody, listen. Take care. We'll see you later.
It's 7 in the evening and everything is fine. I'm not expecting visitors, so I can stream all night. I'll take my stream deck out from where I'm playing Fortnite. We'll play until the morning. At 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the submarine. It's Jim Russell, it's Jim Russell, the commander of Island 49, the guardian of the ancient keys, the keys of Atlantis mysteries, Atlantean secrets, Atlantean secrets, the keys. My dudes, let's follow in order to let go. Distorted echoes, the mysterious magnetic fields. Atlantean seas, Atlantean seas. We have to swim through the ocean, the periscopic deception, ancient doorways that tremble before the subterranean castle. He calls us, my dudes, robots and erudites. 'Cause at 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the almond shells. It's Jim Russell, it's Jim Russell, Union leader of Sorceric Knights, and he parts in the breaking dawn.